In the heart of the royal capital, a wild celebration was in full swing. The city's rooftops bathed in the warm light of the sun as confetti-like specks drifted through the air. The joyous crowds had gathered to welcome a single figure, the woman who was set to marry the crown prince. The people were utterly enthralled, their cheers echoing through the streets as if a deity had descended among them. This figure, a mere 14-year-old girl, stood before them on a grand balcony. Her appearance and her words captivated everyone, driving them into a state of collective madness. It was his perfect little sister, Ceres. With a confident, chilling smile and strange red markings glowing on her skin, she made a bold declaration. She would make herself everyone's queen. Hidden within the adoring crowd, a hooded young man with striking blue hair watched in silence. Around him, people wept with joy, shouting their love and begging Ceres to lead them. But his own face was a mask of tense apprehension. She reveled in their worship, acknowledging that nothing could be happier than being ruled by her. However, she then addressed the rumors that her ascension to crown princess would lead to war, as her supporters began to chant for the death of their enemies. Her smile widened. She declared that any country that refused to submit should be destroyed, and that those who couldn't understand such a simple concept should just die. The crowd roared its approval. His eyes widened in horror. Lyall realized this was madness. It was no longer just about him. Ceres had dragged the entire country into her twisted ambition. He thought grimly of her words, how she considered those she slew to be fortunate souls. The present faded into a memory of the Walt family walking away from their grand estate. Ceres' voice from the past echoed, stating her desire to compete with her older brother to become the head of the Walt family. The flashback focused on her younger, determined face. She had made this proposal on her 13th birthday, holding the very rapier she had just received as a gift. And, as she recalled with a smirk, their parents had happily agreed to it. The duel was over in an instant. Her challenge had been absolute, leaving him reeling in disbelief as the fragments of his shattered sword fell around him. He lay defeated on the ground, panting for breath. He was Lyall Walt, once hailed as a child prodigy and the genius heir to the family. But now, his sister Ceres stood over him, mockingly asking if he was finished. His reign as the family's hope was over. His little sister, Ceres, had now surpassed him in every conceivable aspect. She continued her verbal assault from across the courtyard, her voice laced with contempt. She derided his daily training as foolish, pointing out his humiliating inability to even match a mere 13-year-old girl. Standing before the grand family manor, a symbol of their 250-year lineage, Ceres remarked on his disbelief. She found it hard to believe that a man from the Walt family could be so weak. His father's voice cut through the air, sharp and cold, agreeing with Ceres. He expressed his shame, stating he could hardly believe such a pathetic boy was born into their family and that he could not face their ancestors like this. Lyall could only look on, crushed, as he uttered his father's title. The condemnation was absolute. His father declared that Lyall was no longer a member of the Walt family. With chilling finality, he confessed that he regretted, even for a moment, ever thinking of Lyall as his son. His mother, standing nearby with her attendant, echoed the sentiment without a flicker of emotion. She felt the same way, she stated, openly wondering why such an incompetent child had been born to them. She elaborated on her disappointment, remarking that despite all the resources and sufficient education provided to him, he had turned out to be nothing but a mess. As his parents turned and walked away, his father delivered one final blow, stating it was now clear that all the time invested in him had been wasted. For Lyall, the horrifying truth was undeniable. He could only watch in horror from the ground. Above him, his sister Ceres stood victorious, her rapier held casually. Behind her, his parents looked down without emotion as his father's voice boomed, declaring that the successor to the Walt family is Ceres. As his sister turned her back on him, walking away without a second glance, he remained kneeling on the cold stone. His hand tightened into a fist, the shock on his face hardening into disbelief. His mind reeled, recalling the long history of his sister's superiority. She had surpassed him in every aspect at the tender age of 8. Now, 5 years later, nothing had changed. He was still chasing her shadow. The realization of his father's intentions struck him with brutal clarity. He understood now why his father had permitted this serious match. It was because his father knew, with absolute certainty, that with his current skill, he wouldn't be able to land even a single scratch on Ceres. And in that moment of humiliation, a defiant, almost manic grin spread across his face. He understood his own weakness. He understood it better than anyone else. His grip tightened on the hilt of his fallen sword. His thoughts drifted back further, to the root of his family's coldness. He recalled the time, 5 years ago, when his parents first noticed Ceres' prodigious talent. From that day forward, he had never received a single word of praise from them. That shift in focus had immediate and isolating consequences. As his parents' attention centered entirely on Ceres, he became invisible. Soon, not a single person in the household looked at him anymore. Before he knew it, even the vassals and servants began to mistreat him. It was in this environment of neglect and scorn that his sister had issued her challenge. And, desperate to prove his worth, he had agreed to it. which brought him back to the present moment, struggling on the ground before her. He pushed himself up, his body trembling with exertion. Not yet, he muttered, refusing to accept defeat. His resolve hardened into a single, desperate plea, a demand born of pure will. His eyes blazed with defiance as he roared. One more time. He roars that it is not over, lunging forward with his rapier extended. His parents watch from the side, their faces a mask of shock and disbelief at his refusal to yield. His own expression is one of pure, desperate defiance. His sister, however, remains utterly unfazed, a confident smirk playing on her lips. She calmly informs him that no matter how many times he tries, the outcome will always be the same. As he closes the distance, she effortlessly sidesteps his thrust and delivers a swift, precise cut to his leg. He cries out in pain, stumbling, realizing with horror that he couldn't even see her move. He grits his teeth, clutching the fresh wound. His sister watches him with a cruel glint in her eye, playfully wondering aloud where she should aim next before breaking into a laugh, mockingly congratulating her, "Well done, brother." Her taunts only fuel his desperation. Ignoring the pain, he bellows for more, once again charging headlong at her. The result is immediate and brutal. He is met with a flurry of strikes, his body pierced by shallow cuts from all directions. The realization hits him with crushing force. She is simply too fast. He could do nothing as she continues her assault, her movements a blur. She commands him to dance more skillfully, her voice dripping with condescending amusement as she goads him for more. Panting and bleeding from numerous cuts, he stumbles backward, driven toward the courtyard wall. He lets out another cry of pain as her blade finds its mark yet again. He glances down at his trembling, bloodied hand. A grim thought surfaces. They're all shallow cuts. None of this is a fatal wound. The reason becomes clear as he looks up at his sister's smug expression. She confirms his horrifying realization, stating that this is nothing more than child's play to her. He can only stare back, his face a mixture of shock and impotent fury. He could only stand there as his sister's voice cut through the air. She declared that fighting him was as pointless as fighting a scarecrow, yet she found it fun to completely ruin him. Her hand extended, punctuating her cruel words. She then tilted her head, a sinister smile playing on her lips as dark, ethereal tendrils of energy began to coalesce around her. Or perhaps, she mused aloud, her voice dripping with condescension. "You will entertain me a little more?" In a desperate gambit, Lyall roars, "Ice wall," and slams his hand down, causing a jagged barrier of ice to erupt from the stone courtyard. His defiance is met with a cold, predatory smile from Ceres. Without a moment's hesitation, she unleashes her own spell, a fire bullet, sending a sphere of dark flame hurtling toward his defense. A dark projectile of energy slams into Lyall, creating a powerful impact. His parents watch in open-mouthed shock. As Lyall trembles, he realizes the attack was a fire bullet, far more powerful than the tiny fireballs they are supposed to be. Ceres smirks, noting that he is barely hanging on by the skin of his teeth. Following her taunt, a menacing aura roars to life around Ceres. She conjures several large, crackling orbs of dark magic, one already blazing with black fire. She coldly wonders aloud just how long he can possibly last against this level of power. As the barrage of fire bullets hurtles toward him, Lyall desperately erects a jagged wall of ice. He stares in disbelief, questioning where all her power is coming from and wondering if she is enhancing herself with an art, or perhaps something else entirely. The ice wall offers little resistance, shattering under the relentless assault. Lyall grunts in pain, realizing this is far too much for him to handle. In an instant, Ceres appears directly behind him, her voice a whisper in his ear as she mockingly asks if he is finished already. He flinches, shocked at her speed. Before he can process her movement, she pivots and drives her foot into his jaw with a sickening crack. The brutal kick snaps his head back, lifting him off his feet. The sheer force of the blow sends Lyall hurtling across the courtyard. He crashes violently into a stone wall, which shatters and explodes outward from the impact as he slumps to the ground amidst the rubble. His body trembling, Lyall struggles to push himself up from the debris. A sharp pain lances through him, and his hand dangles uselessly at his side. He collapses back onto all fours, gasping for breath. From across the courtyard, Ceres watches him, perfectly composed and without having broken a sweat. The crushing realization dawns on Lyall. He is fighting with everything he has, but his sister is simply too strong. Panting, he reflects on his life's training, swinging his saber hundreds of thousands of times over the past 5 years. Yet it means nothing. He is no match for Ceres, who wields a rapier she supposedly just picked up today. His despair is met with her wild laughter as she calls him pathetic. Looming over his defeated form, Ceres calmly informs him that during their brief exchange, she already had 3 clear chances to kill him. She looked down at her battered brother, a smirk playing on her lips. With a condescending tone, she questioned him. "Lyall, surely you can do a little better than this, can't you?" He stared up at her, his mind reeling. He couldn't comprehend it, wondering where he had gone wrong. He desperately questioned why she was doing this, why she hated him so much after he had looked after her, protected her, and even fawned over her for so long. Her answer came, echoing with an unnerving, absolute conviction. She stated plainly that she did hate him. More than that, she confessed that she seriously hated him more than anyone else in the entire world. She then tilted her head with a look of casual indifference, wondering aloud why she even started hating him in the first place. After a moment's thought, she dismissed the question entirely, singing that it didn't matter. Her flippant cruelty ignited a spark of fury in Lyall, but as he glared, her own expression hardened into one of pure disgust. She told him she was sick of seeing his face and demanded to know why he couldn't just disappear already. The air grew cold as a palpable wave of killing intent washed over him. A shiver of genuine fear ran down Lyall's spine. Driven by desperation, he pushed himself to his feet and charged forward, sword raised for one last assault. His mind focused on a single, desperate goal. If he could just hit her, even a single time, it would be enough. To create an opening, he made a horrifying sacrifice, allowing her rapier to pierce his left arm. With her blade caught, he swung his own sword in a wide arc towards her neck, roaring in a mix of pain and triumph, demanding to know how she liked this. His triumphant roar died in his throat. With impossible ease, she caught the flat of his blade between two fingers, stopping the attack dead with a faint metallic ping. The realization crashed down on him. Even a move that desperate wasn't enough to reach her. His face contorted in disbelief and rage, a single thought forming in his mind. Then, he grits his teeth, a final surge of will compelling him to attempt one last swing of his sword. His desperate lunge is met with casual disdain. Ceres, a faint smirk on her lips, effortlessly parries the blow, deflecting his blade with a simple turn of her wrist. The force of the parry sends him stumbling, but his blade rips through the fabric of her dress as she leaps back. For a fleeting moment, he believes his attack has landed. The hope is short-lived. His attack did indeed reach Ceres, but it was a meaningless gesture. She stands over him, her own blade having found its mark, and looks down upon him with utter contempt, dismissing him as garbage. Her glare is one of pure, cold fury. Her voice trembles with rage. She screams that he got carried away and touched her, calling him a loathsome incompetent. After generously allowing him to live for so long, she now demands that he disappear for real, roaring for him to burn to ash that very instant. In response to her own command, Ceres unleashes a torrent of dark magic. A massive firestorm erupts from the ground, swirling towards Lyall. He recognizes the immediate danger, but from her vantage point, Ceres coolly judges his situation to be useless. With the last of his strength, Lyall erects a wall of ice. Onlookers are stunned that it's still standing against such power, but the effort has completely drained his mana. Panting, he stares at Ceres, wondering if this is how it all ends. The ice wall shatters. Defeated, Lyall falls to his knees, his sword clattering to the ground. He stares at the stone courtyard of the manor, his energy and hope gone, and questions the very reason for his existence. Ceres' gaze falls upon his discarded saber. As her hand slowly reaches for the hilt, a cold warning echoes in her mind. Don't touch it. Ignoring the thought, she picks up the weapon. She notes that he treasures the saber, even though it's already falling apart. She holds the crumbling blade, looking down at the broken young man on the ground before her. He lies defeated on the cold stone as Ceres looms over him, his treasured saber now in her hand. With chilling finality, she declares that he will no longer have any need for it. With her pronouncement made, she raises the weapon high. A cold, determined glint flashes in her eyes as she stands triumphant, preparing to deliver the final, symbolic blow to her brother's pride. A sickening crack echoes through the courtyard as the blade, once a symbol of his family's honor and his own identity, shatters into countless pieces. The sight of its destruction sends a shock through Lyall. As the fragments rain down around a victorious Ceres, he recalls his father's words from long ago, a reminder that a man of House Walt should only carry a weapon of the finest quality. That memory deepens, pulling him back to the day he first received that very sword. His younger hands held the pristine, ornate saber, a gift filled with promise and expectation. He remembers the pure joy of that moment, proudly presenting the weapon to his father. He had thanked him profusely, marveling at the amazing gift, while his parents and a much younger Ceres looked on. His parents' words from that day echo in his mind. His mother had noted how well the sword suited him, while chiding his father for spoiling him. But his father had been firm, stating he was his son as well, and explaining that the time would soon come for Lyall to face monsters and fulfill his noble duties. The memory fades, leaving only the harsh reality of his father's final piece of advice from that day, to polish himself and live up to the sword's excellence. Lying broken on the ground, staring at the shattered hilt, Lyall can only think that he can't win, that nothing matters anymore. As despair consumes him, a different perspective emerges, a memory of Ceres walking away from a crowd, utterly alone. He realizes her internal struggle, the feeling that no matter how hard she worked, she would never be truly recognized. Meanwhile, watching the outcome from afar, the heads of the Walt family render their final judgment. Mother Walt frets that Ceres' dress got dirty and suggests buying a new one. Her husband agrees, but his response is chillingly absolute. He declares that from the beginning, they never had another child besides Ceres. With this victory, she is now their only child. As Lyall lay broken and abandoned, a single thought echoed in the encroaching darkness. This is how he would die. But in that void, something stirred. Unseen entities, like motes of light, began to speak. One called out, as if searching, while another confirmed a presence nearby. The conversation continued amongst the disembodied voices. One noted that while the presence was a little far away, they were certain it was there. Another interjected, unable to pinpoint the exact identity, but absolutely sure it was a blood relative. A third, exasperated voice told the others to be quiet, stating that everyone present was already aware of this fact. The source of this strange communion was a single, glowing blue jewel, pulsing with a soft light amidst the darkness. The ethereal discussion reached its intended recipient. Lyall's eyes snapped open, his consciousness returning from the brink. As he regained awareness, his mind flashed back not to his family, but to the various people he had met throughout his life, their faces a fleeting montage in his memory. At the Fuchs family mansion, the rumors are confirmed. Lord Lyall has been banished from the Walled estate, and, as a consequence, his engagement to Novem Fuchs has been annulled. Despite the news, Novem's expression is not one of sorrow, but of quiet resolve. Upon hearing the confirmation, she immediately declares her intention to depart for Lord Lyall's side. Her father, Lord Fuchs, having overheard her, responds with a calm, almost testing, "Oh, is that so?" He continues, a slight smile playing on his lips, remarking that even this news isn't enough to faze her. He notes that she has been like this since she was a child, always reacting as if she were aware of everything from the very start. Acknowledging her determination, he presents her with the Fuchs heirloom cane, a staff with a large jewel. He explains that limiting their support to this one item will give them plausible deniability if the Waltz catch on. Novem accepts the cane, understanding his reasoning. She tells her father that there will be trouble if it becomes known that he helped her in any way, insisting that simply turning a blind eye to her actions is more than enough support. He dismisses her concern, stating that if she follows Lord Lyall, suspicions will fall upon him either way. Therefore, he insists on at least allowing him to send his daughter off with this much. Lord Fuchs looks at his daughter with a complex expression, musing that she is fine just the way she is. He is certain that even if she were to face him as an enemy someday, she wouldn't shed a single tear. With that thought, he turns and leaves the room, the door clicking shut behind him. Elsewhere, Lyall awakens with a jolt. Lying in bed and covered in sweat, he is gripped by a sudden, intense fever. His body feels like it's on fire. The sensation intensifies into a sharp, stabbing pain in his chest. He clutches at the bandages wrapped around his torso, gasping for air as his body convulses. As the agony subsides, he pushes himself into a sitting position. Disoriented, he looks around the small, rustic room, taking in the simple bed and cold fireplace. He has no idea where he is. He slowly regained consciousness, his vision clearing to reveal the worn boot of a man standing over him. The man's voice confirmed he was awake. Lyall looked up to see the kind, wrinkled face of Zell, who expressed his relief. Zell explained that Lyall had been unconscious for 3 whole days and that he, the family's gardener since Lyall's grandfather's time, had been treating his wounds. It was a close call. He managed a weak but grateful smile, thanking Zell for saving his life. He lamented that, sadly, he had nothing to offer in return for such care. Zell's kind expression hardened slightly as Lyall finished his thought, admitting that he no longer even had a name to call his own. The old gardener sat on a stool beside the bed and confided that even his old eyes could see something was deeply wrong within the Walt mansion, questioning what could have caused such a turn of events. He elaborated that all the servants now spoke only of the young miss, while the young master, Lyall, was openly abused with no one intervening. Zell could only imagine the fury Lyall's grandfather, a very strict man, would feel, especially now that the young miss had been made the heir. The mention of his grandfather brought forth memories. In his time, he had been a powerful aristocrat, an advisor to the king so formidable that even Lyall's own father was nervous around him. To Lyall, however, he had simply been a doting grandfather who cherished him. The warmth of that memory soured as reality crashed back in. Lyall clenched his fist, realizing that his grandfather had held such high hopes for him. But now he had been disinherited, a failure. He looked down, his shoulders slumped in defeat. He confessed to Zell his belief that even his beloved grandfather would be upset with him for letting him down, and would have surely given up on such a pathetic grandson by now. Zell's expression softened with empathy. He urged Lyall not to blame himself so much, stating with certainty that the previous head would have understood his plight. He clutched Lyall's hand, expressing his hope that the young master was right about his own path, even though he himself felt lost. Zell was certain that if Lyall's grandfather were still alive, he would have protected him without a doubt. As Zell kept his vigil, Lyall lay bandaged in bed inside the small, isolated house, resting under the light of a full moon. Some time later, his eyes fluttered open. He looked over to see Zell sleeping in a simple wooden chair. The realization struck him with crushing weight. He couldn't believe how much of a burden he had become. A sharp pang of shame shot through him, and he let out a pained groan. He buried his face in the sheets, his mind screaming at himself. He was nothing but a pest, a mortifying failure. The self-loathing was so consuming that he almost missed it. A faint whispered near his ear, followed by a sharp crackle of energy. The sensation was awful, alien. A harsh, unfamiliar voice echoed in his mind, questioning if a pathetic wimp like him could truly be his descendant. It berated him for wallowing in self-pity and demanded he be strong. A second, softer voice immediately interjected, angrily asking the first what in the world he thought he was saying to Lyall. The softer voice urged the other to calm down, pointing out that Lyall was in pain. It suggested they simply watch over him until he recovered. The harsh voice scoffed, asking why it should, insisting it was just trying to motivate the boy. The gentle voice retorted that the other had been sighing the whole time, before deciding that was enough for one day. With a final, fading whisper of "see you," the presence receded, leaving only a faint hiss in its wake. On a simple wooden table sits a hearty meal, a plate of stewed meat, a basket of fresh bread, and a full mug. He sits in silence, poking at his food, lost in thought. The old servant, Zell, watches with a concerned expression, asking if the meal isn't to the young master's liking. Startled, Lyall quickly looks up and reassures him, insisting that the stewed meat is actually quite delicious. After thanking Zell for his kind words, Lyall's demeanor shifts, his gaze hardening with resolve. He announces that he needs to discuss something with him. When Zell asks what the matter is, Lyall declares his intention to become an adventurer, stating that this is about his future. He continues, a faint smile on his face, explaining that while he doesn't particularly want to be an adventurer, it's his only option for independence. Now that he has been kicked out, he wants a fresh start. He touches his neck, noting that thanks to the expensive medicine Zell provided, his body is almost completely healed. His thoughts turn grim as he considers the danger of hiding in Zell's hut, situated in a corner of the mansion's courtyard. An image of his sister Ceres, her face twisted into a menacing sneer, flashes through his mind. He knows he must leave before causing the old man any more trouble. Zell, meanwhile, thoughtfully processes the news, murmuring, "An adventurer, you say?" Zell looks at him with a knowing gaze, remarking that if the previous head of the family heard such a thing, he'd probably faint. Lyall is surprised to learn that his grandfather was not fond of adventurers. Zell acknowledges that many things have happened, but expresses his faith that Lyall will keep a good head on his shoulders. A bright, confident smile spreads across Lyall's face as he agrees. He declares that once he makes it big as an adventurer, he'll be making hundreds of gold coins on every quest. His bold promise makes Zell burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming that it will be a day to look forward to. Wiping a tear of mirth from his eye, Lyall's own gaze is filled with fierce determination as he vows to repay Zell for all his help when that time comes. As they sit together, a sense of warmth between them, Lyall reflects internally. He was incredibly happy to share this conversation with Zell, and a deep regret surfaces. If only he had gotten closer to the old man sooner. While sharing a simple meal, Zell considers Lyall's future. He muses that if Lyall is becoming an adventurer, he might be aiming for the main branch in Bame. Lyall identifies Bame as the merchant-run city with no ruling lord. The conversation continues as they recall details about the city. Bame is a coastal hub for foreign trade, whose independence attracts a motley crew of merchants, adventurers, and even criminals, all seeking their fortune. After considering this, Lyall concludes that Bame seems better suited for veterans and would be too much to handle for a novice. Zell quietly agrees with his assessment. Another option is Raised, the academy city of Aramthirst. Though a bit far, it presents a different kind of environment, one centered around knowledge and learning. A third possibility is Orin, a border city where frequent skirmishes provide a steady supply of mercenary work for those willing to fight. He studies a map, weighing the locations in his mind. Bame, Aramthirst, and Orin, which he notes is the closest of the three. His fist clenches on the table, his mind made up. With sudden resolve, he declares that he has decided. He will become an adventurer in Orin. Zell's expression turns grave upon hearing the choice. He pleads with the young master not to do anything reckless, warning him that many young adventurers overestimate their abilities and end up getting killed. Lyall offers a calm, reassuring smile. He tells Zell not to worry, affirming that from now on, he must do his best to survive on his own strength. Seeing the unshakable determination in the young man's eyes, Zell closes his own and gives a quiet, solemn nod. He understood. He sat across from Lyall at the table and casually asked if the young master had noticed anything odd during his stay. Lyall, with a finger to his chin, considered the question before replying that everything seemed fine. He then elaborated, admitting that he had been having strange dreams. Voices kept shouting at him, saying irritating things like we're close by, calling him pathetic, and demanding he be strong. The admissions seemed to startle Zell, whose eyes widened in realization. Lyall continued, adding that the voices constantly rambled, with one even claiming, "So this is my descendant." This led Lyall to a frustrating conclusion. He grimaced, wondering if he was cursed, realizing he must be hearing the voices of his ancestors. But all they seemed to do was nag him. As he stewed in his annoyance, Zell called out to him. The old man's expression shifted to a knowing smirk. He seemed to confirm Lyall's thoughts, saying he was sure of it, before suddenly feigning surprise with a loud, "Excuse me?" His faint surprise gave way to hearty laughter under the full moon. He observed that Lyall looked refreshed for some reason, and advised the young master that it was late and time to get some rest. Sometime later, Lyall stood ready for his journey, now clad in a sturdy set of traveling clothes. Zell remarked that the outfit, left behind by his own son, looked good on the young master and fit him well. He then held out a small pouch, offering it to Lyall. He took the pouch, his eyes widening at its unexpected weight. A clink of heavy coins revealed its contents, and Lyall immediately tried to refuse the generous gift, shouting Zell's name in protest. But Zell was insistent, placing his hand firmly over Lyall's to stop him. He stared intently at the young master, stating that the money was essential. He questioned how Lyall could possibly get anywhere without funds, urging him to think of it as an investment if he was truly determined to pay it back. Overwhelmed by the old man's forceful generosity, Lyall could only gulp in stunned silence. In stark contrast, Zell beamed with a wide, unwavering smile and asked him how that sounded. He accepts the provisions, stating that he will borrow them. Standing by the doorway, Zell simply replies that he's glad to hear it. The old man elaborates, explaining that he is simply grateful to have fulfilled his promise and cleared the final regrets of his late master. He insists that Lyall's feelings are more than enough and that there is no need for repayment. Lyall looks back, confused, questioning what promise Zell had made with his grandfather. Despite Zell's words, he looks at the bag in his hand and swears he will pay him back. In response, Zell presents a long, narrow box, revealing a stunning piece of jewelry inside. He explains that it is an heirloom entrusted to him by Lyall's grandfather, meant for the young master to inherit. Lyall stares, taken aback by the offer. His eyes widen in shock as he holds the heavy, ornate pendant in his gloved hand. A sudden realization dawns on him. With a bead of sweat on his temple, he recognizes that this is no mere piece of jewelry. It is a gem. Zell confirms his suspicion. He explains that this jewel, or gem, has been passed down by the heads of House Walt since its inception. It is a tool created with old magic, a method of creation that has been lost to time. The gem is a device capable of recording a person's fully honed art, a blessing from the gods, allowing a single individual to inherit all the skills stored within. Zell recounts that the previous head, Lyall's grandfather, had it accessorized with rare metal to match his station. However, the invention of demonic tools, objects engraved with a single, incomplete art that anyone could use, rendered gems obsolete. Not long after, the master passed away. Zell's memory drifts to a past conversation with Lyall's father, with a young Ceres standing nearby. He explains to Lyall that he tried to pass the gem to his father several times, but couldn't bring himself to do it. The man had changed too much. His voiceover concludes with a chilling observation, overlaid on a sinister image of Ceres. He believes Lyall's father has gone mad, and that the young lady has become his sole, all-consuming focus. Zell confirms that he had decided to hold onto the gem. However, acknowledging that it wasn't his place to decide, he insists that Lyall's grandfather would have wanted him to have it, and urges the young man to take it with him. Understanding the weight of the gesture, Lyall accepts. He declares it his family's treasure and vows to take good care of it, his expression firm with resolve. With the matter settled, the door to the outside creaks open. As he steps out, Lyall turns back to the old man, making a solemn promise to return one day and repay him for all he has done. He gives a final wave. Zell returns the gesture with a warm, knowing smile, stating that he will eagerly await that day and formally addressing him as Lord Lyall. After Lyall departs, Zell settles back into his rocking chair. He reflects that the boy still has much growing to do, but feels a profound sense of relief, as if a weight he has shouldered for years has finally been lifted. Meanwhile, walking alone, Lyall considers his future. Despite the challenges ahead, he holds on to the belief that he will be all right. His path leads him to a loading area, where he approaches a man with a horse and cart. The man strangely pleads with his horse to watch over Lyall, before Lyall asks if he might ride along. The carter considers the request. He agrees to take Lyall to the next town, but makes it clear that it will cost him. As Lyall begins to reach for his coin, the man interrupts. He laughs, mockingly calling Lyall Mr. Unarmed Warrior. The carter then reveals he is searching for a bodyguard and makes a counteroffer. He will waive the fee if Lyall, being skilled in battle, will serve as his escort. To prove his worth beyond being an unarmed warrior, he conjures a small, flickering orb of magical light in his palm. The merchant, Carter, recoils in shock, his eyes wide. The surprise quickly melts into elation as he exclaims that Lyall being a magician changes everything, eagerly inviting him to come aboard. Lyall accepts, relieved to have secured passage without spending Zell's money. The merchant, now much friendlier, then gestures past him and asks about the young lady standing there, playfully wondering if she's his girlfriend and if they're eloping. Before Lyall can even process the question, a firm yes cuts through the air. He turns to see Novem standing behind him, dressed for travel and holding a large suitcase. Her expression is one of quiet resolve, while Lyall is frozen in utter disbelief at her sudden appearance. She steps forward, directly addressing the merchant's assumption with a clear, unwavering declaration. She is Lyall's fiancée. The statement leaves Lyall completely stunned, able only to stammer her name as he stares at her, wide-eyed. It is indeed Novem, who had been waiting, fully prepared for a journey. Her gaze is soft but resolute as she makes her plea directly to Lyall, asking to be allowed to accompany him. A memory from long ago surfaces in Lyall's mind. He recalls speaking to a young Novem Fuchs, telling her she has terrible luck for being forced upon a failure like him. He internally recounts their history. She was a childhood friend since they were 5, and at 13, she became his fiancée. He brusquely tells her to leave him alone so he can get back to his training. He remembers her name, Novem Fuchs, and how, even though he treated her so coldly, she was always smiling at him with warmth. The memory fades, giving way to the present. On the outskirts of the Vice territory, a pair of covered wagons makes its way down a road, the sound of hooves clopping steadily against the dirt. Inside one of the wagons, the ride is rough, shaking and rattling over the uneven terrain. Novem sits with a quiet composure, while Lyall stares forward, his expression grim and determined. He turns his attention to her, breaking the silence. "What are you doing here?" he asks, his voice direct. Novem meets his gaze, her own expression unreadable but firm. She rises slightly from her seat, the motion causing the wooden bench to creak. "It's my duty," she states plainly. "My role is to stay by Lord Lyall's side." Her declaration catches him off guard, his eyes widening in surprise. His surprise quickly turns to frustration. "Novem, just go home, would you?" he pleads, his voice strained. He reminds her that he's been kicked out and that their engagement was officially called off. "I can no longer go back." She remains completely unfazed by his reasoning. "Besides," she counters, her gaze steady and intense, "I want to stay with you. That is my most sincere desire." Their intense exchange is suddenly broken by a cheerful whistle. The merchant, Carter, leans back from the driver's seat, a wide grin on his face. "Damn, sure is nice to be young." "Huh," he teases. "Oh, come on. Could you please stop eavesdropping?" Lyall swallows hard, his face flushing with embarrassment. The merchant simply turns back to his work, holding a small pouch. "This is so frustrating," he mutters to himself with a smile. "There's nothing to gain chasing after me." The wagon continues to rattle down the road, carrying its passengers onward. Lyall continues his desperate plea, his voice strained as he tries to make Novem understand the reality of his situation. He insists that being banished has stripped him of everything. He has no money, no status, and no honor. Her expression, however, remains placid and resolute. Despite his words, she calmly states that even so, she will still follow him. Her unwavering declaration leaves him sputtering, a blush rising to his cheeks. He stammers that he isn't interested and wants nothing to do with her from now on. Internally, he laments that while Novem always had a stubborn streak, now is hardly the time for it. He then launches into a wild declaration, claiming he's happy to be free. He boasts that he will become an adventurer and live surrounded by women attending to his every need. As he fantasizes, Novem calmly counters, stating that even if she cannot be his wife, she will stay and serve him, as this is a decision she has made for herself. Her logic seems unshakable. Still seated in the back of the cart, he tries a different approach, asking about her house and whether her parents would be devastated. She dismisses his concern, explaining that as the second daughter, it's no issue since her older brother is set to inherit the family title. He stares at her, utterly dumbfounded, his mind reeling at what the Fuchs family could possibly be thinking. As if reading his thoughts, she smiles sweetly and reveals that when she told her father she would follow Lyall, he insisted on gifting her the family heirloom. The news sends him tumbling backward in the cart, his legs flailing as he shouts in disbelief, questioning if they were stupid for giving away their heirloom. Novem then asks him for a favor, and as he looks on, she simply beams and says yes, declaring that she'll do just that. Defeated, Lyall can only glare. He slumps back, muttering under his breath. He can't help but think that she is certainly loved, calling her a damn spoiled brat. His muttering, however, was not entirely private. He whips his head around to face the driver, shouting at the uncle to stay out of the conversation. Startled, the merchant throws his hands up, insisting he didn't say a thing. He then turns his suspicion to Novem, asking if she had just heard her voice with a teasing tone. With a placid expression, she claims she hasn't heard a thing, offering a disingenuous apology for her own voice instead. He sits slumped on the back of the moving cart, looking utterly spent. Noticing his state, Novem asks with concern if he is feeling all right. He affirms that he is, though internally he admits to himself that he might be more tired than he initially thought. The jarring clatter of the cart's wheels seems to be too much for him, and he lies down flat on his back amidst the cargo. He reassures Novem not to worry, telling her to pay him no mind. As the cart continues to rattle along the road, he stares up at the sky, attributing his exhaustion to his injuries not having fully healed. Novem watches him, her expression still laced with worry. His thoughts are suddenly interrupted by disembodied voices echoing in his mind. One sounds like his father, sarcastically noting his difficult situation. Another voice expresses disbelief and envy that Novem is so devoted to him, questioning how it's even possible for someone his age to have such a fiancée. He jolts upright with a start, shouting that he definitely heard voices. He turns to Novem, demanding to know if she heard them as well. Both she and the merchant driver look back at him, bewildered. Novem calmly replies that she heard nothing and asks if he is feeling unwell, which leaves Lyall stunned into silence. His outburst leaves him wobbling unsteadily. A dreadful thought crosses his mind. Has he begun to lose his sanity? He realizes with a growing sense of dread that he must be the only one hearing these voices. He dismisses the experience, deciding it must be nothing. As their cart pulls into a sizable town, he concludes that he was simply more exhausted than he realized, and that all he needs is some rest. Their search for lodging leads them to an inn, but upon approaching the front desk, Lyall exclaims in disbelief. The innkeeper has just informed them that there is only one room available. The innkeeper gestures dismissively, explaining that they get many customers this time of year. He tells them that if the single room is a problem, they are free to find lodging elsewhere, but warns them to decide quickly, as the room won't remain available for long. He continues, offering the key and suggesting a nearby pub for dinner, since the inn only serves breakfast. Before Lyall can object, Novem calmly accepts, stating that it's not an issue and that they will share the room. Her quick decision earns a shocked cry of her name from Lyall. He stands bewildered as an unseen person thanks Novem, mentioning that her actions are a great help. Confused, Lyall internally questions what the person meant by saying it helps him too. Novem, however, simply acknowledges the thanks with a serene smile, confirming their course of action. As they settle at a table in the bustling common room of the inn, he turns to Novem, still perplexed. With their luggage set beside them, he asks why they're bothering to carry it all around when their room surely has a lock. She meets his gaze with gentle understanding. Dismissing his concern with a soft, she tells Lord Lyall not to pay it any mind, reassuring him that he can leave all the small details to her. Her words do little to soothe the unseen chorus in his mind. The voices of his ancestors stir, one lamenting that the display is hard to watch and anxiety-inducing. Another voice chimes in, harshly questioning if their descendant is simply too ignorant of the ways of the world. Overwhelmed, Lyall sweats nervously, wondering aloud if their assessment is true. Lyall stumbles back, his eyes wide with shock. The voices have returned. Inside his mind, a cacophony erupts as his ancestors argue. One rationalizing that it's natural for a future Earl to delegate minor details, while another simply notes their return with alarm. His distress is palpable. Novem leans in, her expression concerned, noting that his face looks terribly pale and asking if he feels unwell. But Lyall is lost in the internal noise. An ancestor scoffs that even an idiot can have a title. Lyall panics, wondering how many voices there are and why they know so much about him. Realizing this is a terrible predicament, seated at a table in the inn, his mind races with a single, terrifying question. Has he gone insane? He forces a shaky laugh, trying to reassure himself that he's fine, but the chilling certainty that the voices are real and inside his head sends a wave of panic through him. His internal crisis is interrupted when a waitress approaches. She politely asks what he would like to eat, but Lyall is too flustered to respond, stammering unintelligibly. Novem observes his state, realizing he doesn't recognize anything on the menu. Lyall frantically decides they should just order for themselves. The waitress then asks if they would like anything to drink. Taking the lead, Novem inquires if the daily special is still available. The waitress enthusiastically confirms that it is. With complete composure, she orders 2 daily specials and requests hot tea to be brought after their meal. Overwhelmed and grateful, Lyall can only manage a meek affirmation. Novem turns to him, attempting to draw him into the conversation by mentioning that the special is chicken and should be something to look forward to. Lyall, still reeling, offers a vague sound of agreement. His non-committal response unleashes a fresh torrent of criticism from the ancestors. One voice scoffs, questioning if this is what passes for an earl's heir. Another calls him a pitiful sight, while a third deems his behavior plain rude. A fourth cruelly observes that he's only getting by because of Novem's kindness, suggesting anyone else would have already left. A wave of dread and doom washes over Lyall. He despairs internally, lamenting that the voices won't stop hurling abuse at him. The situation is no longer funny, it's just sad. Amid the barrage, a single desperate ancestral voice tries to defend him, swearing he's a fine young man, but is lost in the chorus of condemnation. After that, the dinner felt like an eternity. The barrage of insults from the spirits continued to flow without end, leaving Lyall so utterly exhausted that he couldn't even taste the food. He sits on the edge of the bed, bewildered, as Novem enters carrying 2 buckets. She announces that she has fetched some hot water for Lord Lyall. Confused, he looks at the buckets, noting that their room doesn't have a bath. She explains with a smile that there are no baths in this particular inn. Novem clarifies that while some inns provide a public bathing space for lodgers, most only offer hot water for a simple sponge bath. Continuing her explanation as she begins to scrub his back with a cloth, she adds that inns with private baths are extremely expensive, costing several silver coins for a single night. As she works, Novem remarks that since he has silver, it must be difficult for him to go without a proper bath. Lyall looks back at her, disagreeing. He states that won't do, because they have no idea what the future holds. He elaborates that money will be a precious resource in the days to come, so they must save it wherever possible. As Novem continues to wash him, warning that their funds could run out quickly, he closes his eyes, savoring the simple warmth of the water on his skin. Hearing his frugal reasoning, Novem has a moment of understanding, exclaiming that she sees how it is. Her sudden realization leaves Lyall slightly flustered, and he can only mutter in response, questioning her outburst. Feeling refreshed after his wash, A gruff but not unkind voice echoes in his mind, telling the brat to go wait outside if he's done. Lyall smiles, thanking the voice as if it were his own helpful thought. He begins to dress, as Novem informs him that she will also wash his underwear and leave it to dry. He pauses, shirt half on, and turns to her with a look of pure confusion, asking why she would do that. In response to his question, Novem fidgets, a blush creeping onto her cheeks as she begins to say she would like to. At the same time, another ancestral voice chimes in Lyall's head, exasperated, wondering how anyone could be so dense, or if it's all an act. The meaning suddenly crashes down on him. As Novem politely excuses herself to wait outside the door, an aggressive ancestor roars in Lyall's mind, yelling that she can't wash her body while he's in the room and ordering him to get out. Lyall freezes, his face a mask of horrified realization. He slumped against the wall outside the in-room door, utterly defeated by the ancestral scolding. As Novem prepared to bathe, her back turned to him. He quietly asked her about the voices. He confessed that they curse him, but sometimes offer advice, though it's mostly curses. A sudden wave of exhaustion washed over him. He remembered hearing these same voices back at Zel's house, realizing it wasn't just a dream. As his body grew heavy and his consciousness began to fade, a vision of the ethereal, jewel-adorned spirit bathing in a shimmering light filled his mind. In the encroaching darkness of his mind, a new voice echoed with authority. "There you are," it stated. "About time." The voice jolted him from his stupor. His eyes flew open in wide-eyed shock, revealing not the hallway of the inn, but the ornate ceiling of a grand, unfamiliar chamber. He found himself standing alone in a vast, circular hall. At its center was a round table holding a luminous sphere, surrounded by empty, high-backed chairs. "What the? Where am I?" he yelled into the echoing space. A disembodied voice immediately shot back. "This moron's so damn noisy." In an instant, the empty chairs were filled by 7 imposing men, all glaring down at him. A hulking, bare-chested ancestor criticized his lifeless eyes, while another yelled that he had no spirit. Their voices joined in a cacophonous howl of disapproval. He recoiled, stammering in disbelief at their sudden appearance. "I was all alone a second ago." The ancestor who had spoken first gestured towards the group. "This is why I called you noisy." His mind struggled to process the impossible scene. One moment he was at the inn, the next he was here. Staring at the men who had materialized from thin air, he desperately questioned his reality. Just who were they? Lyall is suddenly startled by a shout. In a strange, ethereal space, he finds himself before a council of 7 figures, led by a large, masked man with long dark hair. The man addresses him dismissively as Bean Sprout, commanding him to get down to business and listen. Confused, he glances over his shoulder, but the masked man bellows that there's nobody behind him. A bead of sweat forms on Lyall's temple as the reality of the situation begins to sink in. The full scene reveals Lyall standing before a large, round table where the 7 spirits are seated. The masked man, furious, screams at him to stop playing dumb, confirming that he is, in fact, talking to Lyall. The ancestor's tirade continues, listing Lyall's recent humiliations. He recounts how Lyall was beaten by his younger sister, kicked out of his own house, and is now completely dependent on a woman for his care. He slams his fist down, roaring that he is mortified to have such a person as his descendant. The realization dawns on Lyall. These figures are his ancestors. The masked man then demands to know who has been responsible for Lyall's upbringing. As the accusation hangs in the air, a rustle is heard. Another man at the table, with light, swept-back hair and formal attire, rises to his feet. Lyall stares, a flicker of recognition in his eyes, as he identifies the man as Broadwalt. He calls out in disbelief, "Grandfather?" He questions why Broad looks so young. Broad calmly explains that all the ancestors gathered there have taken on the appearance of their heyday. His grandfather then turns to the rest of the spirits and shouts, aggressively asking if they have a problem with his grandson. Lyall, meanwhile, remains bewildered, trying to process what is happening. In response, the masked ancestor roars that of course they have complaints. It's the very reason they drag Lyall into their realm. The other spirits glare with unified disapproval. Terrified, Lyall wonders if he has died and is now facing the wrath of his ancestors in the afterlife. Another ancestor, a man with glasses, calmly reassures Lyall that he isn't dead and suggests they begin with introductions. Seizing the moment, the masked man lets out a booming laugh. He introduces himself as Basil Walt, the founder and first-generation head of the Walt family. Following the founder's lead, another spirit speaks, his voice laced with irritation. He introduces himself as Crassel Walt, the second head, and immediately challenges Lyall, questioning his casual use of noble titles and remarking on his frustrating nature. A more light-hearted ancestor chimes in with a wink. He identifies himself as Slay Walt, the third head, finding the surreal gathering of all the past leaders to be quite amusing. The next in line, a man with glasses, adjusts them as he speaks. He introduces himself as Marcus Walt, the fourth head, and lightly admonishes his father for enjoying the situation a little too much. A quiet, stern-looking man with his eyes closed is identified next, Fredericks Walt, the fifth head of the family. The introductions continue with a gruff, bearded man who introduces himself as Finds Walt, the sixth head. He dryly notes that his own father is as brusque as ever. Finally, a familiar face clears his throat. Lyall's grandfather confirms his identity as Broadwalt, the seventh head, stating that while Lyall needs no introduction to him, he will participate in the formality all the same. He then addresses Lyall's unspoken question about their location. As Lyall looks around in bewilderment at the grand round table room, his grandfather reveals that this place is not what it seems. The truth is revealed. This entire meeting is taking place inside the gem that Lyall received from Zell. In the physical world, Lyall's body is slumped over, unconscious, clutching the very pendant that holds his mind captive. Broad's voice continues, explaining that because of this incredible ability, the item deserves a new classification. He suggests calling it a jewel. The pendant itself glimmers with a faint inner light. The weight of the revelation crashes down on Lyall. His eyes widen in shock as he makes a connection. Gems are not mere trinkets, but magical tools capable of recording memories, history, and even consciousness. The spirit of the third head, Slay Walt, addressed him with a smug grin, confirming that they were indeed the voices in his head. He noted with amusement that Lyall had finally figured it out. Lyall let out a breath, relieved that he was sane after all, but his relief quickly turned to anger. He recognized the familiarity in their voices and furiously demanded they repeat themselves. His outburst was met with immediate scorn from other ancestors. Fredericks, the fifth head, questioned what dissatisfactions Broad could have with Lyall, while Crassel, the second, roared that Broad had screwed up the boy's education. They mocked Lyall's physique, calling him a thin beanpole with no muscle and pale skin, and decried the ultimate shame, that he was defeated by his own little sister. The bickering did not cease. Fines, the sixth head, tried to dismiss the argument, suggesting they ignore the petty squabbles and continue their discussion. However, Marcus and Slay immediately argued back, with Marcus defending Lyall's slimness by stating he's still growing, and Slay agreeing. Slay then shifted the topic, remarking that while he finds the male-dominated nature of nobility a pity, he would never have allowed a girl to inherit the house. He stated that regardless of Ceres' exceptional qualities, there were simply too many demerits. He continued, recalling his own past. He explained that he was a second son who became heir only due to specific circumstances, and that he had a younger sister whose name was never even brought up in discussions of succession. He mused aloud whether times had changed enough for female leaders to become common. Lyall, however, corrected his ancestor's assumption. He stated firmly that female heads are not common in his era either. It is still assumed that a son will take the reins. His point was immediately overshadowed by the booming voice of Crassel. The second head declared that, putting aside the issue of Ceres becoming heir, the very concept of deciding a successor through a duel was mind-boggling. As Lyall observed the spirits, he realized his grandfather, Broad, was the youngest among them. This thought was interrupted as Crassel violently grabbed Broad's head, demanding to know what he taught his son to make him act like a madman. Broad, throbbing in pain, pleaded for his dignity in front of his watching grandson. Fredericks' memory provided context for the accusation. He recalled that Broad's son, Mysel, was once head and shoulders above his peers, with nothing strange about him. Furthermore, Ceres had been a normal girl, receiving an education perfectly suited for a young lady of her station. Within the spiritual realm, Lyall's grandfather, Broadwalt, processes the revelation. He murmurs his understanding. Ceres was found to be so overwhelmingly talented that Lyall was cast aside, and she was deemed essential for the family's future. Lyall, his expression strained, wonders aloud if such a thing is even possible. He continues, admitting that he doesn't know the full details. As he speaks, his bare foot clenches on the ethereal floor, betraying his inner turmoil. He tries to explain, calling his little sister perfect in every way. Her magic, academics, and swordsmanship were all flawless, but he insists the main factor was the unique aura she projected. Around the grand table, the other 6 ancestors listen to this account, their expressions hidden by the distance. The explanation is met with confusion. The second head, Crassel, looks completely baffled, questioning the very concept of an aura. His confusion is dwarfed by the founder's rage. Basil Walt erupts, slamming his hands down as he bellows at Lyall, demanding he stop speaking in vague nonsense. He roars for the boy to explain clearly what perfect and aura mean, causing Lyall to flinch back in fear. Intimidated, Lyall stammers, try to find the right words. He clarifies that what he meant was that everyone is simply drawn to her. He elaborates, explaining that his parents weren't cold to him at first, but the entire atmosphere of the house changed after he turned 10. Ceres filled their every thought, not just their parents but the servants too. The entire Walt estate, a massive and opulent mansion, seemed to move with her at its center. The fourth head, Marcus Walt, cuts in with a calm, analytical question. He asks if Lyall means to say that everyone around him simply acknowledged that Ceres was more qualified to succeed as head of the house. Lyall's silence is a grim confirmation. Marcus then turns his gaze to Lyall's grandfather. Addressing him as the seventh head, he states that all the ancestors would like to hear about the circumstances in more detail from him, Mr. Broad. He considered Lyall's words, his expression thoughtful. The name Ceres echoed in his mind as he observed his descendants' anxious state. He recalled his time with her. He had certainly done his share of doting on his granddaughter, even as she playfully pulled at his facial hair. However, he had to admit that she wasn't exceptionally talented, and what Lyall described sounded completely unreal. Crassel, the second head, interjected, stating that everything was still fine when his grandfather was alive. Broad conceded the point, adding that even ignoring his own bias, Lyall had always struck him as especially excellent. This praise triggered a somber memory for Lyall. He and his sister hadn't always been on such bad terms. He was left to wonder just when everything had gone so wrong. As Lyall was lost in his thoughts, his grandfather offered a theory to the other spirits. He suggested that everything changed around the time Ceres was 7 or 8 years old, positing that she may have manifested an art. The founder, Basil, leaned in, agreeing that such a sudden change would make sense if it were some kind of charming art, perhaps even a form of hypnosis. However, the third head, Walt, dismissed the idea as unrealistic. He argued that regardless of the art, achieving that level of mastery would take a significant amount of time, which didn't fit the circumstances. He then shifted his gaze, noting that the logic didn't quite track. Speaking of arts, he observed that it appeared Lyall had already manifested one of his own, though the young man himself hadn't even noticed yet. The revelation struck Lyall like a physical blow. He recoiled, shouting in disbelief that he had manifested an art. A small, spectral version of Slay appeared beside him, confirming that he was, indeed, completely clueless. Recovering, Lyall pleaded with his ancestors to tell him what sort of art he possessed. Basil noted that it was plausible, considering their lineage, but another ancestor stated that it was something only Lyall himself could know. He listens as his ancestor, Walt, explains that arts are split into 3 categories. Red Gem Store frontline combat arts, Yellow Gem Store rearguard magic arts, and the Blue Jewel he possesses store support type arts. Lyall sighs, realizing his own ability must fall into the support category. Following this, another ancestor, Walt, adds a grave warning. All they know about Lyall's specific art is that it never stops draining his mana, and if he isn't careful, he could run out and lose consciousness. The warning sparks a sudden, shocking realization. He understands now that this constant drain is why he has been so tired recently. He's being drained. As he processes this, the founder, Basil, cheerfully admits that while the art is part of it, the ancestors themselves are the main culprits. Every action they take within the spiritual space depletes Lyall's mana, powering everything that happens there. The confession hits him with the force of a physical blow, his eyes widening in pure, unadulterated shock. His mental shout of disbelief seems to echo into the physical world as he bolts upright to find himself not in the ethereal space of his ancestors, but staring at the familiar architecture of the inn. Disoriented, he finds himself sitting on the floor in the hallway outside his room. Novem, awakened by the commotion, rushes to his side, calling his name with concern. Seeing her worried face, Lyall tries to collect himself, concluding that he must have been asleep and was simply having a bad dream. Novem, still concerned, urges him to get some good rest, noting how tired he must be. Meanwhile, within the Blue Jewel, the ancestors observe Novem through Lyall's eyes. His grandfather, Broad, notes that she is the Fuchs' second daughter and expresses surprise that she has become Lyall's fiancée. Basil, however, remarks that her surname reminds him of a granny who once looked after him. That shared memory triggers a powerful, simultaneous reaction. In the physical world, Lyall lets out a cry of shock, while in the spiritual realm, Basil recoils with a look of utter horror. His mind reeled as the voices of his ancestors erupted into a chaotic argument. One spirit howled in disbelief, questioning if they had become retainers to the Fuchs family. Another corrected him, stating that the Waltz were promoted, making the Fuchs their vassals. The revelation that the Fuchs were their neighbors sent another into a frenzy, while a calmer voice warned the others they were draining Lyall's mana with their outburst. He realized with a sickening lurch that nobody else could hear the voices. As his grandfather's spirit argued from within about the debt owed to the Fuchs, Novem looked at him with concern, her head tilted slightly. "What's wrong, Lord Lyall?" she asked, completely unaware of the turmoil raging inside him. His hand instinctively went to the jewel at his throat, his fingers tightening around the cool stone. A profound sense of dread settled over him, his expression hardening as the full weight of his new reality crashed down. He finally accepted the truth. It hadn't been a dream. The voices continued their relentless bickering, arguing over debts, vassalage, and a very survival of the Walt line, which they claimed was thanks to the Fuchs. As one spirit demanded his attention, it became undeniable. His life of cohabitation with his noisy ancestors had begun. Within the spiritual plane, the noisy days for the Walt ancestors continued. Broadwalt, Lyall's grandfather, attempted to instill order, suggesting that to avoid confusion, they should decide how to address one another as fathers and sons. The founder, Basil Walt, immediately shot down the idea, crossing his arms defiantly. He gruffly told his son to shut up, declaring that everyone could simply refer to him as Lord Basil. As the bickering escalated, a stressed Marcus Walt complained that they were pushing all the work onto him. His brother, Slay Walt, smirked, casually remarking that they needed to think of something fast before things got out of hand, and promptly left the matter in Marcus's capable hands. Slay continued to provoke his son, suggesting that his glasses made him a perfect fit for the role of facilitator. Basil chimed in, begging glasses to take the job. Marcus protested that his eyewear had nothing to do with his abilities, but Slay simply told his stupid son not to try and change his name. Resigned, Marcus adjusted his glasses, which glinted sharply. He proposed a solution. They would refer to each other by their generational titles. As an example, he declared himself the fourth head. The chaotic scene of the ancestors fades as Lyall tosses in his sleep, sweating and distressed. A voice echoes in his mind. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Lyall, but he can only manage a weak protest. His troubled dream gives way to the bright light of day. The view opens to a sun-drenched, walled town built upon a hillside, identified by a sign as Remorrant. Now in Remorrant, Novem Fuchs calls out to Lyall, urging him to look at a large stone monument. Lyall turns, wondering what it is. The inscription on the stone speaks of Remorrant's miracle and the hero of Bansium, with the name Slay, Walt, carved prominently. She explains that here, in the land of Remorrant, Lord Slay was the third head of House Walt. Looking at the monument, Lyall confirms her words, acknowledging that there is no doubt it is the third head. At that very moment, the spirit of Slay Walt himself appears, his expression one of pure shock. He internally questions the monument's claim, bewildered. I'm a hero? What's the meaning of this? The confused spirit materializes directly behind Lyall, who yelps and jumps back in shock. Novem, unable to see the apparition, asks what happened. Thinking fast, Lyall points wildly and shouts that he saw a huge bug. Slay, meanwhile, realizes that only Lyall can perceive him and wonders who could be behind it all. He could only stare in disbelief as his mana visibly drained away. The spirit of Slay Walt, floating behind him, was in a state of utter shock. The third head cried out, asking if this was truly how he was remembered. He frantically recounted his heroic deeds, reminding the one he mistook for his father that he had sacrificed his life in a great battle, a victory won by his own hand, and that the people of Remorrant had memorialized him as a hero general who performed a miracle for the town. But Slay's heroic pride quickly soured into grim resentment. He muttered that it would be better if a monument like this never existed at all. The awful war, he recalled with bitterness, was entirely Bansium's fault to begin with. Listening to the spirit's lament, Lyall came to a stark realization. The official records of Bansium's triumphs were clearly far from the truth. It was just as they say, he concluded internally. History is written by the victors. As the spirit of Slay sighed in resignation behind him, Novem turned from the monument with a hopeful expression. She told Lyall that she was certain he, too, would one day become just as fine a man as the celebrated Lord Slay. Seeing his continued self-doubt, she clenched her fist with determination. Have faith in yourself, she urged him. Her passionate encouragement left Lyall flustered, but he was quickly brought back to reality when she pointed out that their carriage was about to depart without them. Their journey continued, but their plans soon changed. Based on a story they heard from a peddler along the way, they decided to alter their destination, heading for the town of Darien instead. The peddler had given them some crucial advice. He had suggested that a safe, beginner-friendly town like Darien would be a much better fit for new adventurers like them. He specifically warned them to avoid a place called Orin, where mercenaries apparently received special treatment. This change of plans, however, was not met with universal approval. While Novem verified the information and urged them to follow through, Lyall couldn't help but complain internally, wondering why he couldn't make a single decision for himself. Of course, the spirit of the first head also found a reason to complain about the detour. A few days later, their carriage rolled to a stop. They had finally arrived in the city of Darien. Standing on a balcony overlooking the sprawling townscape, Lyall let out a sigh of relief. His moment of peace was short-lived. The spirit of Slay Walt materialized beside him, chiding him that it was too soon to relax. He instructed Lyall to go help Novem with her luggage and remain on guard. The memory of the first head's earlier complaints echoed in his mind, a sharp reminder that he was no longer in the safety of the Walt mansion. He swallowed hard, a bead of sweat tracing a path down his temple as the voices of his ancestors echoed in his mind. The voice of his ancestor, Basil, boomed with disapproval, questioning if this was what passed for education in the Walt house now. He chastised Lyall, telling him to wake up and recognize that basic security was paramount. Another ancestor, Slay, argued that since Lyall had been cast out, he could no longer afford to be naive, as his circumstances were now dangerous. However, his grandfather, Broad, countered that a man of Lyall's station as an earl's heir must learn to delegate the finer details. The conflicting advice left him looking dejected. Noticing his gloom, Novem gently suggested that it was common sense to show some initiative, offering that he could carry her luggage. Overwhelmed, Lyall could only apologize. Shaking off his melancholy, he gripped the strap of his bag with renewed determination. He announced to Novem that their first stop should be the Adventurers Guild, and she quickly agreed. As they walked, a man in a leather cuirass, flanked by a woman with a staff and another man with a large weapon on his back, approached them. He called out, asking if they were new adventurers. Taken aback, Lyall bluntly asked for the location of the guild. Novem immediately chided him, reminding him that his tone was not the proper way to speak to people. The man, however, simply smiled and pointed them toward a massive building down the main road, identifying it as the Adventurers Guild. Thankful for the help, Lyall and Novem bowed in apology and gratitude. After the pair departed, the woman with the staff tapped her companion on the shoulder. She playfully teased him, asking if he had suddenly become a professional while she wasn't looking, poking fun at his formal newbie adventurers line. The man, Rondo, simply replied that it was fine. Their gruff companion, Ralph, cut the moment short, yelling at them to quit talking and move. Flustered, Rondo insisted he wasn't angry, wondering aloud how he was supposed to respond to such teasing. Lyall and Novem arrived before the grand, multi-tiered structure of Darien's Adventurers Guild. With a look of grim determination, Lyall gazes up at the building, steeling himself for the new life that is about to begin. Upon entering, they are immediately engulfed by a wave of sound. The main hall is a chaotic rabble, teeming with adventurers haggling, shouting, and milling about long wooden tables. Amidst the clamor, Novem explains the guild's layout. This bustling ground floor serves as a marketplace where monster materials are exchanged for currency. The actual receptionist desks, she points out, are on the second floor. Lyall takes in the scene, slightly overwhelmed by the sheer volume of people and activity. He and Novem then direct their gaze upwards, towards the second-floor balcony where the receptionists conduct their business, the chatter of the crowd echoing all around them. Having reached the second floor, they survey the 3 reception desks. Novem observes that the lines are quite uneven, playfully noting that the woman on the right is clearly the most popular due to her beauty, attracting a long queue of hopeful adventurers. As Lyall considers which line to join, the voice of his grandfather, Broadwalt, resonates within his mind. The spirit gives him clear advice. If he were in Lyall's shoes, he would choose the man farthest to the left. Immediately, other ancestors offer their opinions. Slay, the third head, casually suggests the woman in the middle isn't a bad option. In stark contrast, the founder, Basil, reacts with a booming, visceral disgust, declaring he would absolutely not choose the man on the left. Brod's calm voice cuts through the disagreement, laying out his rationale. He explains that the large man on the left works neatly and is polite to everyone. Conversely, the popular woman on the right is slow and her attitude shifts based on a person's looks, while the woman in the middle is fast but brusque and curt with her clients. The logic resonates deeply with Lyall. His eyes widen as the realization dawns on him. The man's professionalism and courteous demeanor are signs that he takes genuine pride in his work. Seeing his change in expression, Novem speaks. She confesses that she had assumed he would choose the woman in the middle, but on second thought, she understands his reasoning. With a nod, she agrees. Novem, let's line up with that large man. He and Novem approach the desk, and a large receptionist looks up. An intimidating aura rumbles off the man as his piercing eyes fix upon them. He asks if they're newcomers intending to register as adventurers. While Lyall is taken aback, Novem calmly offers her best regards. The sheer force of the man's presence startles Lyall, who breaks into a sweat. He internally notes the receptionist's intense aura before stammering out an affirmation. Beside him, Novem remains perfectly composed. Stepping out of the Adventurers Guild and into the streets of Darien, Lyall lets out a long, exhausted sigh. He holds up his newly acquired registration plate, declaring that the ordeal is finally over. Beside him, Novem thanks him for his hard work. As they walk away, the large receptionist gives them a confident thumbs up. Novem remarks that the man, Mr. Hawkins, was surprisingly kind and patient, contrary to his appearance. Lyall agrees, adding that he took the time to explain many things they didn't know. He walks onward, feeling the weight of his fatigue, which he internally blames on his meddling ancestors. Novem, with a small smile, reminds him not to forget to read the guild's booklet. Lyall concedes that he's tired and suggests they find an inn to rest for the day. However, upon arriving at an inn, Lyall is immediately summoned into the spiritual plane of the jewel. He finds himself kneeling before the founder, Basil Walt, and explains that he has very little mana left. Basil dismisses the complaint, stating that's precisely why he's the only ancestor present. He commands Lyall to be silent and listen, as he wishes to confirm some details about his sister, Ceres. The founder begins his questioning, asking Lyall to reaffirm that Ceres possesses a strange aura, is perfect at everything, and that her influence has derailed the Walt house. With a grim expression, Lyall confirms that it is all true. Basil muses on the description. He notes that while Ceres is a young girl people would describe as beautiful or cute, she was also strangely bewitching, as if the world itself had fallen under her charm. Lyall adds to this, recalling that ever since she changed, marriage proposals have been flooding in daily. Basil absorbs this information, his expression thoughtful, as he simply says, "Got it." The ancestor then pivots, asking Lyall if he knows of a historical figure named Agrissa, a beauty who brought an entire kingdom to its knees. Startled, Lyall recalls what he's read in books, that corruption in the old Centris kingdom was a breeding ground for people like her to seize power, which ultimately led to war. Basil scratches his head, annoyed by this summary. He declares the information half-assed and complains about careless historians. Lyall retorts in frustration, asking what more he could possibly do. He explains that he was born 50 years after the founding of the Bansium kingdom. As a 10-year-old, he only heard stories about the age that preceded it. As Lyall speaks, Basil's eyes narrow, his focus sharpening intently on his descendant. He begins his tale, explaining that his knowledge comes not from dusty tomes, but from a direct witness, a former soldier who survived the conflict and lived a long life. Basil recounts sitting with the one-armed veteran, listening to his stories. The way the old man told it, the conflict known as Agrisa's War was a thing of madness. Even as a young man, Basil listened intently, trying to comprehend the nature of the fighting. It was as if everyone was trapped in a collective dream. They fought and killed in her name, but it had nothing to do with love or hatred. It was a pure, unthinking devotion that drove armies to clash over cities under a sky filled with ethereal, bird-like apparitions. Everything, the battles, the slaughter, the mountains of corpses, was simply for the sake of Agrisa's smile. And then, as soon as that woman died, the spell was broken. The survivors looked around the battlefield in a daze, all asking the same question. Why were we even fighting? The story concludes, leaving Lyall kneeling on the floor of the ethereal chamber, processing the horrific tale. Basil's voice cuts through his descendant's thoughts. He asks Lyall if that story doesn't sound remarkably similar to the current state of the Walt household, forcing the boy to confront the parallel. He continues, his voice resonating with conviction. Monsters like Agrissa, he explains, always appear at historic turning points. They are humans who have received blessings from an evil god instead of the goddesses, heralding an age of mass death. He calls them the heretical god's child. This, he declares, is his conclusion. His final words land with chilling certainty. As Lyall stares in wide-eyed horror, Basil proclaims that Ceres is the heretical god's child. Within Lyall's mind, a memory of the blue jewel spirit surfaces, delivering a stark warning. His sister, Ceres, is the heretical god's child. The vision is accompanied by an image of Ceres herself, curled up and surrounded by a foreboding, dark energy. The vision fades, returning him to the present where he and Novem stand before the Adventurers Guild. He asks if they will be assigned an advisor, and Novem confirms that the guild will provide a trustworthy adventurer to act as their instructor, arranged through an official request. Within his mind, the ancestral spirit Basil scoffs at the notion, declaring it foolishness. He insists they only need to go out and fight monsters. Lyall argues back, pointing out that since they know nothing about this line of work, they might truly need the guidance. Another spirit, Finds, calls Basil a fool who solves everything with brute force. Lyall ignores their bickering, a smile spreading across his face as he realizes the guild is more accommodating to beginners than he had anticipated. He and Novem then look over the available options. She turns to him, stating her preference for an exclusive instructor, but adding that she wants to hear his opinion on the matter first. Upon seeing the price listed for her choice, both Lyall and the spirit Basil recoil in shock. The cost is an astounding 20 gold coins. The exorbitant sum causes an uproar among the spirits. Basil declares it a ripoff, while Fredericks finds the idea of Lyall learning from an adventurer absurd. Slay, however, trusts Novem's judgment. Lyall, overwhelmed, suggests the cheaper general course and offers to pay himself, but Novem firmly refuses, leaving him baffled. She explains that the general course's instructors change daily, which would prevent them from building rapport and cause problems later. Her eyes begin to sparkle with fierce determination as she states that Lyall's future is at stake. To surpass the previous heads of the Walt family, top-class instruction is essential, and she refuses to compromise. Lyall is taken aback by her sudden intensity. With a grand gesture, Novem declares that his future demands the finest instruction. In summary, she proclaims, an investment of this degree is nothing for the sake of his future. It is her declaration of intent. Her passionate speech leaves Lyall stunned into silence. Realizing her fervor, Novem clears her throat in slight embarrassment. The ancestor spirits, however, erupt in a chorus of approval, and Lyall, overcome with emotion, exclaims, "Oh my, what a good girl." He concedes, unable to object after her passionate speech, but immediately questions how they will acquire the 20 gold coins. To his shock, Novem calmly announces that she already has the money. As he starts to question where she got such a sum, wondering if it was a gift from her family, one of his ancestors bellows for him to stop prying. Novem gently interrupts, urging him to focus solely on his education and not to worry about the money. Her calm demeanor falters, her expression turning somber as she prepares to reveal the truth. She confesses that she brought her savings when she left home, but it wasn't sufficient. With a heavy heart, she sold her entire dowry, the clothes and tools prepared for her future marriage to him. She apologizes, explaining she couldn't bear to ask her parents for more help. Lyall is left utterly stunned by her sacrifice. The revelation sends a shockwave through his ancestral spirits. Slay realizes that a baron's daughter would never have access to such funds under normal circumstances, while Finds laments the trouble Lyall is causing Novem. He fully grasps the weight of her sacrifice. A bride's dowry is her most valuable asset, and the realization of how far she went for his sake, a devotion deeper than he ever conceived, hits him with crushing force. Overwhelmed, he can only stammer, "Why?" His ancestors erupt in a cacophony of opinions. Marcus calculates that she received only a fraction of the dowry's true value from a hasty sale. Slay notes the fortune her family must have spent on it, while Basil furiously commands Lyall to start hunting monsters to earn money immediately. Cutting through the chaos, Fiennes offers a clear path forward. He advises that dwelling on what's lost is pointless. Instead, they must honor her devotion by earnestly striving to make Lyall a first-rate adventurer. With the money he earns, he can provide her with a new dowry in the future. Returning to the present moment, he stands shaken. Novem, seeing his distress, asks if he is all right and gently insists he not blame himself, reaffirming that this was her own choice. Her face radiates with unwavering conviction. She declares that 20 gold coins are a small price, for there is nothing she would not do to make his dream a reality. Lyall's eyes are wide with shock, the pupils constricted. The weight of Novem's sacrifice crashes down upon him, leaving him stunned. The shock quickly gives way to a full-blown panic. His heart hammers against his ribs, a frantic, uncontrollable rhythm as he gasps for air. Within the spiritual plane, his ancestors' voices urgently try to ground him, pleading for him to calm down and take deep, slow breaths. But their words are lost in the storm of his turmoil as he realizes it's no use. This overwhelming emotion, these feelings, he can't even begin to put them into words. His mind, unable to form a coherent thought, can only scream one question into the void. Why? Overwhelmed with emotion, Lyall confronts Novem, his voice cracking as he demands to know why she would go so far for someone like him. She looks back at him, her expression calm but concerned as she softly speaks his name. He turns away, shouting that he is no longer a noble and their engagement is void. His desperation mounts as he adds that even his own parents gave up on him. His mind flashes with images of all the people he feels he has failed. He yells that he doesn't know what she expects, but he will only let her down, questioning why she would ever choose to stay with him. Clutching his shirt, tears welling in his eyes, he screams that any kindness is wasted on him, and that no matter what she gives, it will never mean a thing. His outburst subsides into despair, and he collapses to his knees, head bowed to the floor. He asks Novem if she isn't already aware of how he was treated back at his family home. In response, Novem kneels before him, her hands clenched with conviction. She gently tells him that even during his isolation, he always worked his hardest, declaring that he is a splendid man. Her gaze is firm and unwavering. She continues, stating that instead of running away, he stood his ground, strove to improve, and faced every challenge head-on without ever giving in. Lyall gently touches her hand, interrupting her praise. "No, you're wrong," he says softly. He confesses that it wasn't a refusal to run away. Rather, he simply lacked the courage to run at all. His mind drifts back to the past, recalling how no matter how much he trained in swords and magic, he was utterly terrified of his sister, Ceres. The memory culminates in a stark admission. In her presence, his legs wouldn't move. He was frozen by fear. He confesses that he is just a coward. He struggled foolishly, believing he would be rewarded in the end. But instead of running away from his fear, he simply did nothing. His voice cracks with emotion as he admits to Novem that all he ever wanted was for someone, anyone, to notice him. That was all. He collapses to his knees, tears streaming down his face as he begs her not to make him feel any more pathetic. He screams that it's over, that he is not the man she thinks he is, and that now even she will give up on him. Still kneeling, he turns away, convinced this is for the best. He tells himself that Novem is a great person and that he cannot let her stay, as there is no happiness for her with a failure like him. But a voice cuts through his despair, stating simply, "I was watching." Lyall looks up in shock as Novem's voice continues, telling him that she has always been watching him. Before he can react, she rushes forward, wrapping her arms around him in a tight embrace. She explains that she watched him again and again in the mansion halls, and even called out to him. A memory surfaces of Novem watching from a balcony as Lyall trained relentlessly. She recalls that he was always so immersed in his studies that he never had a moment to spare. She remembers his intense focus. He spent every waking moment training or studying, without the presence of mind to even look at his surroundings. Novem explains that because the Fuchs family has a short history as high nobility, other houses look down on them. But, she reveals, there were times when Lord Lyall himself came to her rescue. He listens as Novem continues her explanation, recalling her childhood. She reveals that she was ostracized and frequently harassed by her peers, forcing her to spend much of her time alone. She recounts that in those moments of isolation, Lyall would always approach her to talk, and each and every time her tormentors appeared, he would step in to drive them away. To her, she confesses those actions meant the world. Lyall, however, tries to downplay it, stating his memory is fuzzy and that she's making mountains out of molehills. She looks at him with earnest, shining eyes, insisting that she was truly happy back then. That happiness, she adds, peaked when the marriage proposal from his family arrived. Despite her words, Lyall remains kneeling in despair, apologizing that he isn't worth all that devotion. Novem grips his hands tightly, fiercely declaring, "You are," and that she believes it from the bottom of her heart. She reveals she swore an oath to herself then, that her place would always be by his side. She promises to continue watching over him, stating with conviction that nobody in the world understands his value more than she does. Her unwavering faith shatters his composure. He screams in anguish, demanding to know why she would humiliate herself for him. He accuses her of secretly wanting to be with Ceres, like everyone else, shouting that her words are a lie and that she will just abandon him like all the others. In response to his pained accusations, her hand clenches into a fist. "No," she states, her voice firm and resolute. She moves behind him, wrapping her arms around his shoulders in a tight embrace. She tells him her heart has been his for a very long time, and that she will always be with him, no matter what happens. Appearing like an ethereal, winged being, she looks down at him and makes her final plea. She doesn't ask for him to return her feelings. She only asks that he let her love him. That, she says, is all she'll ever need. Lyall stares up, utterly stunned into silence. He remains overwhelmed, tears streaming down his face as Novem holds him close. She speaks with unwavering conviction, telling him that he has value, that he is worth everything she could ever give. She asserts that his worth is not his to deny, but hers alone to determine. Overcome by her words, he can only manage a choked response. Leaning against her, he whispers a quiet, followed by a heartfelt thank you. Sometime later, as they approach the grand facade of the Darien's guild, the voices of his ancestors return. The founder, Basil, sniffles dramatically, lamenting that he just wanted someone to look his way. The third head, Slay, smirks, tauntingly suggesting that Basil would rather be with Ceres, like everyone else. Novem stops and turns to him, her expression firm. She forbids him from ever calling himself worthless again, stating that his value is not his to deny. Within his mind, the ancestors add their own critiques. The fourth head, Marcus, advises him to be more confident and stop mumbling. Basil, meanwhile, exasperatedly asks if Lyall has any idea how embarrassing it is for them to watch him. Inside the guild, his boot taps once on the wooden floor as he stands before a large, imposing receptionist. The man, Mr. Hawkins, observes Lyall's grim expression and questions him. "You're certain about asking for private instruction?" Lyall confirms with a simple yes. As he stands firm, the general clamor of the guild hall continues around them. In the background, the adventurer Ralph angrily tells his companion to shut up, blaming his earlier outburst on mana exhaustion. Novem addresses the receptionist directly, stating that if they have the required payment, the guild should handle the rest. She pushes the paperwork forward, her tone businesslike, and instructs Mr. Hawkins to proceed as documented. Hawkins confirms that the requested instructor is indeed an acquaintance of his. Novem acknowledges this, noting that the order of events is backward, but offers to make the introduction herself. Following her lead, Hawkins gestures towards a woman standing nearby. He explains that her name is Zelfie, a veteran adventurer. If the guild accepts their request, she will become Lyall's personal instructor. The woman, Zelfie, offers a confident smile and greets the newbies. Lyall stares in disbelief, his mouth agape. Novem Fuchs calmly proposes that he marry her. She acknowledges that she doesn't understand what a girl like her sees in a lost cause like him, but she insists that leaving her is not an option. She declares her devotion, stating she would do anything for him and that he must take responsibility. Her words, a lost cause, reverberate in his mind, accompanied by the stinging labels of his recent past: naive, broke, weak, and exiled. Within the spiritual plane, one of the ancestors observes that Lyall's banishment means the family's marriage rules no longer apply to him. However, he notes that even if they did, marrying Novem would have presented no problem, as Lyall would never have found a bride who passes the family's pesky rules as effortlessly as she does. Hearing this, the founder, Basil Walt, looks up in confusion and asks what these rules are. A list appears, detailing 6 stringent requirements for a bride. Outraged, Basil demands to know which moron created such a pain. The fourth head, Marcus, coolly retorts that he'll find the culprit in a mirror, implying Basil himself is the creator. The ancestors' argument echoes into the physical world. Lyall listens with a grim expression, realizing there is something fundamentally wrong with his family. Meanwhile, the third head, Slay, exclaims that this is the first he's ever heard of the rules, while Marcus fumes, wanting to punch Basil for all the trouble they've caused. Having processed this revelation, Lyall and Novem arrive before the grand edifice of the Darien Adventurers Guild. Lyall voices his assent, ready to proceed. Inside, a gloved hand firmly grips a quill, scratching across a formal document. With a final stroke of ink, their contract is complete. The contract signed, they're introduced to a woman named Zelfie. Seated across from her, Lyall and Novem formally introduce themselves, stating that they are pleased to make her acquaintance and will be in her care. She offers a confident smile, confirming she has accepted the job. Zelfie remarks that it isn't every day 2 novices hire a full-time instructor right from the start, and she warns them not to expect her to hold back. In response to her warning, Novem calmly requests that Zelfie be as strict as necessary. Beside her, Lyall leans forward with a determined look and agrees emphatically. Their new instructor, Zelfie, thoughtfully touches her chin. Having secured their agreement, she murmurs her approval of their responses, ready to begin. Her first lesson, however, is not what Lyall anticipated. He finds himself scooping thick sludge from a city gutter, a cloth tied over his face against the stench. He groans in disgust, wondering why he is being made to clean the gutters. From a short distance, Zelfie watches him work, her expression unyielding as Novem looks on with concern. Zelfie reminds him that upon signing the contract, he gave his word to follow her instruction policies, ordering him to quit complaining and keep the shovel moving. He stops his work to protest, gesturing in frustration. He argues that he doesn't see what this task has to do with his training, but Zelfie cuts him off, stating firmly that she already told him she won't let him cherry-pick his requests. Seeing his distress, Novem steps forward, pleading to be allowed to switch places with Lord Lyall. Zelfie immediately blocks her path, declaring that such an action is no good and forbidding her from spoiling Lyall. This kind of work, she explains, is what holds a society together. He glances at Novem, acknowledging her status as a sheltered former noble now thrown to the wolves, much like himself. With sweat beading on his brow, he resolves not to pry or question the task further. As he resumes his work, Zelfie's voice echoes over a view of the city. She lectures that everything he takes for granted is built on the backs of others doing difficult, unseen work. It is a necessary experience, she insists, and if he doesn't take these jobs now, he never will. Within the Blue Jewel, his ancestors debate the lesson. Slaywalt argues that if the goal is teaching Lyall about the world, gutter cleaning is hardly the way. Marcus Walt counters that a strong, noble pedigree doesn't simply vanish because one is down on their luck. Their debate escalates into a cacophony inside his head. One ancestor marvels that the Centris royal bloodline means Lyall and his sister share the blood of Agrissa. Another scoffs that it's preposterous, as Lyall is just an adventurer now. The conflicting arguments swirl, causing him to sweat under the mental strain. He grows dizzy as the voices reach a fever pitch. Basil Walt's spirit notes that Broad's wife was Agrissa's only living descendant, and it would be a waste to let a refined magician's bloodline die out. Another shouts that all evidence points to Ceres being the child of an evil god, causing Lyall's mental fortitude to plummet. He collapses face first into a puddle of mud with a loud splash. As Zelfie and Novem look on, one of his ancestors' voices rings out, shouting his name before lamenting that the antics of the child of an evil god are starting again. As he lies in the muck, the cacophony of his ancestors continues. One spirit furiously commands him to get a hold of himself, declaring he'll never accept Novem taking Lyall's place in such filth. A different, more practical voice suggests just pulling the collapsed rookie out of the sun to rest. Watching the scene, Zelfie smirks, remarking that Lyall has even less stamina than she anticipated and that they will have to build him up with more hard labor. On the ground, Lyall realizes he can't move, feeling his mana being drained away by the spirit's constant bickering. And so, his grueling training continued. Because his mana was constantly being drained, he was mistaken for simply lacking physical stamina, and Zelfie forced him into hard labor every day. After some time, she approaches him, noting that he is finally producing good results. She informs him that he has passed the exam, presenting him with his first B grade. He breathes a sigh of relief, grateful for what he believes is finally some praise. He knows that adventurers are graded in 5 stages, with payouts differing based on the job and grade. A C or higher usually means a satisfied client. His relief turns to outrage, however, when he realizes his grade is actually a D, and he shouts at Zelfie, demanding to know why. His protest is met by the angry shouts of another adventurer, who is incredulous at Lyall's complaint. A more level-headed man with glasses explains that while Lyall was supposed to be keeping watch, he was observed pushing his work onto others. Zelfie steps forward, coolly addressing the group of men who have gathered. "Hey," she calls out, her tone sharp as she demands to know what they want. He watches, confused by her intervention. He can't understand why she is getting involved in this dispute. In response, the large, bald man steps up to Zelfie, placing a hand on her head in a demeaning gesture. He growls at the woman to get out of sight. She reacts with blinding speed. Before he can finish his threat, she twists his wrist, delivers a swift punch to his gut, and follows through by grabbing his face and slamming him down. The large man crumples to the ground, coughing and gagging in pain. She held the large man pinned to the ground, her leg pressing down on his back while she twisted his arm behind him. The swift, brutal sequence of events flashed by. A twist, a trip, and a hard thud as he hit the pavement, his face contorted in pain. Lyall could only watch, his expression frozen in shock. Looking down at her subdued opponent, who had just managed to utter the word woman, Zelfie's voice was cold and steady. "What are you saying again?" she asked. At the Adventurers Guild, a stern official with glasses reprimands Lyall, telling him to save his excuses as a supervisor saw him slacking off. The man warns him not to bring any more shame to the guild. As Lyall trembles, protesting that his low grade was confusing, the official dismisses him, saying it's time to collect his reward and pick up Novem. He is left momentarily stunned when Zelfie appears, remarking that he seems to be doubling as a watchdog for the guild. A nearby adventurer congratulates him on a job well done. Before Lyall can fully process her words, Zelfie gives him a knowing look, murmurs that she'll see him tomorrow, and departs, leaving a faint cracking sound in her wake. His reward for the day's work amounts to 8 large copper coins. The impressive sum is counted out at the Grand Hall of the Darien's Guild. Later, inside the guild, Lyall sits with Novem. He admits the work was tough, but that he did his best, revealing that his transcription job earned him 6 large copper coins. He then turns to Novem, asking how she fared. Before she can answer, The adventurer Rachel approaches their table, asking if they have finished for the day. Lyall sighs, lamenting that even with their earnings combined, they fell short of the 15 large copper coins an adult can supposedly make in a day. She winks, introducing herself as Rachel, a senior adventurer. She explains that she has to earn some extra money while her party's frontline fighters are resting. After Lyall and Novem confirm they are also done, Novem explains the situation. Rachel's party of 3, which includes Ralph the spearman and Rondo the warrior, often takes on strenuous, battle-heavy quests. To allow the vanguards to recover from their scrapes, Rachel takes on the same transcription work as Novem. Rachel beams at Novem, telling her that her penmanship is incredibly popular and has become the talk of the transcription scene. Lyall cheers for Novem's success, but Novem modestly insists it's an over-exaggeration. She continues, expressing her awe at Novem's skill. She reveals that Novem's work is not only fast and beautiful, but that she earned 11 large copper coins today all on her own. Rachel then asks if Novem could share some tips to help her improve. Lyall is struck dumb by this revelation. 11 large copper coins? He distinctly remembers Novem saying she made only 6. Within his mind, the spirits of his ancestors, Marcus and Fredericks, realize the truth. She had told a white lie to spare his pride and boost his spirits. His fist clenches on the table. The voice of his ancestor, Basil, echoes in his mind, mocking him as a clown. The spirit asks if he was relieved to learn Novem was making less money than him. As Novem tries to stammer an explanation, her concern is palpable, asking what's wrong. But Basil's voice cuts through, declaring it's only natural he'd earn less than her after getting worked up overhauling rocks. He can only stammer, unable to form a response as sweat beads on his face, the humiliation sinking in. Suddenly, he shoves his chair back with a rattle. Standing abruptly before Novem and Zelfie, he announces that he just remembered something he needs to do and will be leaving first. As he rushes out, Zelfie wonders aloud why he left in such a hurry. Novem remains silent, watching him go with a worried expression. Lyall flees the Adventurers Guild, running out into the streets of the city. He sprints through an alleyway, panting with exertion and frustration. He curses aloud, trying to deny that his anger is because of Novem, but the thought trails off, incomplete. As he runs, the spirit of Basil Walt appears beside him, taunting him for running off to throw a tantrum. The ancestor scoffs that Lyall is an adult in age, but a child in mind, and that he hasn't earned the right to wallow in pity until he's achieved something worthwhile. The spirit of Fredericks Walt materializes to rebuke Basil, shouting at him to shut up. He accuses Basil of only ever provoking and belittling Lyall, insisting that the harsh words were meant as encouragement, not provocation. The argument among the ancestors intensifies. Brod, his grandfather, defends him, while Marcus offers a backhanded compliment about him having some redeeming qualities. Slay tries to calm them, but another ancestor complains that their harshness is only making things worse. Basil's voice cuts through the chaos, calling Lyall a sniveling brat on whom their arts are wasted and telling him to get over with. At his breaking point, Lyall clutches the blue jewel at his neck. With a sharp snap, the chain breaks as he roars for them all to be quiet. He screams in frustration, demanding to be left alone as he hurls the blue jewel with all his might. The heirloom flies through the air, directly towards a young woman in a maid's uniform who is leaning against a nearby wall. The jewel strikes her squarely on the head with a dull thud. She cries out, clutching the point of impact as Lyall looks on from a distance, his anger replaced by shock. Annoyed, she mutters about having work soon and wonders what could possibly be wrong with him. She storms over to him, ready to deliver a sharp reprimand, but stops short. She finds him with tears streaming down his face. Confused by this turn of events, she demands to know why he is the one crying. Saying nothing more, she casually tosses the heirloom back. Lyall catches it out of reflex, his gloved hand closing around the ornate blue jewel. The girl then presents her own heirloom, a dark gem dangling from a chain, explaining that she has one too. She notes that the elaborate decorations on his jewel clearly indicate its value. Lyall looks down at the object in his hand, his expression tight with shame. He internally concedes that his is also an heirloom, and that he's simply lost his temper. His gaze sharpens as he notes a key difference. Her heirloom is a red gem. She continues, telling him he was lucky she was his victim, as anyone else might have beaten him senseless. She sternly warns him not to throw it again, or at the very least, to ensure he doesn't hit anyone if he does. Lyall offers a sincere apology, realizing he could have seriously injured her. As he does, the voice of his grandfather, Brod, speaks to him from within the jewel. The spirit explains that her gem is a simple cured object, while Lyall's jewel has evolved, gaining a will from its past users' memories. Brod warns that throwing it away is futile, it won't silence them. As Lyall processes this, the girl's expression brightens with an idea. Seeing how distraught he is, she calls out to him with a new proposition. He should follow her back to the shop where she works. Lyall looks up, taken aback by the unexpected offer of help. He hesitates, admitting that he doesn't have much money for a shop. Unfazed, she asks if he has any large copper coins, suggesting that will be enough. He expresses his hesitation, finding the situation to be quite sudden. As the voices of his ancestors murmur their concerns in his mind, Arya offers a reassuring smile. She promises that if he comes with her, he will feel a whole lot better. With his compliance seemingly secured, she cheerfully declares him all good then. As Lyall's heart begins to pound in his chest, she leans in with a bright smile, assuring him it's okay, because she will be the one providing him with service. The implication makes him blush, and he stammers, questioning what she could possibly mean. She responds with a playful, "Oh," and brings a finger to her lips, coyly asking if she really needs to say it. The suggestion sends Lyall's heart into a frantic rhythm, his face flushing a deep red. Inside his mind, his ancestors are in an uproar. The spirit of his grandfather, Broad, shouts in dismay, reminding Lyall that he is watching. The fourth head, Marcus, chides him for even considering wasting hard-earned money on a prostitute, and urges him to think of Novem. In a bustling town square, the air sparkles with an almost tangible romantic energy as Lyall and Arya stand facing each other. The source of the atmosphere becomes clear as Lyall is visually overwhelmed by several provocatively dressed women nearby, causing him to blush furiously as his heart pounds. His excitement hasn't subsided when Arya, with a look of shock, suddenly exclaims that they've completely skipped over introductions in the midst of the commotion. Composing herself with a confident smile, she introduces herself as Arya Lockwood. A stunned Lyall stammers out his own name in response. While within the Blue Jewel, his ancestor Basil reacts in disbelief to the name Lockwood. The reaction from the ancestral spirits is immediate and explosive. Basil and Broadwalt both roar in unison, declaring there's no doubt she is a descendant of a Miss Alice. As another ancestor wonders who Alice is, finds Walt stares intently, a memory surfacing. He quietly realizes that she was his first love. Basil, enraged, points at Arya and demands the others look at her, shouting that it's obvious she's the spitting image of the beautiful and cute Alice Lockwood. The other ancestors, however, remain utterly bewildered, having no idea who he is talking about. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, Novem, Fuchs, and Zelfie sit at a table. As a waitress serves them, Zelfie mentions that Lyall has been behaving strangely. Novem agrees, and they decide to get the facts straight. Zelfie recounts a recent incident, after discovering that Novem out-earns him, Lyall ran off in tears. He returned hours later, completely refreshed and cheerful, as if all his worries had simply melted away. She continues her report, explaining that starting the very next day, Lyall began inviting the male members of Rachel's party out, and they've been disappearing with him daily, much to the confusion of their party members. As the conversation continues, Zelfie leans forward and bluntly asks Novem if she and Lyall have a physical relationship, stating it's an unfortunate truth that they don't. Beside them, Arya listens in, thinking that the men who brought this up earlier could have been more discreet. Novem calmly clarifies her status with a gentle smile, declaring, "I'm his ex-fiancée." The revelation stuns the group. Rondo and Rachel shout in disbelief, while Zelfie, caught off guard, questions what kind of relationship they truly have, realizing she had the wrong idea. Rachel's shock quickly morphs into frantic excitement. She gasps, demanding to know why they haven't gotten physical, her imagination running wild with a dramatic story of a former noble and a devoted woman. Young lovers fated to marry who instead eloped. Seeing her friend's outburst, Arya apologizes for the commotion. She acknowledges Rachel's point, but firmly tells her to calm down. Zelfie remains perplexed, unable to understand why Lyall would cheat on Novem, who she notes is gorgeous, has a great personality, is willing, and possesses a notably ample chest. Shifting gears, Arya proposes a plan. They will take the initiative and catch Lyall red-handed. She reasons that while blowing off steam is fine, cheating is not. Zelfie agrees, calling Lyall nuts. As night falls, a crescent moon hangs in the cloudy sky. Under the cover of darkness, Lyall leads Rondo and Ralph down a cobblestone street in a less reputable part of the city. As they walk, Rondo thanks Lyall, admitting he was too embarrassed to visit a place like this alone. Ralph grins in agreement, adding that he started looking forward to these nightly visits. They arrive at their destination, a building with a glowing sign depicting women in bunny outfits. Rondo murmurs that standing here makes him feel guilty about Rachel, but Ralph sharply warns him that it's dangerous to bring up her name in a place like this. Just then, the door creaks open. A line of women in maid uniforms stands in the doorway. Arya is at the front, welcoming the group back to their shop. Ralph, however, scoffs with irritation. He declares he's had enough of the pointless greetings and has reached his patience's limit, stating they know exactly what they are there for. His impatience was immediately rewarded. A waitress, apologizing for the delay, presented an extravagant assortment of sweets. Before them lay cakes, parfaits, and pastries of every description. He, along with Lyall and Rondo, held their forks aloft, their expressions of pure delight confirming that it was well worth the wait. They wasted no time. As Lyall and Rondo savored their respective desserts, offering each other a taste, Ralph declared with fervent intensity that he would conquer the entire menu. His friends could only stare, taken aback by his zeal, just as the bell on the shop's door chimed, announcing a new arrival. The new arrivals were not fellow dessert enthusiasts. A palpable aura of doom filled the room as Rachel, flanked by a stone-faced Zelfie and a trembling Novem, stood before them. Her voice cut through the cheerful atmosphere, demanding to know why Lyall was here and accusing him of sneaking away every day just to eat. The three men were paralyzed with shock. As the tense standoff continued, Arya's voice provided context for Novem. She explained that while the cafe's specialty was sweets, its target audience was specifically male. Many men, she noted, would be too embarrassed to be seen in a typical dessert cafe, so the establishment's discreet location and shady entrance actually worked in its favor, attracting a clientele like Lord Lyall. Lyall, utterly bewildered, could only wonder what was happening and what this all meant. He could not see Novem's face, but her entire body trembled with a silent, suppressed fury. Lyall panics, trying to silence the furious voice of his ancestor, the first head, who is demanding he tell Arya the truth, that he's there to protect her from shady men. Lyall desperately tries to calm him, insisting the situation is not what it appears to be. The ancestor's voice continues to rage, calling Lyall an idiot for potentially making things worse. He declares that they cannot simply leave the precious little Arya alone in such a sketchy establishment. Observing the commotion, Zelfie smirks to herself. She muses that while she approves of using sweets to fix a bad mood, Lyall has been acting far too suspiciously. Still, she supposes she should be relieved he wasn't involved with another woman. With a flourish, she presents Novem, Rachel, and Arya, announcing that it's the men's treat for an all-you-can-eat sweets buffet. The declaration is met with shock from Lyall, while Arya immediately plans to order 3 roll cakes and a parfait, and Rachel decides on an entire cake. Lyall can only apologize in horror at the impending cost. Later that night, as Arya complains about him leaving her cake, Lyall reflects on the day's events. A misunderstanding had led to him being suspected of cheating, but he managed to escape the situation by sacrificing his earnings and his own share of the sweets. As he stands outside the building under the crescent moon, Novem's voice cuts through the quiet. She calls out to Lord Lyall, stating that she has something she needs to say to him. Startled, Lyall turns. Internally, his ancestors erupt in chaos, with Slay calling Novem the source of all evil and Basil demanding Lyall kneel. He manages only a nervous yes in response to her. He braces himself, fully expecting a slap. He knows he is the one who chose to hide his visits to the shop from Novem, even if the first head had been the one forcing him to go. He watches as she stands in the doorway. To his utter confusion, instead of getting angry, Novem holds out a silver coin. She tells him that because he works so hard, it's natural for him to take breaks, and gently chides him that it's unhealthy to only eat sweets every day. Lyall is stunned into silence. Novem explains she doesn't want to strain his friendship with Rondo and Ralph, and asks him to use the coin to treat them. From a distance, his companions misinterpret the gesture entirely. Rondo and Ralph see them as a married couple, while Zelfie coldly labels Lyall as Novem's hopeless gigolo. The word echoes in Lyall's mind, filling him with horror as he imagines a future of receiving an allowance from Arya. He stood outside under the night sky, the humiliation churning within him. He would have preferred being slapped. He grimaced, wondering just how much longer things could possibly go on like this. His despair seemed to resonate in the spiritual plane, where a heated argument was taking place. Finds Walt, the sixth head, pointed an accusatory finger and shouted, "Hey, old man." The accusation was hurled across a grand table where the ancestral spirits were gathered. Inexplicably, Lyall, Novem, and Arya were also present. The third head, Slay, questioned Finds' motives, asking if he cared that Arya was the descendant of his first love. The fourth head, Marcus, bluntly asked for his aim, suggesting he wanted Lyall to marry Arya for personal satisfaction or to make his first love pay off. Lyall, completely lost, stated that to his knowledge, the Walt family had never had any ties to the Lockwoods. Before anyone could respond to his confusion, Finds roared, "Enough!" He then proclaimed that House Walt wouldn't even exist without a certain Miss Alice. He slammed his fist on the table with a resounding bang. "Wrong!" he shouted, calling the others dolts. He began to explain that he had struck out on his own with the express purpose of marrying Miss Alice, but as the third son of a low-ranking noble, he wasn't considered an acceptable match for her. As the story began, Marcus pinched the bridge of his nose, a headache already forming. He summarized the unbelievable truth. Their founder had braved the wilds and established their entire noble house just to marry a woman he loved. Finds elaborated that he had joined an expeditionary team and carved out his own territory to make it happen. His passionate tone then turned to dejection. He admitted that by the time he came back to claim her, she had already married into House Lockwood. Slay couldn't help but smirk, asking if he got dumped. Finds defensively shot back that he wasn't dumped, because they had never even spoken to each other. The revelation stunned the other ancestors into silence for a brief moment, before they all erupted in a collective, disbelieving HUH. Marcus, looking utterly exhausted, finally verbalized the absurdity of all. Their entire noble legacy was nothing more than a grand gesture for their founder to woo a woman he had never even spoken to. Crassel, the second head, shouted that one slip-up in that plan meant none of them would exist. Just then, the founder, Basil Walt, appeared, playfully calling them idiots and noting that's what it means to be young and reckless. While Slay greeted the founder with reverence, Finds remained defiant, declaring it was destiny, a fate he set in motion, where his bloodline and Miss Alice's were always meant to unite. His fanatical speech about destiny was met with a calm, cutting question from Lyall's grandfather, Broadwalt. He asked the assembled spirits what they would think if a person they assumed to be a proper adult suddenly began speaking passionately about first loves and fateful encounters. He let the silence hang in the air before announcing his intention to make one thing clear. The pointed remark left finds Walt, the sixth head, stammering uncomfortably as other ancestors began to grumble. He then declared that the founders' lost love was completely irrelevant. Their true purpose for existing in this spiritual plane, he asserted, was to pass on their respective arts to Lyall. The word struck Lyall with the force of a revelation. Arts? He thought, suddenly realizing that these powerful spirits hadn't manifested just to harass him. They had a genuine purpose. His grandson's slow realization was met with visible annoyance from Broad, who muttered that they never shut up and that it took them long enough to get to the point. Marcus, the fourth head, then clarified that in Lyall's current state, he needed to learn the founder's art, the all-important body-enhancing ability called Full Over, before any of them could teach their own. This prompted an immediate, furious outburst from the founder, Basil Walt, who roared that there was no way in hell he would teach his art to a brat like Lyall. His vehement refusal sent a wave of reactions through the room. Slay, the third head, erupted in laughter, amused that their very existence had just been flatly denied. Beside him, Crassel, the second head, buried his face in his hand while Lyall stared in utter shock. Walt exploded at Basil, demanding he quit sulking. He reminded him that the fastest way to fix Lyall's mana issues was to strengthen him with Basil's Full Over. Basil shot back, denying he was sulking and questioning why Lyall's problem was his concern. His defiance devolved into a childish tantrum. Basil struck a dramatic pose, declaring himself a dreamer lost in delusions of destiny and first loves, adding petulantly that he wasn't a proper adult. The chaos finally broke Lyall, who screamed at the two to shut up, calling their argument childish and vowing to protect little Arya. His outburst only fueled the fire, as Crassel erupted, calling Basil a shitty father. Seeing the meeting completely derailed, Broad abruptly adjourned the session, wishing them good night as the spiritual plane began to dissolve. Lyall's eyes snap open. He lies in bed, drenched in a cold sweat, the chaotic shouts of his ancestors still echoing in his mind. He pushes himself into a sitting position, his gaze distant as he tries to separate the spiritual plane from the reality of his dimly lit room. His gaze lands on the blue jewel resting on the pillow beside him. With a sigh of relief, he concludes it's finally over, dismissing the entire ordeal as just a terrible nightmare. 3 weeks later, at the Darien's Guild, Zelfie addresses Lyall and Novem. She informs them that after 3 weeks of instruction, it is time to move on to the next step, a job that will take them outside the city. The news catches Novem by surprise. Lyall, too, is taken aback, but a flicker of hope ignites within him as he wonders if this could finally be his chance for a real mission. Zelfie confirms his unspoken wish, announcing before the quest board that they are taking on a monster hunting quest. She instructs them to prepare to leave the day after tomorrow and to check their gear meticulously, warning that any oversight will result in a return to menial tasks. Lyall's hand hovers over the official posting, marking the start of his first real quest. Inside the bustling hall of the Darien Adventurers Guild, the guild's supervisor leans over his desk, speaking quietly with the swordswoman, Zelfie. He asks for her evaluation of Lyall, noting that the young man seems to have been doing quite well lately. Her sharp, light-toned eyes narrow slightly as she considers his question. Her thoughts drift to Lyall, seen hard at work and sweating. The supervisor's voice continues, expressing that he is happy to hear her positive assessment. He adds that he has no complaints, as Lyall is working seriously, something a former noble brat would normally scoff at. She responds coolly, stating that she's just a regular adventurer who took the job for the money on the table, implying it has nothing to do with Lyall's past. The supervisor presses, asking if she's truly watching him simply because he's a former noble, and suggests that the liege lord is wary of any trouble Lyall's presence might stir up. Zelfie glances around the room, chiding him for bringing up the liege lord in such a public place. She reminds him of her cover story, and he apologizes, admitting he had forgotten. A group of rough-looking adventurers interrupts, but Zelfie dismisses them and turns back to the supervisor. She asks for the real story, setting aside his previous comments. She notes that she has been seeing more sketchy types like them recently, and that they have been causing a lot of trouble. The supervisor's expression grows serious. He begins to state that guild policy prohibits disclosing associates' personal information, but stops short as he spots Lyall and Novem arriving. He tells Zelfie that they have arrived and asks her to attend to them. She agrees with a knowing smile. She remarks that the cushy instructor gig is a breeze, adding that it's a huge help that these sheltered rich kids are so naive and honest. The supervisor notes her sudden change of topic. The supervisor then addresses the departing pair, wishing them the best of luck on their quest. He tells them the guild eagerly awaits their safe return and to have their reward ready when they get back. To himself, he resolves to keep the rest of his conversation with Zelfie a secret. The scene shifts to a forest clearing, where a small, gelatinous slime wiggles on the ground. Lyall's voice rings out, announcing to his companion that the target for today's hunt will be slimes. He listens as Zelfie explains the two methods for defeating a slime, either bursting its skin or destroying its core, which she displays in her hand. She continues, acknowledging that it seems simple, but warns them to keep in mind that slimes are surprisingly quick and nimble as she draws her sword. With a swift motion, her blade flashes out, slicing a nearby slime cleanly in two. As the creature's remains splash to the ground, she lands and immediately lectures Lyall, warning him not to get overconfident. Even against small fries, she explains, getting surrounded can be deadly, so he must always remain cautious and aware of his surroundings. Just then, Novem spots another slime hiding in a bush. Zelfie tells Lyall that he is up first and challenges him to show her what he can do. His face hardening with resolve, he accepts. In response, he draws his saber, the blade singing as it leaves the scabbard. As he takes his stance, Zelfie notes with approval that he seems accustomed to a blade. Meanwhile, the peanut gallery of his ancestors begins to bicker in his mind, debating whether he should use a great sword, a short sword, or even a gun, much to his annoyance. Ignoring the distracting voices, he dashes forward, intercepting two leaping slimes with a pair of swift, clean slashes. He comes to a stop as the defeated creatures burst behind him. He wonders aloud if it was really that easy. Watching from a distance, Zelfie smiles faintly. She inwardly admits that he did well, and her opinion of him has changed. She recognizes his skill. He had deliberately avoided the core to neatly divide the skin with two quick strokes. Lyall offers a strained smile, thanking Zelfie for her praise. Internally, however, he is besieged by the conflicting voices of his ancestors. One dismisses his feat as the bare minimum for a walt, while another warns him not to get carried away. A third ancestor excitedly proclaims that Lyall's true ability is far greater, while a fourth expresses disbelief that such a trivial matter is even being discussed. He wipes the dripping slime from his blade, affirming that he understands. From the dissolved remains of the monster, Zelfie explains that after a battle comes material collection. With slimes, she notes, they can sell both the core and the skin. As she explains, one of Lyall's ancestors, the masked founder, Basil, manifests beside him. Lyall, still coated in the creature's residue, grimaces in disgust, complaining about how sticky it is. The unpleasant sensation is accompanied by a sudden, sharp sense of unease. Basil's voice cuts through his thoughts, confirming the feeling. The ancestor warns Lyall that he has a bad feeling and instructs him to draw his sword and prepare for battle. Heeding the warning, Lyall instantly draws his blade. His senses scream that they are being watched. From the shadows behind a thick tree, a small, hunched creature peers out at them. As he stands ready, Zelfie moves to his side, sword in hand. She commends him for noticing the threat before she did, admitting that he is truly impressing her today. She quickly takes command, ordering both of them to watch their surroundings and for Novem to stay protected in the center of their formation. The rustling in the undergrowth grows louder as bare, clawed feet shuffle through the dirt and grass, confirming the approach of multiple hostiles. From the tree lean emerges a horde of goblins, their wide eyes fixed on the party as they brandish crude clubs. Lyall identifies the creatures, shouting that they are here. Zelfie notes with concern that it is a horde, something not usually seen so close to the city. She quickly assesses their numbers, counting 8 in front of her and another 4 on Lyall's side. She wonders aloud why so many are in this area and if they were driven from their turf. Without hesitation, she raises her shield, blocking a goblin's swing with a sharp clang. While her companions engage the main force, her sharp eyes dart to the side. She spots the 4 goblins attempting to flank them, her expression hardening with focused intent. She moved with lethal speed, her blade cleaving through 2 goblins in a single, fluid motion. With 1 creature down and 11 remaining, Zelfie yelled for Lyall and Novem to flee back to town, promising to cover their escape. Lyall, however, calmly told her not to worry and to leave the situation to him. Within his mind, one of his ancestors scoffed, interpreting Zelfie's order as her calling Lyall deadweight. The spirit urged him to obey, stating she had no time to babysit a weakling. His calm refusal stunned both Zelfie and the dismissive ancestor spirit. In stark contrast, Novem watched with a gentle, knowing smile, encouraging Lyall to go on and show them his true strength. Another voice, that of his grandfather's spirit, echoed her sentiment with disdain for the other's doubt. He declared their underestimation of Lyall to be ridiculous, stating that whether it was 10 or 20 foes, they stood no chance at all. As the group ventures through the woods, Lyall turns to Novem, a serious expression on his face. He asks her to watch his back. Her eyes widen with determination, and though her hands tremble slightly around the jeweled staff, she gives a firm, resolute yes. Immediately after their exchange, a goblin lunges from the path ahead, brandishing a short sword. Novem cries out a warning to Lyall. He is already reacting, dropping into a low stance as he sweeps forward to intercept the creature. He ducks under the goblin's wild swing, the creature's club smashing harmlessly into the ground. As he rises, an arrow streaks past him, striking the goblin directly in the head with lethal force. As the first goblin falls, Zelfie calls out a warning from a distance, alerting Lyall to 2 more figures at his feet. He lands with a thud amidst a new cluster of goblins, his eyes narrowed in intense focus. Without pause, his blade flashes, slicing one goblin down. At the same instant, a powerful fireball erupts from behind him, incinerating another charging creature. The source of the support becomes clear. From within the jewel, the ancestor Walt shouts a warning about an archer hidden in a bush. Responding instantly, the third head, Slay Walt, unleashes a wind bullet that tears through the foliage, striking the hidden threat with a sickening crunch. With the immediate threats dispatched, Lyall glances back and calls out Novem's name, realizing with amazement that she was the one who cast the fireball. Seeing her poised and ready, he turns his attention back to the remaining enemies and dashes forward into the fray. He charges back into the fight, noting that only 3 goblins are left. One is already engaged with Zelfie. A crackle of energy surrounds Lyall as he gathers his power, shattering the ground beneath his feet before launching himself at the final trio. The display of raw power shocks his companions. Walt expresses his disbelief that Lyall possessed such large-scale magic all along. As Lyall rushes past, Zelfie calls out to him, offering to finish the last 3 herself, but he is already committed to his attack. Ignoring her offer, he unleashes a furious whirlwind of steel. In a single, devastating motion, his blade flashes through the remaining 3 goblins, ending the battle in an instant. He lands the final blows, his cape swirling as he skids to a halt amidst the bisected goblin corpses. From a distance, Novem and Zelfie call out his name in concern. He pants heavily, sweat beading on his face, the adrenaline of the battle finally giving way to exhaustion. As he drops to his knees, Novem rushes to his side, asking if he's injured. Zelfie, standing nearby, quietly notes that her own mana is running low. But Lyall isn't hurt. A look of pure shock crosses his face as he realizes he is completely out of mana, a state he can't comprehend. This much magical exertion would have been nothing to him before. She watches him, her expression hardening with assessment. As a noble, she had expected him to know some magic, but what she just witnessed surpassed all her expectations. He was on the level of a genuine, dedicated magician. Her thoughts race. What amazed her most, however, was not his magic, but his sword technique. It was utterly unique, a world apart from the proper, formal styles taught in noble houses. The source of that style seemed to be a deep, almost vengeful obsession. Every swing was filled with a fierce resolve, like a curse, wielded with a sharp, unshakable purpose. His blade, sharpened without end, seemed to be forever chasing an immense, shadowy power that lay just out of reach. A power embodied by the haunting image of a long-haired girl with a cruel smile. She recalls the information she was given, that he was the disinherited eldest son of House Walt. Considering the depth of his drive, she realizes she might have been taking this job far too lightly. She had initially written him off as just another spoiled rich kid who needed a reality check. Now, watching him hunched over in exhaustion, she wonders how she is supposed to handle a former noble carrying such heavy, unseen baggage. Her gaze softens slightly as she looks at him. Lyall Walt, she thinks to herself, unable to help but wonder how he ended up in this state. It is clear, however, that his skill will only continue to grow from this point forward. A cold wind sweeps through a narrow, cobblestone alley. From a high vantage point, Arya looks down at a man collapsed on the ground below. Her expression hardens with grim recognition as she notes that she has found him in this place yet again. The man on the ground, dazed and bruised, looks up weakly. He mutters the word dad, his eyes unfocused. Nearby, someone urges him to get up, remarking to Arya that life is never easy for her and that they should leave quickly. The voice belongs to a large, imposing man standing in a doorway with his arms crossed. He tells Arya it's a shame she's stuck looking after the drunkard she calls a father. He states plainly that he isn't running a charity and demands to know when she will pay what is owed. The creditor's face twists in annoyance as he reminds her that she said the same thing the last time. Arya can only offer a meek apology, explaining that she has no money and pleading for just a little more time. From his position on the ground, Arya's father grumbles to himself. He mutters that he doesn't care if the man is a former baron, complaining about the rumors spreading through town about him running up tabs and dodging his debts. The creditor turns his attention fully to Arya, his tone condescending. He tells her she must have noticed by now that this isn't the kind of debt she can repay by working a proper job. Arya looks on, her expression filled with worry. A lecherous grin spreads across the creditor's face as he leans in. He claims it hurts him to see her suffer like this and makes a vile suggestion. He wouldn't mind using his connections to find her work in a brothel. His words hang in the air. The creditor continues, suggesting that even a scrawny girl like her could pay off her father's debts in a heartbeat with such work. Arya's face is a mask of shock and defiance, her hands clenched. The scene shifts to a different part of the city, in front of a building labeled Sweet Shop Seal. The architecture is whimsical, topped with large statues of women in bunny costumes. Inside, Lyall Walt sits at a table, eating something with a fork. He looks up from his food, his expression earnest, and asks his unseen companion if they want to know how to increase their mana pool. He confirms to his party that running low on mana has become a serious issue. Ralph, Munching on food suggests simply training, but Rondo clarifies they're discussing magical power, not building muscle. Rondo admits it's not his area of expertise, but as far as he knows, Lyall's only option would be a skill known as growth. The word hangs in the air as Lyall processes the unfamiliar term with a concerned expression. As the conversation continues, Rondo thanks Lyall for his patronage, relieved that Rachel won't yell at him. Just then, Arya arrives, announcing that the takeout pie is ready. Rondo offers more practical advice, recommending Lyall focus on using his mana efficiently within his current limits. Lyall smiles faintly, thanking them and promising to keep the advice in mind, though he internally wishes his meddling ancestors would be so quiet. He muses on what a good girl Arya is, thinking she must have inherited her pure heart from a Miss Alice. His ancestors, however, are quick to comment, questioning how he would know, since he's never even spoken to her. Changing the subject, Ralph asks Arya if prices have been getting jacked up. She confirms this, explaining that rising bandit activity has increased trader costs, causing a citywide price hike on ingredients. Ralph cheerfully thanks Lyall for covering the bill and compliments the delicious sweets. He then declares it's time for them to head out for their bodyguard quest, and Rondo agrees they should be on their way. With a final wave, Rondo and Ralph depart, leaving the table to be cleared of its empty, clattering dishes. Now alone with Arya, Lyall suddenly turns to her. He asks, unexpectedly, if she is having any problems with her mana. Arya seems taken aback. She admits that it's embarrassing, but she can't get her own gem to work at all, blaming her lack of talent. As Lyall holds his own ornate jewel, he asks if she has one as well. Within his mind, an ancestor's voice praises his initiative in getting closer to her. She reveals a simple, small stone, confessing that she has always admired adventurers. She dreams of earning a lot of money on adventures, hoping it might help her father. A blush creeps across Lyall's face as he understands her motivation, though his ancestor gruffly warns him not to bring the mood down. He reassures her that listening is the least he can do, especially since she was there for him when he was found crying. Arya, looking slightly embarrassed, apologizes for having dumped all of her troubles onto him. Despite her apology, she admits that while she enjoys her job and finds it a valuable experience, she can't help but feel envious of Lyall. A moment later, a light-hearted laugh escapes her as she concedes that he has a point, declaring them even. Her cheerful declaration echoes into the spiritual plane, where two of Lyall's ancestors observe the exchange. One questions why anyone would be jealous of Lyall, while the other retorts that Lyall has only ever been told he's no good. Unaware of her spectral audience, Arya continues her encouragement, telling Lyall it's perfectly fine not to be good at first. She emphasizes that the most important thing is recognizing one's own shortcomings and putting in the effort to change. Her words strike a chord with Lyall. He reflects on her beautiful heart and agrees with her sentiment, his gaze turning towards the moonlit town as he silently vows to give it his all. As Lyall makes his quiet resolution, a sudden roar erupts within the spiritual realm. That's it. I remember now, bellows the founder, Basil Walt, his eyes wide with a shocking realization. His outburst startles the other ancestors, and one of them gruffly demands to know what he has suddenly recalled. He begins to explain, recounting a time after a heartbreak when he refused to consider any woman other than a Miss Alice. Hounded by others to get married, he drunkenly announced a list of impossible requirements at a party just to make them stop. He points accusingly, identifying the memory that has resurfaced, that ridiculous, nonsensical list of marriage qualifications he created long ago. Within the spiritual realm, the ancestral heads of the Walt family react with unified shock. The eyes of Slay, Fiennes, Marcus, and Broad widen in disbelief, a sentiment mirrored by Lyall himself. A single, unspoken word hangs in the air between them. What? As the initial stun fades, Basil Walt leans back, a look of grim satisfaction on his face. He remarks that he never imagined his own drunken ramblings would become a family tradition lasting 7 generations. Fiennes suggests they table the discussion for now, but Marcus grumbles, asking if anyone would object if he smacked Lyall for his performance. Slay Walt, however, turns to a dazed Lyall with a gentle expression. He concedes that the ancestral rule was indeed troublesome, but assures Lyall that his efforts were not wasted. He explains that Lyall's growth is solid proof that the family's latent magical talent is now stronger than ever. Broadwalt, Lyall's grandfather, chimes in, agreeing that his swordsmanship was quite good. He's quick to add, however, that Lyall is still nowhere near his own level of skill. Despite the critique, he gives the boy a passing grade, declaring that all is well enough. His grandfather's praise does little to change the grim reality. Slay's expression turns serious as he crosses his arms, murmuring Ceres' name. He states that Lyall was much stronger than they had anticipated, a fact which presents a critical issue they can no longer ignore. He continues to process the implications. Ceres, a 13-year-old girl with no formal training, managed to defeat a Lyall who is now a better fighter than most seasoned adventurers. This new context, he realizes, completely changes the meaning of his earlier words about Lyall's strength. The thought conjures a terrifying mental image, a colossal, godlike Ceres smiling cruelly as she holds a tiny, broken Lyall in her hands. Slay concludes internally that they have severely misjudged the situation with the girl, who was able to toy with Lyall and leave him broken and bloody. The debate reignites around the table. Basil slams his fist down, roaring in frustration, asking how many times he must say it. Ceres is the heretical god's child. Marcus, ever the pragmatist, pushes up his glasses and calmly retorts that while the evidence points that way, they haven't seen her themselves and thus cannot be certain. Slay turns back to the dejected Lyall. He attempts to console him, reasoning that it's not as if Ceres is actively trying to take his life, and besides, Lyall isn't strong enough to reclaim his seat as heir anyway. Slay sighs, admitting he doubts there's anything they can do about the situation. Basil cuts the discussion short with a sharp gesture, declaring that topic finished. He then redirects the group's attention to the true purpose of their meeting, to decide how they're going to help a young woman named Arya. His declaration that helping little Arya is their top priority is met with immediate skepticism. Finds Walt demands to know what he's talking about, while Slay Walt questions what possible reason they could have to discuss such a matter with any urgency. As the argument continues, Lyall listens in horror. Slay points out the absurdity of following Basil's drunken-sounding ramblings, especially since Lyall is broke and can't even handle his own affairs. But Basil is insistent, revealing his fear. Arya is in danger, and he doesn't want her to be defiled by another man. He dismisses all practical concerns, declaring that with enough determination, anything is possible. He can feel the sheer force of their mana. Fine shouts at Basil, asking if he realizes how creepy he sounds. Unfazed, Basil bellows that it isn't creepy. It's pure love, 3 centuries of unwavering devotion. The overwhelming power is too much for Lyall's consciousness. His eyes widen in shock as he feels himself about to pass out once again. Meanwhile, in the physical world, the subject of their debate, Arya, walks home late at night under a full moon. She smiles, grateful for some leftover food that has been a great help, but her path is watched by shadowy figures. Her walk home ends with a grim discovery. She finds her father slumped on the ground, sleeping in front of their door. He mutters that he lost the key somewhere. Arya stares, dumbfounded, and shouts his name in disbelief. She asks what he's doing, pointing out that if it were winter, he would have frozen to death. Her father, looking up at her, simply asks what the matter is. His tone shifts dramatically. He grabs her, his face contorted with anger, and reminds her to never forget that she is the proud daughter of a baron. He declares that even though they've fallen on hard times, it is unacceptable for her to ever walk the path of a harlot. He continues his tirade, telling her to stop shaming herself and that there's still nobility, no matter how far they've fallen. He calls her a shameless fool for working in such vulgar clothes. Arya glares back, seething at his hypocrisy. Finally, she erupts. She screams at her father, asking if he's forgetting that it's his fault they are forced to live this way. She declares that she never embezzled anything and is not the reason they lost their status. Her voice sharp with frustration, Arya continued to berate her father, who knelt on the floor in a stupor. She reminded him that he no longer works, instead wasting the money she earns on drinking and gambling, plunging them both into debt. She demanded to know why he wasn't the one who felt ashamed. The harsh confrontation dissolved into a desperate, tearful plea. Surrounded by darkness and the grasping of shadowy hands, Arya begged for her father to wake up and open his eyes, her voice choked with sobs. Her pleas went unanswered as the shadowy hands took a firm hold. 2 menacing men emerged from the gloom, restraining her. One, with a sinister grin and an eye patch, grabbed her face while the other seized her arm, her expression twisting into pure terror. The man with the eye patch clamped a hand over her mouth, silencing her muffled screams. He leaned in, informing her helpless father that they would be taking his daughter as collateral for the debt. Below, her father could only reach out, his face a mask of horror and despair. The horrifying scene vanished, replaced by the sight of a sprawling city under a full moon. A desperate cry of Arya echoed through the night. It was all a nightmare, one from which the dreamer could not seem to wake. In the face of a sudden emergency at Darien's guild, Lyall Walt is struck with disbelief. He cries out in shock, realizing that his young acquaintance, Arya, has been kidnapped. He is seated with Novem and the adventurer Zelfie, who explains the situation. She states that this was a personal request brought directly to her, but since Lyall and Novem are her employers, she felt it was right to consult them before deciding how to proceed. She then gestures to a battered man slumped on the couch beside her, introducing him as Arya's father, Wes Lockwood, and says he will explain the details. Lyall stares, aghast at the man's severe injuries, and asks in horror if the kidnappers were responsible for his condition. To his surprise, Zelfie calmly admits that she was the one who inflicted the injuries. She cryptically adds that many things occurred after Wes Lockwood lost his noble status, leaving a bewildered Lyall to question what she could possibly mean. Zelfie cuts the questioning short, insisting that Lady Arya's situation takes priority. The narrative shifts to Wes Lockwood's confession. He recounts being overwhelmed by debt until a bandit brigade, needing a literate middleman, offered him a well-paying job. However, he misused the large sums of money they entrusted to him, sinking even deeper into financial ruin. Listening to the tale, Lyall's expression hardens with contempt. With a thud, West Lockwood drops to his knees in desperation. Zelfie grimly clarifies that the group he worked for were not merely bandits, but also slave traders. Overcome with terror and regret, West begs them to save his daughter, convinced she is about to be sold into slavery. As the desperate plea hangs in the air, the guild's supervisor, who had been observing, steps forward. He remarks grimly that the situation in the city of Darien has become a significant problem. Before he can continue, a portly, richly dressed nobleman enters the room with a casual greeting. Zelfie and her attendant look on in surprise, immediately recognizing him and addressing him as "Your Lordship." Both Lyall and Novem are taken aback by the sudden appearance of the region's ruling lord, questioning his unexpected presence. The nobleman introduces himself as Bentler Lobernia, the lord of the land, and expresses his pleasure in meeting Sir Lyall and Miss Novem. Lyall politely returns the introduction. Meanwhile, two onlookers whisper amongst themselves, one questioning why Zelfie is involving herself after claiming she would stay out of it. He stood stunned. The ruling lord had called him by name before any introductions were made. At his side, Novem quietly observed that Lord Lobernia had clearly done his research. Ignoring the tension his arrival had caused, Lord Lobernia, with a self-satisfied smile, suggested they continue their conversation. His attendant remained silent and watchful beside him. The conversation turned back to the matter at hand. A stressed West Lockwood confessed that while he was aware of the bandits' presence in Darien, it was a grave miscalculation on his part not to realize he was mediating their infiltration. This admission revealed a deeper problem. If the bandits had been using Darien to launder money, it was now impossible to know how deeply they had integrated themselves into the fabric of the town. Lord Lobernia then delivered his verdict. He declared that Darien was known to secretly collaborate with bandits, and any action on his part could lead to accusations from other lords. He concluded by stating he had no personnel to spare for Miss Arya, as his troops were already deployed to handle a labyrinth manifestation. Lyall could only stare in disbelief. His shock quickly turned to frustrated inaction. A voice roared in his mind, one of his ancestors berating him for just sitting there spacing out. The spirit demanded that if Lyall wouldn't speak up, then who would? The internal tirade continued, the ancestor calling him a coward and a disappointment to the Walt family name, demanding he get his ass in here. As the voice echoed, Lyall clutched his head, a strange feeling washing over him, a sensation he recognized, but knew was not a depletion of his mana. The strange sensation overwhelmed him, and with a loud slam, he collapsed forward onto the table, unconscious. The sudden event startled everyone in the room. Novem reacted instantly, her composure breaking as she cried out his name, desperately asking him to stay with her and questioning why he had suddenly collapsed. But Lyall could not hear her. His consciousness opened to a different place entirely, a vast chamber dominated by a large, round table. He recognized it as the room of the round table and understood with a jolt that one of his ancestors had forcibly pulled his mind here on their own. He found himself seated at a round table, where one of his ancestors, a rugged man with a wild beard, was already shouting. The ancestor finds Walt condemned another's awful attitude toward Lyall, acknowledging the desire to save Arya, but calling the reckless approach a new low. A calmer voice, that of his grandfather Walt, interjected with a dose of reality. He explained that because Arya's father committed a serious felony, the local lord would need to punish the family severely to send a message. He questioned if Lyall truly understood the consequences of saving her. Another ancestor, the analytical Marcus Walt, added his grim assessment. He reasoned that, honestly, Arya might find a better life as a rich man's slave. Otherwise, her best-case scenario would be forced labor in the mines or prostitution. This cold logic was shattered by a roar of fury. The imposing second head, Crassel Walt, slammed his fist on the table, shouting that such details were irrelevant. He bellowed, questioning if wanting to save someone was wrong and accusing Lyall of planning to live a half-assed life hiding behind pathetic excuses. The furious ancestor turned his tirade directly on Lyall, who could only stammer in shock. Crassel declared that this was Lyall's moment to swear he would save Arya no matter what, and his hesitation was a disgrace, a stain on the Walt family name. His ancestor's brutal words struck their mark. Overwhelmed, Lyall could not hold back his tears, a single drop tracing a path down his cheek as his composure finally broke. His emotional response only seemed to fuel Crassel's rage. From across the table, the ancestor bellowed, demanding to know why Lyall was crying when they were supposed to be having a normal conversation. At this, Finds Walt interjected again, defending the boy. He retorted that Crassel's harsh manner of speaking was far from a normal conversation, and insisted that he should show more consideration towards Lyall. As the argument continued, the calm voice of Lyall's grandfather, Broad, cut through the noise. He spoke of how Lyall had been shut away in the family mansion, ignored by everyone, yet had worked harder than anyone to earn his place among the Walts. He then addressed Crassel directly, offering some advice. Broad pointed out that by calling Lyall a stain on the family name, Crassel had struck him where it hurt the most. Flustered, Crassel tried to backtrack, insisting that he hadn't meant it that way. He spoke with a gentle smile, advising Lyall that the most important thing is to decide what he wants to do and begin from that point. Lyall absorbed the words, his expression somber. Another ancestor's voice cut in, clarifying their nature. They explain that they are memories, recreated solely to teach their arts, and while it seems they cannot directly interfere in the outside world, that isn't entirely true. The voice continued, explaining that these memories hold wisdom they can impart. They urged him not to overthink and simply tell them what he desires to do. In response, Lyall's hand clenched into a tight fist. He began to speak, his voice filled with a burgeoning resolve. I want to do. Yet his own mind faltered, questioning what it is he truly wants. Within the spiritual plane, the second head, Crassel, expresses his confusion while Lyall breaks down in tears. Overwhelmed, Lyall confesses his feelings of inadequacy, lamenting that he can't do anything on his own and always depends on Novem. He questions if it's truly all right for someone like him to decide anything, wondering what his own desires even matter. His grandfather, Broadwalt, responds with gentle reassurance. He encourages Lyall to simply state his honest feelings, promising they won't get upset. Broad clarifies that this isn't about ability, and even if Lyall chose to run away, it would make no difference to him. What matters is Lyall's true desire. He hesitates, his mind flashing with images of Arya's face. The memories of her various expressions, pouting, winking, smiling, swirl through his thoughts as he struggles to find the words. Finally, with the image of a hopeful Arya clear in his mind, his resolve hardens. He clenches his jaw and shouts with conviction that he wants to help her. He wants to help Arya. In response to this declaration, Crassel shouts in protest, but Broad calmly cuts him off. He states that it's simple. They will help Lyall, and with the 6 of them backing him up, there's nothing to worry about. Crassel slams his hand on the table, demanding to know what they're talking about. He argues that no one wants to save her more than he does, so he can't understand why he's being left out. Broad calmly remarks that he's surprised Crassel figured out he was the one being excluded. The argument escalates as Walt bluntly tells Crassel that they don't need him. Crassel becomes infuriated, retorting that Fiennes only barks selfish orders at Lyall and won't even teach him his art, making him nothing but a burden. Ignoring the bickering, Broad calls the group to order. He announces the official start of their strategy meeting, stating that their first task is to draft a proposal to present to the local lord and asking for initial thoughts. Before anyone can answer, Crassel slams his fist down with a crack. He declares that he will do it, roaring that if it means saving little Arya, he will teach Lyall his art. Lyall's eyes widen and sparkle with disbelief and excitement. He asks if Crassel is truly serious. Flustered by the reaction, Crassel shouts for him to stop sparkling, hastily adding that he will only teach him the first stage. Within the spiritual space of the gem, the ancestor Crassel decides it is time. He will teach Lyall his own art, though he muses that it might be too much for the boy. Another ancestor, Marcus Walt, adds his own encouragement, assuring Lyall from the ethereal darkness that he will find the skill quite convenient. In an instant, reality snaps back. Lyall is in the Lord's audience chamber, panting heavily from a deep bow. The sudden return to his body leaves him disoriented, prompting a surprised Zelfie to call out his name. His eyes are wide with confusion. Zelfie's voice cuts through the haze, telling him to calm down and explaining that hardly a second has passed in the outside world. She urges him to stick to their original plan. He ignores her plea, straightening with sudden fire, while shouts to Lord Bentler, declaring that he has a proposal, a surefire plan. Zelfie tries to stop him, insisting this is not a problem he can handle alone. But Lord Lobernia, a smirk playing on his lips, calmly states that he doesn't mind hearing him out. The Lord seems amused by the turn of events. He remarks that it seems a good idea has been knocked into Lyall's head and formally invites him to continue with his proposal. He leans in, his expression sharp, and asks for clarification. Is this plan of his regarding the territory's bandit problem, or is it about the rescue of Miss Arya? Lyall meets the Lord's gaze without flinching. His face is set with grim determination, a single bead of sweat rolling down his temple. With the spectral forms of his 7 ancestors appearing behind him, he clenches a fist. Both, he declares, promising a win-win solution. The stage for this plan is set, an abandoned mine site on the outskirts of Darien. He and his assembled party, Novem, Zelfie, and 2 hired adventurers, venture into the echoing darkness of the abandoned mine. As they proceed, Lyall examines the blue jewel, contemplating its nature as a gem. Deep within the mine, the target of their expedition sits upon a crude throne of horns. This is the bandit chief, Boris. He muses with a cruel grin that the things he desires are a perfect fit for him. His attention turns to his captive, Arya Lockwood, who glares at him with defiance despite her ragged clothes and chains. She demands he return her gem. Boris chuckles, acknowledging her guts, but mocking her powerless state. One of his subordinates approaches, asking if they truly must hand the girl over to the slave trader. Boris confirms the plan, stating that as a noble born, she is worth a fortune, and therefore, no one is to lay a hand on her. He smirks, clutching the blue jewel he took from Arya. The thought of laying a hand on her, however, begins to form in his mind. The unspoken threat hangs in the air, causing Arya's eyes to widen in shock and fear. Boris' expression darkens as he reconsiders, thinking aloud that it feels like a waste to simply hand her over. His predatory gaze falls upon the terrified girl. He reasons that since she has already provided him with such a rare gem, a little taste should be fine, regardless of whether it diminishes her value. The question of Arya's fate hangs heavy in the dangerous air. In a formal meeting with Lord Bentler Lobernia, Lyall makes his proposal. He offers his services not as a former heir, but as an adventurer for the price of 200 gold coins. Lord Lobernia considers the offer, stroking his chin as he remarks that it is an ambitious fee for a lone, untested rookie. As the Lord contemplates, Zelfie seethes, clenching her teeth in frustration at what she perceives as a cocky, second-rate brat. However, Lord Lobernia's attendant calmly suggests they should hear Lyall out to the end. Ignoring Zelfie's visible anger, Lyall maintains a pleasant, confident smile and expresses his gratitude to Lord Bentler. His outward calm is a performance. Internally, Lyall panics, realizing he has thoroughly angered Zelfie. A gruff, ancestral voice in his mind urges him not to let the act slip and to keep his cool. At Lord Lobernia's prompting to hear his reasoning, Lyall begins his detailed assessment. He asserts that the Lord has greatly overestimated the bandit group, arguing that their reliance on Arya's father to infiltrate the city proves how amateurish their entire operation is. If they were truly competent, this discussion would not even be necessary. He continues, explaining that the bandits' movements are reactive, with no strategic planning. Their only goal is quick cash, not a grand vision. Lord Lobernia listens, realizing this rules out the possibility of them being agents from another territory whose goal would be to seize control or topple the government. Lyall confirms the Lord's deduction is exactly right. He adds that if the bandits were meant to provide another territory with a justification for war, a smear campaign would have already begun, spreading rumors of Darien's ties to the bandits. As Lyall stands with quiet confidence, Lord Lobernia's perception of him shifts dramatically. The Lord internally concedes that he had pegged Lyall as just another spoiled noble brat, but now sees he was mistaken. Lyall is far more thoughtful than any report had suggested. His confidence stems from a deep well of experience, as if he is channeling the wisdom of his ancestors. He feels he is not merely addressing a lord, but speaking as an equal to a shrewd, veteran aristocrat. Thoroughly convinced, Lord Lobernia smirks. He declares that it will be done. He will have the 200 gold coins prepared as requested. With the contract secured, Lyall allows himself a confident smirk. He turns his thoughts inward, addressing the spirits within the jewel. So, let's hear your proposal. In the spiritual plane, his ancestor finds Walt roars his enthusiastic approval. The scene shifts away from the negotiations, showing the grand, imposing architecture of the building where the deal was struck in the heart of Darien. Meanwhile, at an abandoned mine on the city's outskirts, the heavy thud of running footsteps echoes. A bandit on watch calls out urgently, "Chief!" The sound culminates in a loud slam as a panicked subordinate bursts into a chamber, shouting, "Chief, we've got trouble." His frantic entrance interrupts the bandit chief, Boris, who glares up with irritation. "What is it?" he growls, annoyed at being disturbed just as he was about to get to the fun part. The subordinate delivers his urgent message, but Boris is skeptical. He questions the report, stating that he was under the impression that all of Darien's soldiers were currently deployed elsewhere. Apologizing for the intrusion, the man clarifies the bad news. A report confirms Darien is making its move, but it's not the soldiers they need to worry about. Instead, they are to be raided by a group of 200 adventurers. The chief's composure shatters. 200? He exclaims, his eyes wide with disbelief. "You can't be serious?" The subordinate confirms the staggering number, adding a crucial piece of intelligence. He explains that the noble, Lord Bentler, actually bowed his head to the adventurers to ask for their help, but that Bentler apparently isn't the one truly pulling the strings. He begins to relay information from their spies in the Adventurers Guild, but Boris, his face twisted in a furious snarl, cuts him off. Spit it out, he bellows. "Who the hell's behind this?" His subordinate reports the findings. The one bankrolling the massive bandit purge is not a rival lord, but some rich kid trying to buy fame. The informant specifies the name, a supposedly stupid noble brat named Lyall. Unaware of this derisive assessment, Lyall himself stands before his assembled force of adventurers and wagons, a faint, confident smile on his face as a light snow begins to fall. Within the bandit hideout, the chief, Boris, scoffs at the news of his opponent, mocking the pathetic sight of a sheltered noble brat scrounging up fodder adventurers to pad his numbers. Nearby, a captive woman's heart thumps in her chest as she realizes with a start that they must be talking about Lyall. Her face pales with terror. She internally cries out that it's far too dangerous, questioning why Lyall would come for her and go to such lengths for her sake. As this desperate thought crosses her mind, she gazes out from the hideout at a long caravan of wagons rumbling down the road, wishing he would just forget about her. On one of those wagons, Rondo observes their massive procession, remarking to his companions what a spectacle it is to have gathered over 200 adventurers. This spectacle began with a speech Lyall gave back in town. He stood before a rabble of onlookers, declaring that he had come to gather comrades of justice to punish the vile brigands, save a fair maiden, and bring an end to their tyranny. Watching from the crowd, Zelfie smirks, noting to herself that it was quite a sight to behold. Aboard the moving caravan, Rondo voices his concern, telling Lyall that rewarding adventurers 3 silver coins just to stand around seems far too generous. Lyall, sweating slightly, laughs it off, admitting he was desperate to gather anyone he could and was simply following a dramatic script his ancestors had prepared. He glances over the crowd of hired men, privately acknowledging that he doubts most of them have ever fought a day in their lives. While they have the illusion of an army, he knows it is just a paper tiger. This deception is unfolding exactly as planned. Novem receives a report confirming that bandit spies hidden among the adventurers have been sending information back to their chief. She smiles, noting that everything proceeds perfectly according to Lord Lyall's masterful calculations, and that this evaluation was precisely what they sought from Rondo. The bandit chief, Boris, erupts in laughter upon receiving this very report. He mocks the idea of a stupid noble brat leading a caravan of non-combatants, thinking he can bluff his way to glory. He sees them as lambs offering themselves to slaughter. He tells his subordinate that Lyall's true goal was to deliver this message of weakness, and that by using the Lord's gold, they have anchored a force that was otherwise ready to flee. The captive woman listens as Boris declares they will all dance like puppets until ruin greets them. Back with Lyall's group, the spirit of the third head, Slay Walt, chuckles beside him, remarking that Lyall is quite loved. Novem adds with a confident smile that the bandits have underestimated Lord Lyall, and soon they will choke on their arrogance and regret ever looking down on him. Lyall remains silent, his expression firm. Within his mind, the voices of his ancestors offer their own assessment. The fourth head, Marcus, declares that with their arts at his disposal, the battle is as good as won. The founder, Basil, agrees, stating that in Lyall's current state, he could crush these schmucks with his eyes closed. He is confronted by the spirit of the first head, Basil Walt, whose usual imposing demeanor is replaced by a raw plea. Basil asks him directly to save little Arya, stating it is all he asks. The request startles Lyall, who realizes the immense weight of this personal favor from the family's founder. In response, a single determined yes echoes through the night, a promise made under the full moon. The path toward the bandits' mountain fortress is now clear. At the decoy camp near the mines, the adventurers hired by Lyall are fast asleep. They lie scattered in bedrolls around dwindling fires, completely oblivious as a hooded figure. The bandit spy watches them with a contemptuous smile. Having seen enough, the spy slips away from the camp, melting back into the darkness of the surrounding woods. He moves quickly through the undergrowth, his path illuminated by the pale moonlight. His journey concludes as he reaches the entrance to the bandits' lair, a dark opening at the base of a sheer cliff. Stepping inside, the spy finds the bandit chief, Boris, lounging on his throne. The rest of the gang is gathered around, their expressions relaxed as they await the intelligence report. Boris asks how things look, and the spy reports that there are no changes. He scoffs that Lyall's forces are complete amateurs, sleeping soundly outside their front door with a plan to attack at dawn. Boris simply says, nah, already dismissing their pathetic strategy. A guttural laugh escapes Boris as he declares the noble brat's forces to be easy pickings. He leaps to his feet, roaring at his men to take up arms. They're launching a night raid. The bandits erupt in a unified cheer, ready for battle. Standing outside, Boris confidently declares they will slit the fools' necks before sunrise. His boast is cut short by a strange whooshing sound. He looks up, confused as thick smoke begins to pour into the area. Is that smoke? He wonders, his surprise evident. His men are thrown into immediate disarray by the thick smoke. They hack and choke, clutching their faces as the fumes burn their eyes. One of them gasps that this is no ordinary smoke. The bandit chief himself roars in fury, demanding to know what is happening. Beside him, another bandit, his eyes watering, recognizes the acrid smell, identifying it as some kind of medicinal herb. The source of their suffering is revealed to be outside the hideout, where Novem and Arya diligently fan the fumes from a small, crackling fire. The burning substance is Hakoni grass, known to release irritant fumes. A great plume of the white, noxious smoke billows forcefully from a ventilation shaft, pouring directly into the bandits' subterranean lair. Observing from safe distance, Lyall notes with satisfaction that his plan is working. He turns to his companions, telling the two of them to keep up the good work. One of the hired adventurers expresses his amazement, asking if Lyall can truly see what's happening inside. Lyall confirms he can. He understands now why his ancestors felt the need to wait. The fifth head's art, Map, provides a detailed view of the surrounding area, while the sixth head's art, Search, distinguishes friend from foe and identifies traps. Furthermore, he realizes that acquiring an art via the jewels bypasses any learning process, forcing immediate and full mastery upon a user. By using both of their arts at the same time, it becomes possible for him to see all of their movements clearly, as if viewing a live tactical map of the battlefield. He continues his count, confirming 35 individuals, the exact number of bandits matching their intelligence. As he focuses, the spirit of the first head, Basil, interjects, reminding Lyall that the only reason he can perform this feat of full over is because of his power. As the bandits begin to pour out of their hideout, Rondo spots an incoming group. They're here, he shouts, alerting his team. 4 enemies incoming. Zelfie, Ralph, get ready. Ralph grips his weapon, acknowledging the order. The first of the fleeing bandits runs headlong into a trap. With a strangled cry, he triggers a mechanism, causing a massive stone slab to rumble and fall from above, sealing the passage. As the bandits stumbled out of the smoke-filled passage, Lyall's adventurers met them with brutal efficiency. Ralph, Rondo, and Zelfie cut them down one by one. From his command post, Lyall monitored the engagement, reminding himself to give clear orders to his mages. He relayed instructions to Novem, telling her to keep a support spell on standby. He noted 6 more bandits were incoming. His eyes widened as his full over-ability detected a new presence. A bead of sweat ran down his temple. This one was different, its signature far more powerful than the others. The realization was confirmed as the ground began to shake, startling Ralph, Rondo, and Zelfie. On Lyall's mental map, a single, overwhelming mass of hostility appeared, barreling out at full force and trampling everything in its path. Heavy, rhythmic stomps echoed from the hideout's entrance. Lyall instantly identified the source of the immense pressure. "It's the enemy leader," he yelled, throwing out a hand to warn his team. "Everyone watch out." The wooden barricade at the mouth of the cave exploded outward in a shower of splinters and dust. The enraged figure of the bandit leader emerged, bellowing about the unforgivable trick. Seeing this, Lyall's own anger flared. "How dare you?" he seethed, leaping forward with one of his hired men to meet the charge. The smoke cleared to reveal the bandit chief, Boris, his muscular frame tense with fury. He brandished his club, his scarred face twisted into a snarl. "Where's that so-called stupid noble brat?" he roared. "I, Lord Boris, swear to turn you into a bloody smear." At the mouth of the cavern, the bandit chief Boris bellows a challenge, demanding the cowardly blue blood. Lyall, reveal himself. Below, Lyall steps forward with a confident smirk, flanked by one of his hired adventurers. He announces his identity, confirming he is the one Boris seeks. The adventurer beside him nervously notes that Lyall is being called out. Enraged at the sight of him, Boris grips his massive axe, his knuckles cracking. He roars that Lyall is a son of a bitch and will regret ever crossing him. With a furious cry, "To die!" the bandit chief leaps from his perch, swinging the heavy weapon down in a powerful arc. The axe descends with shocking velocity. One of Lyall's hired men watches in disbelief, stunned that such a colossal man can move with such speed. Lyall, however, is already in motion, raising his sword to meet the blow. Steel clashes against steel with a deafening clang. His blade scrapes violently against the axe head, the force of the impact sending sparks flying. Within his mind, the spirit of his ancestor, Basil, dryly remarks that Lyall would have been chopped in half if he hadn't jumped back with as much force as the swing. Gritting his teeth, Lyall mentally shouts back, demanding the spirit stop the commentary and provide some actual advice. Basil calmly continues his assessment, advising Lyall to keep retreating further into the forest. He explains that while Boris' huge frame and massive axe are formidable in the open, the dense woods will give Lyall a crucial field advantage. Following the guidance, Lyall and his men begin to back away into the trees. Heeding the advice, Lyall retreats, but Boris gives no quarter, kicking off the ground to close the distance. The bandit chief bellows impatiently for him to hurry up and die. Yet, Lyall's focus is absolute. With a physical enhancement from his ancestors' full overskill, Boris' charge appears to him in slow motion. He realizes that if he can follow these movements, he should be able to react. His enhanced perception allows him to pivot just as the axe whistles past, narrowly avoiding the attack. He repositions himself instantly and meets the next swing from Boris head-on. His sword connects with the axe, deflecting the massive weapon with a sharp, ringing sound. Boris stomps forward, infuriated. He cannot believe his blow was deflected. He swings again, and once more, Lyall's blade intercepts the axe with a loud clang. The bandit chief curses, bewildered at how the young noble can parry his overwhelming strength. From his spiritual vantage point, Basil notes the parries with a hint of admiration. He acknowledges that Lyall is quite skilled, though he cryptically adds that such techniques wouldn't work against him. On the forest floor, Lyall continues to expertly defend himself, his sword a blur as it clangs repeatedly against Boris' axe. The furious exchange continues. Lyall, holding a low stance, deflects another powerful overhead swing from the towering bandit chief. Sparks erupt at the point of impact as steel grinds against steel, the ringing sound echoing through the trees. He parries another ferocious swing from Boris, the force of the impact sending a shockwave through the air. Lyall grits his teeth, cursing inwardly at the bandit chief's relentless power. The display of skill leaves Rondo, watching from a distance, utterly stunned. He murmurs in disbelief, questioning if this incredible ability is truly Lyall's, calling the feat insane. Watching the duel unfold, Rondo reflects on his initial assessment of Lyall. He recalls how he doubted the young noble's resolve, thinking him just an ordinary boy unfit to be an adventurer. Yet now, he witnesses Lyall matching the beastly bandit blow for blow, refusing to yield even a single step. His admiration is shared by Ralph, who clenches his fist with newfound resolve. He declares his intention to join the fray, telling Lyall he can count on his blade. But Lyall, still locked in combat, shouts an order over his shoulder. He tells Rondo to fall back and support Novem and the rest of the team, insisting that he can handle the bandit chief by himself. Rondo acknowledges the order, understanding it's the right call and admitting he would only hold Lyall back. With a worried expression, he tells Lyall to be careful, voicing his concern that he might not be able to win alone. Lyall's declaration to fight solo enrages Boris. The bandit chief roars, questioning how Lyall dares to underestimate him and suggesting he must have a death wish. He swings his massive weapon again as the ground around him begins to tremble. His rage boils over. Boris screams at Lyall not to push his luck, vowing that he won't let the cocky little shit get away with making a fool of him. The leather straps on his bracer rip and crack under the sheer force of his grip. His fury translates into a blinding flurry of attacks. Boris' weapon becomes a blur, but Lyall manages to parry each strike with a sharp ping of steel on steel. Watching from afar, Novem notes with alarm that Boris is getting dramatically faster. Despite the pressure, Lyall reassures himself that he can handle it. Even as Boris goes all out with each swing, Lyall continues to deflect them with ease. The bandit chief clicks his tongue in frustration, wondering what kind of fighter he's facing. Deciding to end it, he declares his new approach as a crackling energy begins to envelop his weapon. His weapon now blazing with a fiery aura. The bandit chief unleashes his attack with a thunderous roar. He reasons that if Lyall can only deflect, a single, overwhelming blow will be enough to cleave him in two. But as the energized weapon descends, a frantic voice, the founder, Basil, screams in Lyall's mind, warning him not to parry and to dodge aside immediately. The bandit chief, Boris, leaps high into the air, his massive axe carving a wide arc. As he descends, the force of his swing sends a shockwave of energy hurtling towards Lyall on the ground below. The ground cracks under the impact as Lyall looks up, astonished, realizing his opponent can project slashes through the air. The attack narrowly misses Lyall, who dodges just in time. From the sidelines, Zelfie cries out his name in alarm. As she lunges forward to help, Rondo grabs her arm, pleading for her to stay put. Novem also warns her to stay back, but Zelfie struggles, insisting she cannot stand by while Lyall is in danger. Despite the danger, Lyall remains resolute, a trickle of blood on his cheek the only sign of the close call. His will to fight is unbroken. Nearby, Zelfie confronts Novem, questioning her judgment. She points out the immense danger, arguing that one wrong move could get them both killed, and asking if Novem truly believes they can evade such attacks. When Novem hesitates, Zelfie presses her, accusing her of lacking faith in Lyall's ability to handle the fight alone. As Zelfie's accusation hangs in the air, a shimmering, ethereal figure, the blue jewel spirit, materializes before a stunned Novem. The spirit's voice echoes Zelfie's sentiment, directly challenging Novem's doubt by asking if she truly believes Lyall is weaker than the bandit. The spirit then offers a formal, almost mocking apology for its own behavior, which it deems unacceptable. The spirit's expression softens into a gentle, reassuring smile. It speaks with absolute certainty, telling Novem that there was never any reason to doubt Lyall in the first place. Bolstered by the spirit's words, Novem's resolve hardens. She watches Lyall's back, clasping her hands together, her faith in him completely restored. Unseen by her, within the blue jewel, Lyall's ancestors observe the battle. The fourth head, Marcus, notes that Lyall possesses the right skill for this fight, but the sixth head, Finds, gruffly warns that a direct parry against such power would be suicidal. The bandit chief, Boris, notices the blood on Lyall and laughs, declaring the fight over. He boasts that his next attack will cleave Lyall in two. But Lyall, far from defeated, stares back with cold intensity. He tells Boris that this is the end of the line, and when the bandit scoffs in confusion, Lyall clarifies that there will be no next time for him. Before Boris can react, Lyall disappears in a blur of motion. The bandit chief is left stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief. He whirls around, axe at the ready, frantically searching the clearing and demanding to know where the young noble has gone. He reappears instantly behind the bandit, his sword poised to strike. As Boris spins around in shock, the voice of Marcus, the fourth ancestor, explains the technique. Lyall is using the fourth generation's art, speed, which grants a significant and stable boost to his movement. The bandit chief can only growl in frustration at his opponent's sudden agility. Annoyed, Boris dismisses the tactic as scrambling around like a pest. In response, Lyall tightens his grip on his sword and unleashes his assault. He becomes a whirlwind of motion, darting around the much larger bandit and landing a series of rapid slashes from all sides before Boris can even react. He presses his attack, a blur of motion darting around the massive bandit chief. Boris gasps, the flurry of strikes finding their mark across his torso. Watching from afar, Novem expresses her admiration for Lord Lyall's prowess, though Rondo urgently suggests they could use some assistance. Boris, however, only snarls, his fury growing with each landed blow. In response to the assault, the bandit chief's body begins to contort. With a sickening creak, his muscles swell and expand, forcibly sealing the cuts Lyall had inflicted. Lyall watches in shock, realizing the man is using an art to augment his own flesh. Clenching a bandaged fist, Boris bellows, demanding more and more power. The transformation intensifies. Boris' skin flushes red as his capillaries rupture under the strain, and he unleashes a powerful, sweeping attack. Within Lyall's mind, the ancestor observes that Boris' body cannot sustain the enhancement. He also recognizes the power source, Arya's gem, and frantically tells Lyall to hurry and take it back. Despite the warning, Lyall remains composed, confident that he has already analyzed and understood all of his opponent's movements. His confidence shatters in an instant. The space between them vanishes, and Boris is suddenly upon him, his massive form looming over a stunned Lyall. The bandit chief swings his weapon in a devastating slash. He grins with cruel satisfaction, announcing it as a close-quarters melee art. Lyall can only reel in disbelief, his mind struggling to comprehend how Boris closed the distance in a mere instant. The blow connects. Boris' weapon, propelled by his unnatural strength, breaches Lyall's defenses completely, the pommel smashing deep into his chest. From the sidelines, Novem and Rondo can only watch in horror as their leader is struck down. Novem's cry of Lord Lyall echoes across the battlefield. The bandit chief Boris brings his massive axe down with devastating force. Lyall raises his sword to block, but the impact is overwhelming, sending a spray of blood from his mouth as his companions, Novem and Arya, watch in horror. The force of the blow sends him crashing violently through the dense forest undergrowth. His momentum halts, leaving him slumped against a tree in a quiet, snowy wood, completely disoriented as feathers drift down around him. A concerned voice calls out his name. He remains motionless, blood trickling from his lips, as the voice desperately screams for Lord Lyall to get up. The world shifts, and the snowy forest is replaced by the unfamiliar sight of a quaint, peaceful town nestled in a valley. Lyall finds himself standing in the middle of a street, his eyes wide with confusion at the sudden change in scenery. He reels from the disorientation, wondering aloud where he is. The last thing he can recall is fighting Boris, leading him to a terrifying conclusion. He must have died, and this is the afterlife. Suddenly, a sharp rap on his head breaks his spiraling thoughts. His ancestor, Basil, stands before him, telling him to calm down. He explains that he simply called Lyall inside the jewel. Basil corrects himself, clarifying that it's more accurate to say he summoned Lyall into his personal room of memories. Lyall panics, insisting he doesn't have time and needs to be sent back before Boris finishes him off. Basil dismisses his urgency, stating that time flows differently here. Annoyed, he tells Lyall to relax, then curtly orders him to shut up and follow. He watched as his ancestor, Basil, grinned broadly and held up 2 fingers. The founder of the Walt clan announced his intention to teach Lyall the second stage of his arts. Lyall's eyes widened in pure, starstruck excitement at the prospect, but his elation quickly turned to confusion. He questioned what his ancestor meant by a second stage. His confusion gave way to renewed excitement as he asked if Basil was serious. In response, the founder roared for him to be quiet, retorting that none of this would be necessary if Lyall weren't so weak. Following the outburst, Basil led the way through the ethereal landscape, approaching a large, stately home. As they stood before it, Basil identified the building as his childhood home. Lyall expressed his surprise, noting its modest size for a noble house. His ancestor explained that they were nobility in name only, impoverished by the endless cycle of costly wars that plagued the era. He then directed Lyall's attention towards a figure standing nearby, identifying him as his younger self. Lyall, still confused, questioned how this related to the second stage of Basil's art. The founder, looking upon his past self, seemed to have a moment of disbelief before gruffly telling Lyall not to be so surprised. The younger Basil fidgeted nervously, seemingly on watch duty. Lyall asked what kind of guard his ancestor had been. The elder Basil cryptically remarked that his younger self was simply an upstanding man, and that Lyall should watch to understand what he was up to. His younger self's attention was fixed on a noble woman walking nearby. Basil identified her as Miss Alice and asked if she reminded Lyall of anyone. The resemblance was uncanny. Lyall immediately recognized that she looked just like Arya. The founder confessed that his driving motivation had been to make something of himself, to become a man worthy of Miss Alice. Hearing this, Lyall internally conceded that his ancestor's first love wasn't the delusional fantasy he might have initially assumed. But his ambition was met with frustration. A memory played out of his younger self inside a grand hall, shouting in outrage. He had defeated a monster, only to have the achievement stolen by a superior. He despaired, realizing he had no chance of promotion while stuck under another's command. He watched as the memory continued, revealing the commander who had taken credit for his ancestor's work. The man acknowledged the logic of Basil's point, but dismissed it, stating that the merits of an army are naturally awarded to its commander before yelling at him to accept it. In response to the scene, Lyall retorted that he wasn't an idiot and understood the principle. He then questioned why Basil hadn't simply asked that commander for a reward, rather than demanding credit. Basil's spirit explained that this frustration was what led him to go independent and form a wilderness pioneering corps. As he began recounting his acceptance of every suicidal mission, Lyall interjected that he'd heard this story before. Basil furiously cut him off, shouting that a man's tales of glory are meant to be told 100 times over, and that Lyall should shut up and listen. He continued, describing one of those jobs, a brown bear extermination. The memory showed a younger Basil facing a monstrous bear. He admitted that at the time, he was unable to defeat monsters stronger than himself and couldn't even manage to scratch the creature. Basil's spirit then snapped at Lyall, pointing out that this obviously wasn't where he died, as Lyall wouldn't exist otherwise. A startled Lyall realized with dawning horror that Basil intended to show him the actual moment of his death. His ancestor's eyes narrowed with grim resolve. He clarified that while death was imminent, he had sworn to kill the beast, even if it meant dying in the process. It was in that moment of absolute resolve that he had an awakening. A new art was born, one that eclipsed the body enhancements of his full overskill. The power was called Limit Burst, an ability that allows one to power up beyond the body's capabilities, shattering the very concept of human limitations. As Basil's form erupted in a torrent of energy, Lyall could only watch, stunned by the incredible display. Struggling to comprehend, Lyall asked how he could activate such a power. Basil seemed surprised, retorting with a sharp "huh," and stating that Lyall should already be able to use it. His ancestor's gaze intensified. He explained that, because Lyall's consciousness was currently inside his memories, he should be able to recall the physical sensation of what was happening to Basil's body at that very moment. His ancestor's voice echoed through the memory, a firm command to synchronize with the past and remember the sensation of power coursing through him. The instruction resonated deep within Lyall. His eyes shot open, wide with shock as the feeling flooded his consciousness. Basil's voice confirmed his success, affirming that he had grasped it. The vision shattered, and Lyall returned to the harsh reality of the forest clearing. He pushed himself up from the ground, drawing the attention of the bandit chief, Boris, who turned back with a look of mild surprise. He leaned against a tree for support, blood dripping from his mouth and a fresh cut on his cheek. Despite the damage, his eyes burned with a defiant fire. Boris' surprise hardened into disbelief. "You can still stand after that?" he questioned, unable to comprehend Lyall's resilience. Lyall's eyes burned with a fierce, unfamiliar intensity. Watching from the tree lean, Novem is stunned by the transformation, clutching her chest in alarm as she whispers his name. The change is stark, a wildness in his gaze that even he seems to recognize, a fleeting thought crossing his mind. Those eyes. It can't be. Across from him, the bandit chief Boris feels the shift, a palpable change in the air that makes him shudder. "Still," he scoffs, "what do you plan to do without a weapon? Want to talk your way out of this?" He smirks, a low chuckle escaping his lips as he beckons his opponent forward. "Don't tell me you're scared, Boris," Lyall taunts. "Get over here and show me what you can do." The bandit chief finds this amusing, readying his stance. His taunt finds its mark. Enraged, Boris explodes into motion, closing the distance with a roar. "I'll rip your fucking limbs off and shove them down your damn throat. I'll fucking kill you." As the bandit charges, the spirit of Basil Walt analyzes the attack from within Lyall's mind. He identifies the technique as an art called Slash, which uses a magical detonation for propulsion. Basil dismisses it as a remarkably basic ability, noting that if you know how the user will move, it can be countered. He processes the ancestor's advice in an instant. With the bandit chief bearing down on him in a flash of movement, Lyall steels himself, thinking right. The bandit's massive weapon cleaves the air where Lyall stood moments before. It is a powerful close-quarters melee art, but Lyall has already dropped into a low, evasive stance, anticipating the blow. He unleashes his own power. A fiery aura erupts around him as he activates Limit Burst. Within his mind, the spirits of his ancestors cry out his name in alarm, but Lyall shouts back with confidence, "Yeah, I got it." Using the explosive force, he launches himself into the air, soaring over the bandit chief's head. Boris looks up, stunned, as Lyall repositions himself for an attack from above. He descends from above, his fist glowing with raw power as he unleashes a close-quarters melee art. Below, the bandit chief Boris stares in disbelief, unable to comprehend how Lyall dodged his supposedly unavoidable slash. The blow lands with the force of a falling star. Lyall's fist cracks against Boris' skull, the impact shattering the very ground beneath them in a technique he calls meteor impact. The shockwave from the impact ripples through the forest. Within the spiritual realm, the third head, Slay Walt, scoffs, noting that simply naming an attack doesn't make it a true art. Boris, staggering, realizes with a jolt that this was no ordinary punch. The overwhelming force sends Boris flying backward, a spray of blood erupting from his mouth. Lyall lands with practiced ease, his hands still outstretched from a follow-through. He stands over his defeated opponent, now wielding Boris' own massive axe, and declares his victory. From the edge of the clearing, Novem Fuchs calls out his name, her relief palpable, while the hired adventurers watch in stunned silence. From his own plane of existence, Lyall's grandfather, Broad Walt, watches with satisfaction. He notes that his grandson cleverly detonated his own mana mid-air, elevating a simple punch into a cataclysmic finisher. On the ground, the dazed Boris understands that it was Lyall's limit burst that secured the win. She approaches him, a small smile on her face, and remarks that he is full of surprises. Lyall, looking away, dismisses the praise, insisting he is nothing special. His thoughts then quickly turn to the remaining threats as he asks about the rest of the bandits. One of the hired men steps forward to explain. He reports that some other adventurers in the area were drawn by the commotion and helped them subdue and tie up the rest of the bandits. Hearing this, Lyall breathes a sigh of relief. Novem adds to the good news, confirming that they have successfully rescued Arya along with all the other captives. With the situation resolved, he smiles and announces that it's time to pack up and return to Darien, though he requests a brief moment first. He placed his hand on a large battle axe that had belonged to the now-defeated bandit. With Novem standing silently behind him, Lyall addressed the situation, formally requesting that the weapon be handed over to him. His request was met by a woman who had suddenly appeared, her presence immediately commanding attention. Dressed in an elegant dark gown and cape, she fixed him with a cold stare, declaring that the battle axe was a memento of her father. She issued a stark warning. If his answer was unsatisfactory, she would not hesitate to use force. In the aftermath of the battle, a young woman in a dark cloak approaches Lyall and his companions. She apologizes for the late introduction, stating her name is Sophia Lori, a daughter of the House of Lori. With a hand to her chest, she explains that the battle axe is a precious heirloom, all she has left of her father, and that she joined the subjugation force for the sole purpose of reclaiming it. Hearing her plea, Lyall simply hands the large axe over to her. His hired adventurers watch in disbelief, shocked that he would give it away with no strings attached. Lyall, however, pays them no mind, simply telling Sophia to take it. His casual dismissal catches her off guard. She insists that he can't be serious, arguing that the axe is a spoil of war, earned rightfully in combat. With sweat beading on her brow, she pleads with him to at least allow her to provide proper compensation in gold. Lyall, however, turns back with a gentle smile and shakes his head. He assures her it's fine, stating he couldn't possibly accept her gold. He explains that she would actually be helping him by taking it, as it was always his intention to return any stolen goods he found. Sophia is left utterly stunned and speechless. Seeing the matter is settled, Lyall gives a casual wave and turns to leave, but she quickly cries out for him to wait, her body tensing as she grips the massive axe. As he walks away, she shouts after him, her voice filled with frustration. She demands to know what the point was of him putting himself in so much danger, only to walk away with nothing. She argues that regardless of whether it was stolen, it's a fact that he put his life on the line to obtain it. Lyall's actions are interpreted differently by those watching. The adventurers he hired recall his bombastic speech about justice, dismissing him as just another stupid noble brat seeking fame. Novem, however, observes Sophia and thinks what an earnest young lady she is. A red-haired woman in their party realizes Lyall got exactly what he came for. As this unfolds, Novem falters, her mana depleted, and is caught by one of the adventurers. Nearby, a sharp-eyed man stands beside Sophia, watching Lyall's departure. The man with the scarf addresses Sophia, telling her that's enough. He explains that Lyall, by playing the role of a fool, has brilliantly ended the growing tensions between their territories. Sophia, her voice trembling with emotion, looks up at him and addresses him as uncle, beginning to swear an oath. Her hand trembles as she grips the axe. She thinks to herself that this was meant to be her fight. She had wanted to take revenge with her own hands and reclaim the symbol of her house, but she couldn't do it. She wasn't strong enough. Tears well up in her eyes and stream down her face. She cannot forgive herself for being so weak. Looking toward her uncle, she declares that she wants to become stronger. No, she needs to become stronger. Her uncle places a comforting hand on Sophia's head, the gesture making a soft sound. Tears stream down her face, but her expression is one of firm resolve. He looks upon her with a proud, knowing smile, affirming her unspoken vow with 2 words, well said. His encouragement settles in her heart as she stares into the dark woods, the image of Lyall Walt standing confidently with his own heirloom weapon flashing in her mind. A single, powerful thought crystallizes her determination. I want to be strong. As Sophia makes her vow, the very man who inspired it walks on with his companions. The red-haired adventurer in their party glances back, a thoughtful expression on her face, and remarks, just like him. Her companion simply agrees, yes. Several days after the bandits were defeated, life in the grand city of Darien is about to be stirred by the news of the victory. Within a lavishly appointed office, the ruling lord, Bentler Lobernia, strokes his chin with a pleased smile. Well then, he muses, clearly satisfied with the report he has received. He addresses the group standing before his desk. Lyall, Novem, and the hired adventurers. Lord Lobernia formally begins, expressing his deepest gratitude for their efforts in the subjugation of the bandit brigade. As the lord speaks, Novem turns to Lyall with a gentle smile, telling him that while humility is a virtue, he has every right to be proud. Flustered, Lyall insists there is no need for thanks, claiming he was just following what his ancestors told him to do. His protest is cut short as Lord Lobernia calls his name again, declaring the occasion a momentous first step on Lyall's path to greatness. Standing nearby, one of the hired adventurers quietly questions if this level of praise is really okay. The Lord, oblivious, apologizes for the brief interruption before continuing with his grand pronouncements. He declares that they will throw a lavish festival of 3 days and nights, and even establish an official holiday for Darien, all in commemoration of Lyall. He continues, his excitement building, suggesting people will name their children after Lyall to share in his virtue. The sheer scale of the unwanted attention is too much for Lyall, who throws his hands up in panic, shouting, "I'm sorry, please continue," as a stunned Novem looks on. He stood with his companions before Lord Lobernia's desk as the ruler of Darien began to speak. The Lord announced that he had summoned them for a single purpose, to pass judgment on the Lockwood family, whom he identified as the instigators of the entire affair. As the weight of the Lord's words settled, a grim atmosphere enveloped Arya and her father, West Lockwood. Lord Lobernia continued, stating that a sentence had been decided for both individuals. In a desperate outburst, West Lockwood lunged forward, shouting to Lord Lobernia. He insisted that he alone carried the responsibility for everything and pleaded for his daughter's innocence, begging the Lord to spare her. Unmoved, the Lord looked out over his city. He declared that as the Lord of Darien, the hand of justice does not play favorites, especially since the gazes of neighboring lords rested heavily upon his decision in this matter. His gaze hardened as he turned his attention back to the accused. He stated regretfully that their sins would be extended to their entire family. As Lord Lobernia began to address West Lockwood's fate specifically, the man cried out again, insisting his daughter had nothing to do with his actions. Arya could only whisper, "Father," as he begged for mercy on her behalf. The Lord ignored him, delivering the sentence. West Lockwood would spend the rest of his days in hard labor as one of Darien's frontier settlers. Lyall was visibly shocked by the term. West, in his desperation, offered to do anything, work in the coal mines, drain the sewers, if only his daughter were pardoned. Novem watched the proceedings with a grim, unreadable expression. Lord Lobernia continued, his voice cold, stating that blood binds guilt and a family must share in its sin. He then turned his attention to Arya Lockwood. The Lord delivered his final, shocking verdict. Arya was sentenced to compensate for Darien's losses with her body, condemned to become a harlot. The sentence left her father and Lyall utterly stunned. With her head bowed, Arya quietly accepted the sentence with a simple yes. But as she looked up, her resigned expression hardened into one of cold, defiant fury. Her fate, seemingly sealed, took an unexpected turn. The leader of the bandit subjugation force, Lyall, had given fierce opposition to Lord Lobernia's decree. His face is a mask of shock as he shouts the Lord's name, one of his hired men beside him seething with rage. However, the opposition resulted not in a reversal, but a modification. In recognition of Lyall's achievements, custody of Arya Lockwood was transferred directly to him, becoming his agreed-upon payment. The news leaves Arya utterly stunned, her eyes wide with disbelief. Arya, her hands clasped in worry, asks what the new development means. Beside her, Novem remains placid, while Lyall stares in wide-eyed shock, unable to process what he's just heard. In response to his confusion, Novem turns to him with a gentle expression. She reassures Lord Lyall, telling him to set his mind at ease, as they have reached a peaceful resolution to the issue. A sudden realization dawns on Lyall. He understands the loophole. Lord Lobernia sent Arya to a brothel on paper, allowing Lyall to immediately purchase her freedom. Within his mind, his ancestors comment on the cleverness of Bentler's scheme. Lord Lobernia then turns his attention to Novem, a smug look on his face. He confirms with her that this action has produced the agreed-upon outcome. She responds with a radiant smile and a cheerful, musical yes. Her confirmation sends Lord Lobernia into a fit of laughter. He confesses that he doubted his own ears when Novem first told him what Lyall's true goal was. This revelation leaves Lyall and the ancestor in his mind utterly baffled. He continues, describing Lyall's supposed ambition as an oasis of luxury hidden in a forest of women, or, put plainly, a harem. As he speaks, a vision of Lyall being pampered fills the air. Elsewhere, Arya wonders if this makes her part of Lyall's collection, while Lord Lobernia muses that he misjudged the young man. Lyall himself looks on in abject horror. Panicked, he whirls on Novem, demanding to know what plan she's referring to and what she told Lord Lobernia, insisting he never said anything about a harem. Unfazed, Novem calmly states that he did indeed say it, and that she remembers it very clearly. Her words trigger a memory. Lyall recalls boasting about becoming an adventurer, living surrounded by women, and being freed by his family's rejection. He realizes with dawning horror that she's right, admitting he did say it, though he still protests. His mind is thrown into chaos. His ancestors react with disbelief and dismay. His grandfather's spirit laments that his grandson's ambitions are so trivial, while another argues that Lyall only said it as a lie to convince Novem to go home. Lyall is left mortified by the misunderstanding. Elsewhere, Arya's father, West Lockwood, breaks down in tears, covering his face in shame. He blames his own incompetence for their circumstances, admitting that while Lyall's motives seem terrible, it is an infinitely better fate than selling his daughter to a brothel. Arya, her eyes wide with concern, begs her father not to cry. Unaware of this scene, Lyall stands stiffly beside Novem and Arya, his hand clenched into a white-knuckled fist. He forces out a strained agreement as he stares intently ahead. His mind races with gratitude for the help he has received, feeling he could never properly express his thanks. Yet, as he looks upon the group, a persistent thought of doubt begins to rumble within him. Sophia Lori, blushing slightly, accepts his gratitude and pledges to do her best, placing herself in his care. Lyall is stunned. At the same time, Novem asks Arya if she understands what is happening, declaring that her purpose is to see Lyall's ambition of building a harem fulfilled. Arya, oblivious to the nuance, is simply ecstatic for Lyall, though she wonders when Novem arranged this. He is immediately besieged by the conflicting voices of his ancestors. One gruffly demands he make Arya happy. Another, exasperated, tells him to just give up. A third reasons that Arya is intelligent enough to recognize this as the best possible outcome for her situation. Novem, however, continues her speech with unwavering conviction. She raises a finger and declares her belief that Arya is a worthy match for Lord Lyall, stating she fulfills all the necessary conditions to marry into the prestigious Walt family. She then turns to Arya, who looks back with wide, confused eyes. Novem asks if Arya is truly all right with this arrangement, prompting the other girl to stammer out the words, worthy of. Novem calmly explains her own role, declaring herself the fertile ground from which Lyall's dreams will flourish, content merely to support his happiness. Observing this, Lord Lobernius steps in. He entrusts the remaining matters to them, but pointedly warns Lyall to show some restraint, leaving Arya in stunned silence. Sophia then expresses her own gratitude to Lyall, which jolts him back to reality. He lets out a wail of despair, frantically insisting that there's been a huge misunderstanding and that he was completely unaware of these arrangements. She looks at him with a serious expression, explaining that her family once served the Lockwoods. After the Lockwood house fell, they lost their position and became adventurers. She concludes by revealing that while Arya was too young to remember, she viewed Lady Arya as a little sister. As the chaos of the moment settles, Lyall turns to Zelfie, his expression earnest. He tells her that he understands what has just transpired, but there is something important he must say to her regardless of the circumstances. Before he can continue, Sophia Lori's voice cuts through the air, her face a mask of fury as she points directly at him. She declares him the enemy of all women. Inside the ancestral jewel, the first head, Basil, erupts in booming laughter at the declaration, while Lyall himself can only stare in wide-eyed horror. Meanwhile, within that same jewel, the other ancestral spirits assess their situation. Finds Walt complains that despite their improved reputation, they are now broke. Slay Walt counters that they couldn't have asked for a better result, and Marcus Walt adds that they have official credit for defeating the bandits. Broad Walt simply tells the laughing Finds to quiet down. Finds retorts, asking what they think the adventurers will do with the money. He declares it obvious that they will pour it all into alcohol and women. Broad, however, calmly calls his descendant naive. Marcus, the fourth head, then clarifies their true strategy. He explains that this outcome is precisely their aim, because all the hired adventurers will inevitably want to brag about where their newfound wealth came from. His words illustrate the intended consequence. Every tavern and social hub across the land will soon be filled with patrons eagerly spreading the tale of how Lyall Walt's adventurer corps crushed the bandit plague, broadcasting his name and valor far and wide. Reflecting on this, Slay expresses his relief that the first head has finally taught Lyall his arts. Finds, flustered, claims he knew the plan all along, earning a skeptical glance from Fredericks. Amidst the bickering, Marcus grows thoughtful, wondering aloud why they were revived in such a manner, as a mass of recreated memories given form. Broad, Lyall's grandfather, provides the answer. He explains that during his own lifetime, he was unaware that the family's gem had been storing their memories. It was only when the gem reacted to Lyall that it evolved into the jewel, which then used those memories to create their current forms. His explanation leads Finds to speculate further. He reasons that if the only purpose was to teach their skills, such an evolution would have been unnecessary. A simple gem would have been sufficient. He concludes that it is as if the jewel itself intends to guide them in some manner. Basil cuts the debate short, declaring that there is no point in overthinking it. For him, the outcome is enough. Because of this evolution, he was able to meet the descendants of both Novem Fuchs and Miss Alice. He stood silently with arms crossed as Slay Walt casually advised Marcus to simply ignore him. Exasperated, Marcus sighed, questioning why Slay was treating the situation like a sightseeing tour. He remarked with frustration on how carefree the first head seemed to be. Their bickering went unnoticed, as Basil was lost in a memory. He recalled taking the gem with him when he left home. It hadn't been anything special then, just a blank, worthless piece of junk. As he contemplated the now luminous jewel, his thoughts delved deeper, revealing his true, underlying questions. Why do we exist? What is this all for? Following the fierce battle, Lyall, Novem, and Arya arrive at the Darien's Guild. The heavy wooden door creaks open as they step into the bustling hall, a new chapter of their journey beginning. As they enter, a wave of whispers ripples through the crowd. Adventurers recognize Lyall, murmuring amongst themselves that he's the one who led the bandit subjugation, with some rumors even claiming he took down the chief all by himself. Lyall shifts uncomfortably under the sudden scrutiny. His presence does not go unnoticed by two of the adventurers he hired for the mission. One chuckles, remarking how quickly word has spread and wagers that from now on, Lyall will be known as the bandit hunter Lyall. The whispers reach his ears, but it's not the praise that startles him. It's the mention of him being this stupid noble brat. Within the jewel, one of his ancestors bursts into laughter, amused that Lyall's own foolish antics are spreading alongside his achievements. Lyall grits his teeth, realizing he can't complain about a name he gave himself. Putting the murmurs of the guild hall aside, Novem turns to the matter at hand. She admits feeling a bit silly introducing her now, but formally announces to Lyall that starting today, Arya Lockwood will be their new party member. Arya bows her head slightly, her voice trembling as she addresses them. She confesses that she has no experience as an adventurer and is sure she'll cause trouble, but she promises to give it her all, so she won't be a burden. With a hopeful look, she asks them to please take care of her. He responds with a reassuring smile, raising a finger to make his point clear. He tells Arya that he'll say it again. Even though the documents state he purchased her, that was just for show. She is, he emphasizes, a completely free person. They find a table to sit at. As the weight of his words settles, Arya looks down thoughtfully. She murmurs that she understands, but her expression remains clouded with uncertainty. She then looks up, a determined glint in her eye, and explains her situation. Admitting she's in a bad spot with no place to live and debts to pay, she asks Lyall if he could look after her until she saves enough money to free her father. She punctuates the request with a hopeful wink. Her charm is overwhelming. Lyall, caught completely off guard by how cute she is, can only stammer an agreement. Seeing his flustered state, however, her playful confidence evaporates, replaced by a wave of uncertainty as she quietly asks if her request was no good. Her uncertain request is met with a sudden, furious outburst that only Lyall can perceive. The spirit of his ancestor, Basil, appears beside him, demanding that Lyall vow to protect Arya for her entire life and propose to her on the spot. Flustered by the spectral command, Lyall stammers that it's all right, as long as Arya herself is okay with it. He turns to Arya, who nervously agrees, stating that she looks forward to working together. Arya, in turn, says she looks forward to working with him. Observing this exchange, Zelfie says good, but her eyes narrow with a terrifying intensity. She presses Lyall, questioning if this is the full extent of his resolve and reminding him that Arya's life is now in his hands. Lyall shrinks back, intimidated. Novem, however, dismisses his words as empty and insincere, which does little to comfort Arya. With a brilliant smile, Novem then declares that she will take full responsibility and help Lyall build a splendid harem that Arya can be proud of. He screams internally that this is all too much, while Basil's spirit snarls a threat that if he ever makes Arya cry, he's dead meat. Sometime later, the newly formed party, Lyall, Novem, Arya, Zelfie, and the hired adventurers, gather around a table in the guild hall. As the city bustles outside, Zelfie begins to outline the plan for their instruction moving forward. Before she can continue, the large, muscular adventurer approaches Lyall, informing him that he has brought a guest to meet him. The guest is Sophia Lori. She formally thanks Lyall for his help the other day, but states she cannot accept the return of her family's axe, explaining it was a coincidence he had it. She asserts that though her house was destroyed, she has not lost her pride as a noble. She continues with resolve, stating that since her family's heirloom has been returned, she must express her gratitude. Therefore, she has decided to offer him the only thing she has left, her body. Her shocking declaration leaves Lyall, Zelfie, and Arya utterly stunned, their mouths agape in disbelief. He stared in disbelief, demanding to know if Sophia Lori had any idea what she had just said. As Zelfie cleared her throat to intervene, Sophia asked if he was dissatisfied with her pledge. Lyall's voice cracked with desperation as he confirmed that he was, in fact, very much dissatisfied. Ignoring his protest, Sophia boomed for all to hear, declaring that she, Sophia Lori, would repay Lyall's kindness with her body. She offered herself to him completely, a proclamation that sent shockwaves through Lyall, Arya, and Novem. Her words hung in the air of the crowded guild hall. As Sophia looked on with a questioning innocence, Lyall's face filled with horror as he realized every adventurer present had heard. The room, once filled with idle chatter, was now a sea of murmurs directed squarely at him. The murmurs erupted into a chorus of condemnation. The onlookers branded him a scumbag and a pervert, convinced the stupid noble brat had tricked a woman, demanding sex as a reward for a favor. The misunderstanding had instantly cemented into a sordid tale. Amidst the rabble, Lyall frantically shouted that it was all a misunderstanding. His denial was cut short when one of his own hired men confronted him, expressing his disappointment. He had thought Lyall was amazing, but now saw him as just another slimy womanizer. His panic intensified. As he reeled from the accusation, a dark, rumbling aura emanated from behind him. It was Zelfie, her form shadowed with pure rage. Her face was a mask of fury. With gritted teeth, she declared that Sophia had said it again, and in that moment, she branded Lyall the enemy of all women. The scandal spread like wildfire, the story echoing through the grand buildings of the city of Darien. Later, once tempers had cooled, a blushing Sophia apologized profusely. She admitted her choice of words had been poor and was terribly sorry for giving everyone the wrong impression. Her apology did little to console Lyall, who wailed that being called a stupid noble brat was better than this. One of his hired adventurers chuckled, remarking that the womanizer nickname was probably going to stick. Though the misunderstanding within his party was cleared, the damage to his reputation was done. Zelfie cuts through the confusion, summarizing the situation for a bewildered Lyall. Sophia wishes to join his party. As Lyall sputters in disbelief, Sophia confirms it, declaring her intent to devote the rest of her life to honoring her debt of gratitude. Nearby, Novem observes the scene, acknowledging the strength of Sophia's resolve, while another onlooker expresses shock at the lifelong pledge. The chaos escalates as the spirit of Basil Walt materializes, warning Lyall not to make Arya cry. Overwhelmed, Lyall demands an explanation. Zelfie, her expression sharp, clarifies that the moment he accepted responsibility for Arya, Sophia also entrusted herself to him. She then officially grants him a provisional pass, stating she will now closely monitor his conduct, much to Lyall's shock. In response to Zelfie's judgment, Sophia clenches her fists with fervent determination. She thanks the guildswoman and vows to work her hardest to aim for a full pass, seemingly unaware of Lyall's own turmoil as she asks if he understands what he's just agreed to. While Sophia celebrates, Zelfie is struck by a troubling thought. For some reason, the conversation about buying her own freedom was completely swept under the rug. As she stands there looking concerned, Novem coldly tells her to buzz off, prompting a helpless plea for aid from Zelfie. Her gaze sharpens, focusing intently on Lyall. Internally, Novem wonders what he is truly thinking and how he really feels about her being there amidst the unfolding drama. She then confronts him directly, asking about his feelings. Flustered, Lyall desperately tries to clarify the situation, insisting that he and Sophia barely know each other and pleading with Novem to believe him. The stressful day concludes. Later that night, in a timber-framed building under a full moon, Lyall lies in bed, groaning in his sleep. His rest is not peaceful. Sweat beads on his brow and his teeth grind together as he is tormented by a nightmare. The source of his torment is revealed within the jewel's spiritual plane. His ancestor, Basil Walt, erupts in laughter, mocking Lyall's dream self. He points and declares that this is the face of someone having a nightmare, adding that Lyall completely lost his composure over being called a womanizer earlier. He shouts back in his dream, full of frustration. Thanks to the whole mess, he laments, his nickname has now been changed to womanizer of all things. Of course, he's having nightmares. He found himself in a familiar, ethereal space, seated at a large, round table. His 7 ancestors, the previous heads of the Walt family, sat around him, their spectral forms observing him in silence. The silence was broken by a thought regarding the 5th head, who apparently had 4 mistresses. Lyall immediately protested internally, thinking it impossible for him as he struggled just to take care of himself. Slay Walt, the 3rd head, scoffed at the notion, questioning what kind of man couldn't provide for an extra woman or 2, brushing off Lyall's unspoken concerns. Basil, the founder, let out a smug grin. He expressed his amazement that Slay could make such a face with his terrible naming sense, wishing Lyall had received a cooler nickname. To him, something like Bandit Slayer Guy, or He Who Makes Bandits Pee, would have been far better. The conversation then shifted to Lyall's combat performance. Slay noted how amazing it was that Lyall dual-wielded a saber and a dagger. Marcus, the 4th head, agreed, observing that Lyall was remarkably dexterous and must be a specialist type. Basil roared in disagreement with Lyall's modest internal thoughts, declaring that no amateur could have possibly pulled off such a feat. Flustered by the praise and their terminology, Lyall finally spoke, asking what they meant by dexterous. His question was ignored as the analysis continued. Crassel, the 2nd head, stated that he was right. Lyall's growths were highly focused on one attribute. Fines, the 6th head, mused that few of them could replicate the feat, perhaps only Marcus. Marcus himself conceded that while he fought with a dagger in each hand, using a saber in the same way was beyond him. Slay wished that Lyall's growth had strengthened his magic more. Fines countered that it was better than half-baked, unfocused growth. Marcus added that once you know what type of growths you have, it becomes easier to settle on a fighting style. Overwhelmed by the unfamiliar terms, Lyall tentatively raised his hand, asking for their attention. He finally interjected, asking what this growth they were all talking about was, confirming that it surely wasn't about getting taller. His question was met with a sudden, collective, and utterly stunned silence from all 7 of his ancestors. Broadwalt, his grandfather, stared in disbelief. He stated that it couldn't be. In his lifetime, people only ever called them growths. Fines, equally bewildered, wondered if the term had changed in the current era, before a shocking realization dawned on him. Lyall truly had no idea what they were talking about. His confusion was met with disbelief from his ancestor, Crassel Walt, who demanded to know how he could be unaware of the powerful feeling of a growth. Crassel insisted that at 15, Lyall should have experienced at least one by now, while another ancestor, Slay, quietly wondered if his descendants' poor environment was to blame. The young man remained utterly lost, asking what good such a dramatic feeling would even do for him. His grandfather, Broadwalt, sighed with exasperation and began to explain, describing the prelude as a sudden weariness, like falling ill, which then gives way to a feeling of complete emptiness. He clarified that this is the lead-up to a growth, a phenomenon where, through life experience and training, the body undergoes an explosive metamorphosis and ascends to a higher level, a transformation far beyond ordinary development. Broad then noted that while rare, some growths require vast amounts of experience, meaning Lyall must fall into that slow category. The realization stunned Crassel, who expressed his surprise that his descendant had refined his sword and magic to such a degree without a single growth. Another ancestor, Finds, interjected with a grave warning. He advised caution, explaining that while those with slow growths have great potential and experience huge power spikes, this sudden strength often goes to their heads, causing them to die young. The warning terrified Lyall, who recoiled in shock, declaring he wanted no part of something so dangerous. In stark contrast, Crassel laughed heartily, viewing the situation as exciting. He declared that Lyall was sitting on a massive stockpile of experience, and that he couldn't wait to witness the resulting transformation. The ancestors' excitement quickly turned to planning. Finds declared a labyrinth to be the perfect training ground for a growth, and Basil insisted Lyall must challenge one. Slay chimed in, noting he could grab treasure at the same time. The suggestion sparked Lyall's memory of Lord Bentler mentioning a new labyrinth near Darien. He immediately protested, pointing out that the labyrinth is under Darien's control and he wouldn't be allowed in. He complained about their casual suggestion, retorting that visiting a labyrinth isn't a picnic but a genuine adventure, a man's romance. Basil roared for him to cut the boring excuses. Broad, however, calmly explained the modern reality to the other ancestors. Labyrinths lure people in and grow by devouring them, so they're now classified as dangerous creatures and strictly managed by ruling lords. Crassel scoffed at this, claiming the lords just want to hoard the treasure for themselves. Basil readily agreed, reminiscing that in his day, when a labyrinth appeared, anyone was free to challenge it. He enthusiastically declared their next destination, the forest. He assured Lyall that labyrinths spawned there with surprising frequency, and all they needed to do was find one before a noble claimed it. Lyall, looking uneasy, remarked that his ancestor made the hunt sound as trivial as dealing with a bug infestation. As he spoke, a vision of adventurers entering a cavernous maw illustrated his point. The ancestor's voice continued, explaining that labyrinths are living dungeons that feed on human flesh, often materializing in places where people commonly lose their way. A low rumble echoed as he advised that one should always be on the lookout for such a place while hunting other monsters. His expression turned grim as he elaborated, clenching a fist. Once a labyrinth grows sufficiently large, he warned, monsters begin to spill out into the surrounding area. The appearance of a monstrous, slitted eye underscored his next point. Whenever there is talk of mysterious deaths or people vanishing, one can be sure a labyrinth is involved. The creature responsible for such disappearances is revealed, a hulking, tusked beast, its form radiating power. A labyrinth is the cause, and a dungeon is near. With this revelation, Lyall's next objective becomes clear. He must find a labyrinth. At dusk, in a city of towering architecture, a sign hangs outside an establishment, its symbol indicating a bathhouse. This is the 7th story. Inside, the women of Lyall's party, Novem, Arya, Sophia, Zelfie, and another adventurer with red hair, are gathered, relaxing in the steaming waters of a large communal bath. Zelfie, her dark hair tied up, surveys the group with a calm expression, confirming to herself that everyone has arrived. Novem expresses her anticipation for the gathering, while the red-haired adventurer confidently states Zelfie won't have much to say about her. Sophia, however, questions if this is the right place for such a discussion. Zelfie cuts through the chatter, announcing her intent to use this chance to assess their development. She begins her evaluation with Novem. Zelfie declares that no matter how hard she looks, there's nothing to criticize. Whether it's desk work or hunts, Novem consistently earns the top grade of Novem, blushing slightly, humbly credits her success to Zelfie's guidance. Zelfie continues her praise, adding that Novem is courteous with everyone and that it would be no exaggeration to call her flawless. Sophia expresses her gratitude, pleased by the assessment. The red-haired adventurer pouts silently. Zelfie then adds a final point of praise for Novem. Her combat coordination with Lyall is on another level entirely. Her tone shifts dramatically. Zelfie's eyes narrow into a fierce glare as she turns her focus, declaring that the problem lies with the other two, Sophia and the red-haired adventurer. She erupts, her voice echoing as she recounts their failures. They are so inept they can't even handle working in a tavern, earning the Mori grades. She points out that even Lyall, who usually gets a B, was horrified when they dragged his performance down to an E. The red-haired adventurer splashes the water in protest, shouting that Zelfie's evaluation is unfair. But Zelfie continues her tirade, yelling that every single job they undertake results in an E, and their monster hunts consistently fail due to a complete lack of team coordination. Continuing her tirade in the bathhouse, Zelfie vehemently objects to being grouped with Arya. She insists that she is a lady and that certain tasks suit her while others do not, unlike her less refined companion. The red-headed adventurer retorts sharply, finding Zelfie's talk of ways of the blade laughable. She accuses Zelfie of just swinging her axe around like a madwoman and claims that the complaint is one she herself should be making. The argument escalates as Sophia, brandishing her massive battle axe even in the water, furiously declares it to be the treasured heirloom of House Laurie. She asserts her capability to wield it and questions why Zelfie would even bring it up in the bath. In the background, the chaos continues as Arya calls for help and Novem questions what is happening. Observing the scene, Novem calmly remarks to Zelfie that she seems quite pleased with the results, noting that while there's room for improvement, Arya's earnestness is praiseworthy. Separately, she turns to Lyall, revealing she has been wondering about their ages and confirming that she is, in fact, older than him, a fact he seems to brush off. Meanwhile, outside the bathhouse, Lord Lyall waits patiently on the cobblestone street. He turns as the group of women, Sophia, Arya, the red-headed adventurer, and Novem, all now dressed, emerge from the building. Lyall offers his sincerest apologies, hoping he did not keep them waiting. His face slightly flushed, Lyall dismisses their tardiness, claiming he just got out himself. He internally reflects that it is best to just accept that women take extra time with certain things and move on, noting that they all showed a lot of greed after their bath. The spirit of Basil Walt materializes beside him, a wide grin on his face. He muses that a woman shines brightest right after a bath, like a freshly laundered blanket warmed by the sun, and declares the sight to be nice. As the party walks down the street, Novem announces that they are all going out for something to eat. Zelfie declines, stating she will be heading back to the guild. Basil's spirit continues his commentary, chiding Lyall for being too old to be looking at the girls in such a way. A flustered Lyall agrees to meet the other three at a restaurant after he retrieves his saber from the weapon shop. Novem fixes him with a stern gaze, warning him to behave and not get any funny ideas. As Lyall walks down the street with Arya, Sophia, and another female companion, his mind is elsewhere. He internally frets that leaving Arya and Sophia alone always results in a fight. He then questions why he didn't invite Novem along, only for a spectral image of her to chide him, suggesting that their constant bickering is merely a sign of how comfortable they are with one another. He arrives at a weapon shop and pushes the door open, only to be immediately met with a loud shout from within, telling him to scram. Inside, Lyall stands before a stout man at the counter, pleading for him to fix an item. The man dismissively tells him to quit while he's ahead. From behind the counter, a female dwarf, the shop's owner, steps forward. She holds up a damaged breastplate and sternly demands to know why he wants it repaired so badly, pointing out that it isn't even his size. She questions if it's for a comrade or perhaps a master he serves. Her interrogation intensifies as she bluntly asks if he looted the armor from a corpse. The male assistant, aghast, tells her that's enough and that she'll drive away business. The owner internally analyzes the breastplate's large gash, suspecting it was made by an orc. However, she knows there has been no orc activity near Darien, leading her to conclude the armor's owner came from another territory and lied for some underhanded reason. Unfazed, Lyall simply tells her he doesn't mind her suspicions. At that moment, the assistant interrupts, reminding Lyall he was there for a saber he'd left for repair. He explains the owner's caution, noting she doesn't want to be held accountable for aiding a criminal. With a flourish, he places the restored saber on the counter with a heavy thud, declaring it good as new. Lyall picks up the saber, his gaze fixed on the dwarf. He reminds her that there's no logical reason to reforge a shattered blade when one could simply buy a new one, hinting at a deeper significance. He cannot simply replace it. He internally affirms that the saber was purchased with money entrusted to him by someone who saved his life. For that reason, he will continue to wield this specific blade until it reaches its absolute limit. Hearing this, the dwarf's expression transforms into a wide, impressed grin. Calling his words well said, she admits she has a soft spot for people like him. She promises that if his saber ever breaks again, she'll fix it up to tip-top shape and even give him a 20% discount. His face beamed with pure, unadulterated joy, a wide smile spreading from ear to ear as a light blush dusted his cheeks. His gratitude echoed across the moonlit rooftops of the city. "Yes, thank you very much," he called out, his voice filled with relief and appreciation. Meanwhile, in a stately office elsewhere in Darien, Zelfie stood before the ruling lord, Bentler Lobernia. He confirmed the grim news she had brought. "Correct," he stated, acknowledging that a dispute with neighboring lands had resulted in casualties. He then turned his attention to the source of the information, asking, "That letter came from House Pagan, you say?" She processed the information, her expression turning somber. "Ah, so," she murmured to herself, finding it strange. Even though they hadn't made contact in years, House Pagan was now sending a letter asking for help. The Lord, however, saw no room for debate. "Yes," he affirmed, his gaze firm, "but House Pagan are sworn vassals to the land of Darien. Ignoring them is out of the question." The decision weighed heavily within the walls of the grand, moonlit manor. Inside, Lord Lobernia reviewed the letter's contents, his brow furrowed. Truly, what a nuisance," he muttered. the full scope of the problem becoming clear as Zelfie waited patiently before his desk. He looked up at her, summarizing the predicament. "It sounds like you're in a difficult position," Zelfie observed. "Yes," he confirmed, "and that is precisely why I've called you here today, Miss Zelfie." He explained the letter's demand. They wanted Darien's troops to march, prepared for armed conflict. Such a move, he warned, could easily trigger an all-out war. Her eyes widened in disbelief. "You can't possibly mean for me to solve the problem instead," she exclaimed, aghast at the implication. Lord Lobernia, however, quickly reassured her, "Oh no, nothing of the sort." He leaned forward, a cunning smile playing on his lips as he rested his chin on his hand. "The thing is," he began, his tone shifting, "while pondering over this issue, I just so happened to remember something. His plan required a specific individual, someone to whom various neighboring lords owed a favor, the perfect person to put an end to the conflict. That perfect person was now rattling along a forest path inside a covered wagon. Inside, Lyall slumped with a miserable expression, recounting to his companions how the job had been forced upon him. Arya listened intently, understanding the logic. She noted that since the opposing lord owed Lyall a favor, he was the perfect choice for a mediator. Zelfie confirmed this, adding that Lyall had returned all the bandits' stolen loot, including the lord's treasure, free of charge. She then revealed that this was only half of the reason. With a knowing look, she pointed out the other crucial factor, the presence of Sophia in Lyall's party. Zelfie elaborated, explaining that she is personally acquainted with Lord Maney, the head of the house currently in conflict with the pagans. Lyall, ever the optimist, expressed his confidence that with Sophia's help, they could find a peaceful resolution quickly. Sophia, however, seemed troubled, internally noting that Lord Maney was not the type of person to pick fights, which made the situation feel strange. Back in the wagon, Arya declared she would do her best and that they were relying on Sophia. Fired up, Lyall shouted encouragement, and Sophia agreed, vowing they would end the conflict with their own hands. Despite the outward show of determination, Arya's expression fell. She clenched her hand in frustration, feeling as though she was just dead weight to the group. Her internal struggle continued as she lamented her inability to fight well, a moment of vulnerability quietly observed by Zelfie. As the group traveled, Zelfie wasn't the only one feeling the weight of their mission. Arya, with a downcast expression, quietly acknowledged her own perceived weakness. She was not good with magic. Sophia, too, felt a sense of uselessness, realizing she had no personal connections that could aid their cause. Zelfie herself clutched a small gem pendant, her own source of frustration. She wished she could at least get the gem to work, feeling it might offer some advantage. Putting these private doubts aside, the group finally came to a stop as Zelfie announced their arrival. She gestured towards the town ahead, confirming that this was House Pagan's territory. Lyall surveyed the scene. The Lord hadn't sent anyone to meet them, and the people seemed to be on high alert. He concluded that things might be more dire than they had thought. As he processed this, a young man approached them from the street. He addressed the group hesitantly, asking if they were, by any chance, the envoys from Darien. Zelfie stepped forward, confirming their identity. As she began to formally request an audience with the Lord of House Pagan, the man smiled, assuring her that it wouldn't be necessary. With a disarming smile, he introduced himself directly. He was Dale Pagan, the lord of this very land, and he welcomed them all. Upon their arrival, Lyall's party is met by a young man with a disarmingly friendly smile. He introduces himself as Dale Pagan, the lord of these lands, explaining his simple attire is due to having just finished work in the fields. His casual demeanor immediately shocks Lyall and Novem, with Novem internally decrying his lack of propriety as utterly vulgar. He offers to take the letter from the Lord of Darien off their hands and personally guide the group to his manor. Lyall, Zelfie, and the others accept, following him through the town. They soon arrive at Dale Pagan's manor, a formidable structure of stone and timber topped with a prominent round tower, signifying his station despite his humble appearance. Inside a receiving room, Lyall and his companions, Novem, Arya, Sophia, Zelfie, and the red-headed adventurer, are given seats. Dale Pagan sits opposite them, ready to begin their discussion. Dale holds the missive, confirming with a calm smile that it is indeed a letter from Lord Bentler of Darien. His calm is abruptly broken by two other people in the room. A man with spiky hair erupts, demanding to know how he can be expected to stay calm and questioning how many troops Darien will send. A woman beside him urgently tries to silence him, reminding him that they are in the presence of envoys. The outburst prompts a sharp interruption from Zelfie. Her gaze is intense as she asks pardon for the interruption, but firmly requests to know who the two are. In response to her direct question, Dale turns to Zelfie with a relaxed smile, apologizing for his rudeness and admitting he has not yet introduced them. He then introduces his associates. The agitated man is Zappa, whom he considers an older brother. The woman is Paula, the village mediator representing the area's prominent houses. Paula offers a polite greeting, but Zappa impatiently dismisses the pleasantries, demanding to know what is written in the letter. With the introductions made, Dale gestures to the document, bringing the focus of the room back to the matter at hand. the contents of the letter from Darien. He calmly informs the irate local, Zappa, that Darien is not sending soldiers. Instead, the 5 adventurers standing before them are the entirety of the reinforcements assigned to their territory. Zappa reacts with sputtering disbelief. His disbelief erupts into fury. Zappa roars that they are at war, questioning what they are supposed to do with women and children as reinforcements. He whirls on Dale, demanding an immediate explanation while Lyall's party looks on. Paula steps between them, admonishing Zappa for his utterly disrespectful behavior. She declares that Darien is the disrespectful party in this situation and commands Zappa to apologize to their guests at once. Sophia interjects, asking for a moment of their time. With a placid, almost unnerving smile, she states that she understands their reaction, because from their perspective, they've been left to die. She elaborates, explaining that if Darien were to deploy its official troops, the act would be no different from a declaration of war, a conflict that no one truly desires. Therefore, she concludes, it is out of the question for the pagan territory to be the ones to instigate it. Her expression hardens, her voice cutting through the tension. She commands them to understand that they came for a civilized discussion, not a playground squabble, and to stop acting like children. Under the weight of her sudden intensity, both Paula and Zappa visibly tremble. She stares Zappa down, stating that their very purpose for being here is to ensure such a war does not happen. Uncowed, Zappa shoots back, demanding to know their plan if the enemy attacks first. Lyall calmly interjects, revealing that if all else fails, they have an ace. He declares that this ace is none other than himself, the man who defeated the bandit Boris one-on-one. The revelation stuns the locals. Zappa shouts in disbelief, questioning if he means the Boris, chief of the deranged cutthroats. Dale confirms he'd heard rumors that Boris had been slain, but couldn't believe them without proof. His mind reels. Zappa recalls Boris' fearsome reputation, less a man and more a calamity given flesh, the scourge of every noble in the region. The thought is so preposterous that he can only mutter, "You've got to be kidding me." The man's disbelief gives way to a dawning, unwelcome realization as he stares at Lyall. He points a trembling finger, his mind connecting the dots. If what Lyall claimed was true, then he had to be that person. Lyall flinches as Zappa bellows, identifying him not by his heroic deed, but by his infamous reputation as a stupid, womanizing brat. Internally, Lyall despairs as his various aliases merge in the worst possible way. As Zappa fumes about the women with Lyall, Paula tries to silence him, stating their private affairs are none of his business. Novem, however, steps forward and calmly asks Zappa to start from the beginning, expressing a desire to hear the whole story. At Novem's prompting, Zappa's anger subsides into a grim seriousness. He turns his head, his gaze distant as he begins his account. He explains that he and his partner, his sworn brother, Peony, were the ones who first found the body. His story shifts to a memory. He and Peony had ventured into the forest on a day like any other, their purpose to hunt monsters. It was there, amidst the trees, that they stumbled upon the scene. They found a body lying face down in the dirt, the corpse of a knight belonging to the neighboring territory of House Mani. Continuing his tale, Zappa explains that their first assumption was that a monster had killed the knight. But upon closer inspection, a crucial detail tipped them off. The man had been looted completely clean of all his equipment. The realization struck them. Nothing in that forest steals equipment. This was not a monster attack. It was, without a doubt, the work of a person. Zappa's voice grows more intense as he recounts the most suspicious event. Not a moment after their discovery, a search team from the Mani family arrived on the scene. They acted with a strange purpose, as if they already knew the body was there. The Mani soldiers took the body and departed. On the surface, that was the end of it. But as Zappa watched them leave, a cold wave of foreboding washed over him. He understood then. It had been a trap, and they had walked right into it. With grim certainty, he concludes his story, stating that these kinds of coincidences simply don't exist. Dale Pagan finishes recounting Zappa's story, his voice grim as he relays the conclusion over a view of the town. He explains that House Mani was simply fishing for an excuse, any justification to start a war. He continues, explaining that this was the official story presented to him. House Pagan was formally accused of treachery by the formidable lord of House Mani, Medid Mani. He lets out a weary sigh, his frustration evident. Lyall, Novem, and Sophia listen intently as Dale laments that House Mani has chosen to persist with this fabricated narrative. Now seated around a low table, he gestures towards its surface, inviting the group to examine a piece of evidence. The item is a letter. He explains that it was delivered immediately following his vassal's disappearance, and, inside, it contained the exact location where the corpse could be found. He clarifies that the letter was anonymous, confirming Lyall's suspicion. Dale lays out the enemy's plan, for him to arrive and discover the pagans at the scene, making them the obvious culprits. As he speaks, Sophia's brow furrows in thought. She murmurs that the timing was too perfect, as if it were all arranged. She posits a new theory. Could a third party be trying to undermine both sides? Dale acknowledges her point as a possibility, but cautions them not to get ahead of themselves. He then poses the central question of the conflict. Who truly stands to benefit if their territories go to war? Before he can elaborate, Lyall interjects, his tone shockingly direct. He states his suspicion that Dale's ties to House Pagan are not as severed as he claims. Within his mind, the voice of his grandfather, Broad, urges him on, noting that such conflicts often have roots in petty skirmishes and that he must pry the details out of him. His bluntness stuns the room. Novem and Arya immediately erupt, scolding Lyall for his incredible rudeness and lack of tact. As Paula stares in wide-eyed shock, Lyall stammers an apology. Dale, however, merely smirks, remarking with amusement that Lyall certainly doesn't mince words. In response to the pointed question, Dale Pagan leans forward, his expression serious. He explains that while they're adjacent territories sworn to different High Lords, the root of all their conflict boils down to the forest that lies between their lands. He freely admits that it would be a lie to say they've never feuded. He continues, listing the endless sources of their disputes: lumber, water rights, where medicinal herbs and fruits are gathered, and even on which side of the border a monster was defeated. Dale concludes that if one were to look into it, they would find that their houses have fought over practically everything under the sun. The sheer weight of this long-standing, petty conflict presses down on Lyall. He clutches his cloak, a bead of sweat on his temple, muttering that his stomach hurts. Within his mind, the chorus of his ancestors offers little comfort, merely echoing sentiments of understanding and agreement with his plight. His internal turmoil is cut short by the furious roar of his ancestor, the first head. "Shut it, lunkheads!" Basil bellows, proclaiming that strength is justice. The strong make the rules for the weak to follow. He dismisses the idea of feuding, insisting they should have simply cracked skulls and settled things. As the spirit rages, Lyall quietly wonders if his own father had to struggle with these same pressures. As the night deepens outside the timber-framed building, Paula's calm voice cuts through the tension. She declares that she believes everyone now has a sufficient understanding of the situation, bringing the lengthy explanation to a close. Inside a sparse room, Lyall stands between two beds, addressing Novem and Arya. He explains with frustration that he has heard both sides of the story regarding the recent conflict, and their accounts are identical. Each faction insists the other was the aggressor. The conversation shifts to Lyall's discussion with Dale Pagan and Sophia Laurie. Dale observes that House Pagan seems to be taking the situation rather lightly. Sophia adds that the entire region is a powder keg, and this incident is just another spark. Lyall recalls that House Maney regularly sends patrols into their side of the forest to hunt monsters, a fact Sophia confirms, noting that Lord Medid was quite livid about it. He continues, voicing his skepticism, while states that a few details don't sit right with him and questions if the incident could have been, at least partially, the work of a monster. He then posits a third, more cynical option, that both houses are lying. To him, it's simple. Either House Maney or House Pagan is being deceptive. Sophia listens, her expression thoughtful. She admits that she's a little worried about Novem and Arya, acknowledging that leaving two women alone in a place like the Pagan estate is unsettling, even if they were left there to keep an eye on things. Dale Pagan, however, dismisses her concerns. He reminds her that Novem is a top-class magician and is far from defenseless. He scoffs at the idea of them being a threat, questioning what they could possibly do without a single soldier to command. His reasoning continues under the light of the full moon. Dale concludes that if either side were truly that impulsive, they would have already gone to war by now. Meanwhile, at Dale Pagan's manor, the red-headed female adventurer voices her own worries about the three women they left behind. Zelfie, walking beside her, offers reassurance. She tells her not to worry, as she is there to protect them, and adds that Sophia is acquainted with the head of House Maney, which could be an advantage. As Sophia walks ahead, Dale's gaze follows her. He reflects internally on her presence, thinking to himself that she is exactly the type of girl Lyall is drawn to. The red-headed adventurer, puzzled by the comment, asks for clarification. Zelfie elaborates on what she perceives as a pattern in Lyall's preferences: neat, silky hair, and a very feminine figure. Nearby, Novem overhears the conversation and quietly refutes the assessment with a simple, firm no. While the redhead agrees with Zelfie's analysis, Arya looks downcast. She confesses that she gets the feeling Lyall sees her as a burden. Novem immediately turns to her, urging her to dismiss the thought and assuring her that Lord Lyall does not hate her. She listens as Arya clarifies her feelings. Arya insists that while she is grateful for the help, her own freedom had nothing to do with Lyall's negotiations. She feels she simply latched onto him. Her expression becomes fraught with worry as she voices her core anxiety, questioning if she is of any use to Lyall at all. Arya reacts with shock to Novem's immediate and firm confirmation, demanding to know how she could possibly be helpful. With a gentle smile, Novem reaffirms that Arya has been an incredible help. She elaborates, explaining that since Arya began chatting with him, Lyall has really started to open up. Novem adds that, as Arya has likely noticed, Lyall isn't quite used to how the world works. Arya's expression turns somber as she processes this information. She asks Novem to confirm a rumor she heard, that Lyall's family had placed him under house arrest. Novem confirms it is true. She explains that Lyall was treated so horribly, one could say he was raised as a prisoner. His spirit was so thoroughly beaten down that he became unable to see any value in himself. Struggling to reconcile this with a man she knows, Arya points out his incredible skill with high-level magic and his swordsmanship, which is in a league of its own. She admits she doesn't know the full story. Novem continues, explaining that years of isolation and constant reminders of how he fell short of his sister, Lady Ceres, stripped him of all confidence. In truth, she says, his little sister overshadowed him in every regard. Against the backdrop of the imposing Walt family estate, Novem delivers the final part of the story. After losing a duel with his little sister, Lyall was exiled from the family. The revelation leaves Arya stunned. The thought of the powerful, Lyall, she knows losing to anyone is something she cannot wrap her head around. To her, it doesn't even sound real. She listens as Novem earnestly explains that Lyall's past trauma is precisely why he needs her. Novem wishes for Arya to grow even closer with Lord Lyall, pleading with her to hold his hand and never let him feel lonely again. Confused by this request, she bluntly asks Novem why she seems to be building a harem. She questions if it doesn't bother Novem to have both her and Sophia around Lyall all the time. Novem swallows hard, admitting this has been bothering her for a while. She turns the question back on Arya, asking if she isn't in love with Lyall and if she doesn't want him all to herself, for his attention to be hers alone. A memory of Lyall's smiling face flashes through their minds. Before Arya can formulate a response, she answers the unspoken question about her own feelings, declaring with serene certainty and without a shadow of a doubt that she loves Lord Lyall. She continues, explaining that her actions are all in service of bringing Lord Lyall happiness and making his wishes come true. Her explanation is met with a furious rebuttal from Arya, who shouts that there is no way Lyall would have wished for such a thing. She demands to know if he truly said he wanted this, insisting that Novem knows better. Novem calmly concedes the point. You're right, she affirms, her gaze steady. Lord Lyall is kind, truly so. That's why. She elaborates that Lord Lyall needs this arrangement because he needs someone he can lean on, someone who isn't her. The statement leaves Arya utterly speechless, her mind reeling from the implication. The heavy atmosphere is suddenly broken by Lyall's cheerful voice calling out to Arya, announcing that it's time for her magic training. As he approaches, Novem watches with a faint, knowing smile, while Arya struggles to respond, still trying to understand what Novem meant. She decides to drop the subject for now, but internally vows to pester Novem about it later, certain the other girl is hiding something. Lyall, reaching her, holds out a small bag of components and instructs her to cast the stone bullet spell. Novem simply replies that she is, of course, not hiding anything. During her magic training, Arya struggled. She attempted to manifest stone projectiles, but they simply crumbled mid-air. Frustrated, she admitted to Novem that she couldn't get the hang of magic, feeling a spear suited her much better. Novem, however, offered a reassuring smile, telling her she simply had room to grow as a piece of bark snapped off the targeted tree. This display led Novem to a conclusion. She mused aloud that since Arya was blessed with the gift of magic, it meant she was a noble. As she spoke, the heavy step of an approaching boot landed nearby, signaling an interruption. Their conversation was cut short by the arrival of two men, Dale Pagan and his associate, Zappa. Observing the two women, Zappa remarked to Dale how convenient their discovery was. He noted with a sly grin that a noble would do just fine for their purposes, though it didn't ultimately matter either way. He then addressed Arya directly, calling her redhead and identifying Dale as the lord of the land. Before a confused Arya could respond, Zappa delivered a stunning ultimatum, his face twisting into a predatory grin. She was going to be Dale's wife. Arya was left utterly speechless by the sudden proposal. In the territory of House Pagan, Dale Pagan greets Lyall Walt and his companions. Hey, thanks for coming out to meet us, man, Dale says with a casual air. Lyall, flanked by Novem and Sophia, remains tense and silent in response. He immediately tries to address the reason for their meeting, stating they need to discuss Arya. Dale dismisses the topic, claiming he has no intention of fighting and isn't concerned with the feud involving Lord Maney. His demeanor then shatters as he roars, accusing Lyall of paying to take Arya as property while simultaneously stringing along his fiancée, Novem. He calls Lyall a scumbag, just like the rumors say, leaving the young noble utterly stunned by the sudden, vitriolic attack. As the confrontation escalates, Arya herself runs forward, shouting for them to hold up. His declaration is followed by a fit of wild laughter. The absurdity enrages one of Lyall's ancestors, who internally bellows, "Save her, the hell is this nut saying? Don't screw with me, brat." Outwardly, Lyall simply holds up his hands, pleading, "Dale, please calm down a little." The plea is useless. With a sudden snap, Dale's temper breaks. He grabs Lyall by his cloak, shouting that it is Lyall who needs to calm down. He furiously accuses him of being willing to pursue any woman, demanding to know if he has any self-control. As he's being shaken, conflicting advice echoes in Lyall's mind. One ancestor urges him to strike back, while another dismisses the situation as a joke. Before Lyall can react, Sophia steps forward. Her voice is cold as she addresses Dale. "You talking about me?" she asks, her eyes narrowed. "You've laid your hands on a woman old enough to be your mother." Her sharp words cut through the chaos, but her next statement is directed at Lyall. "That's enough, Lyall," she declares. A look of profound disappointment crosses her face as she murmurs that this isn't how she wanted things to turn out. She then turns her full fury on him, startling him. "How long are you going to stand there and take this?" she shouts, admonishing him for what she sees as a weak and accepting attitude in the face of insult. He can only stammer her name, confused. One of his ancestors observes that Lyall was smiling too much at Dale. Sophia presses on, calling his appeasement shameful and questioning if being trampled on doesn't hurt his pride as a man. "Show some backbone," she demands. From the side, Arya protests, "Sophia, that was uncalled for." As the argument about him raged on, Arya attempted to explain Lyall's past to Sophia, stating that his awful home life left him unable to understand the need to fight back against abuse. Sophia, however, remained unsympathetic, questioning what was so hard to grasp. The subject of their debate, Lyall himself, refuted Arya's defense with a flustered expression. He insisted that the person she described didn't exist and that he absolutely possessed his own pride. His outburst only fueled Sophia's scorn. She retorted that all she heard was that he had no pride. Arya glared back, criticizing Sophia's sloppy, thoughtless, and uncompromising viewpoint. The tension finally snapped. Sophia declared she disliked Arya's strict nature, prompting Arya to challenge her to a fight. With a calm smile, Sophia accepted, stating that while she doesn't seek battle, she will answer its call, finding the prospect fun. Watching from the sidelines, Novem asked Dale Pagan if he wasn't going to stop them. He simply replied to let them fight, assuring her he would step in if things went too far. He then mused that the timing was perfect, as he had sensed the tension between the two women for some time. Nearby, a bewildered Lyall could only ask why they were fighting. As he watched Sophia and Arya squared off on a nearby rooftop, he believed they needed to release their pent-up frustration to resolve the friction between them. With a screech of colliding metal, their duel began. Arya furiously demanded to know when Sophia would start repaying her debt, accusing her of not even being able to properly finish a single quest. Sophia parried the attack and yelled back that Arya was the last person she wanted to hear that from. She accused Arya of being a burden who only dragged Lyall down, whereas Sophia's own freedom had been bought. Pained, Arya screamed that she already knew. Their weapons locked once more, the force of the impact throwing them both from the roof to the street below. Seeing this, Dale Pagan finally yelled for them to stop. When a confused Lyall asked what he should do, Dale told him it was obvious. Cheer for Arya with all his might. He stood by as Novem Fuchs turned to Lyall, her expression somber. She offered her apologies, explaining that the previous night, she had told Arya all about his difficult life at the Walled estate, believing she was helping the situation. Her words provided a sudden clarity for Arya, who now understood Sophia's intense reaction. She realized with a flush that Sophia couldn't forgive the things Arya herself had said to Lyall. He, however, saw Sophia's point of view. It must have been difficult for her to watch him stand there grinning while Dale Pagan berated him. Within the duel, one of his ancestors sarcastically remarked on what a sweet and gentle angel Arya was to fight for such a string bean. Meanwhile, Sophia knelt on the ground, her battle axe resting beside her as a thud. Tears streamed down her face as she was consumed by self-recrimination, fully aware she had been no help at all. She was powerless, having survived her family's murder only by hiding pathetically, unable to even take revenge with her own hands. Seeing her distress, Arya tried to interject, her voice filled with concern. "Even so, she began. Lyall watched the tense exchange, prompting the gruff ancestor to comment that this was a rare sight. Confused, Lyall internally questioned what was so rare about the situation. The answer lay with Sophia. She tightened her grip on her weapon, the feel of the handle in her hands serving as undeniable proof that the spirit of her fallen house, House Laurie, still lived on through her. As she found her resolve, Dale Pagan's voice cut through the air, directed at Lyall. "Watch closely," he commanded, just as Sophia's eyes opened, burning with a renewed and fierce determination. She rose to her feet, a powerful aura emanating from her as she held the battle axe before her. In that very instant, a new art was awakened within her. The weapon, her hand, and her unwavering gaze became one, all focused with a singular, potent purpose. She holds the massive battle axe aloft, its weight seemingly non-existent. It floats in her grasp, a testament to the new power coursing through her. With a swift motion, she swings the weapon, the blade cutting through the air. Lyall stares, bewildered, questioning if this is a body-enhancing art as she wields the heavy battle axe, as if it were a mere feather. Arya and Zelfie watch with equal astonishment. He struggles to comprehend the feat, but Novem, observing closely, corrects him. She posits that it's not quite that. If anything, it seems the axe itself has become lighter, a truly fascinating art. This realization that Sophia has become immensely stronger dawns on Lyall. Empowered, she lunges forward, a blur of motion that closes the distance to Arya in an instant. As she moves, a realization dawns on her. The battle axe feels so light, as if it has become a part of her own body. With this newfound confidence, she declares that she can finally fight and brings the weapon down towards Arya, who flinches at the sudden assault. The haft of the axe slams into Arya, sending her crashing backward into nearby barrels and scattering their contents across the ground. Sophia stands over her fallen opponent, her gaze unwavering. On the ground, defeated, Arya can only utter Sophia's name. Having declared her victory, Sophia turns and walks away from the scene without a second glance. As she departs, Lyall remains paralyzed by indecision. An ancestral voice screams in his mind, demanding he run to Arya's aid. But he hesitates, admitting he can't move because Zelfie ordered him to stay put, and the thought of her anger seems to frighten him more than the fight itself. His internal conflict is cut short as Zelfie steps forward, her arms crossed decisively. She declares that this is enough, noting that there's no point in dragging it on further as they're drawing an unwanted crowd. At her word, the tense atmosphere breaks. Sophia halts her departure and acknowledges the command, understanding the duel is over. The onlookers observe as the street falls quiet once more. Her eyes narrowed with resolve, determined to keep the duel from escalating further. But for Arya, the fight's abrupt end was a crushing blow. Humiliation washed over her as she gritted her teeth in frustration, her mind screaming that it could not end like this. Her thoughts spiraled, flashing back to a moment of terror. The sneering face of the bandit chief, Boris, a man who had preyed on the weak. His taunts about powerlessness echoed in her memory. The bitter memory reinforced a painful self-accusation, that she was someone who had only ever been protected, never the one with the strength to stand on her own. This surge of emotion did not go unnoticed. Within Lyall's mind, the spirit of his ancestor, Basil, manifested with a furious expression. Lyall, however, remained calm, his gaze fixed on the unfolding scene. Lyall, the ancestor seemed to roar. Relax, Lyall thought back. The fight's not over. Just look. In the street below, Zelfie maintained her position between the two combatants. He was right. A powerful, swirling aura suddenly erupted around Arya, her expression shifting to one of intense focus. From the sidelines, an observer noted the phenomenon. It's here. Arya's art, it's manifested too. The real battle was only just beginning. In an open square within the town, a fierce quarrel between Arya and Sophia is underway. Lyall watches as Arya stands ready, a spear in hand. He observes that the first stage of her art has finally manifested. He examines the weapon she now holds. From within the blue jewel on his hand, the spirit of his ancestor, Basil, comments that the spear is nice and straightforward, a simple but effective tool. With a sharp motion, Arya hurls the spear forward. In response, Sophia leaps into the air, her large axe held ready, while Zelfie watches the exchange with a focused gaze. The two weapons meet mid-air in a shower of sparks, the resounding clang echoing through the square. The force of the impact sends both Arya and Sophia reeling backward through the air. Sophia lands firmly on her feet, just in time to raise her axe and block another strike from Arya's spear, which has reappeared in her grasp. The collision unleashes a concussive blast that shakes the ground. The sheer force of the blow sends Sophia skidding backward. Watching from the sidelines, Novem remarks with a hint of envy that body enhancement arts are lucky, as the user's newfound strength is plain for all to see. Zelfie continues to observe, her expression serious. A radiant aura surrounds Arya, as she feels power surging through her body. She marvels at the sensation, realizing this is the blessing of a god, her own art. Novem watches her with a complex expression. She reflects on her past feelings of inadequacy, realizing she is no longer that useless person from before. With this newfound strength, she can finally start pulling her own weight. A new resolve hardens her gaze. She can fight. With a silent vow, she decides to charge directly at Sophia, who braces for the attack, axe held ready. But before Sophia can strike, Zelfie appears between them in a blur, intercepting the massive axe with a small shield. With a stern command, she tells Sophia to stop, leaving Arya stunned by the sudden intervention. With a loud clang, Sophia's heavy axe meets the shaft of Arya's newly manifested spear. The two women are locked in a fierce struggle, their weapons grinding against each other with violent force. The stalemate is broken as Zelfie shoves Sophia back with her shield, creating distance between the combatants. From the sidelines, Lyall watches with a critical eye. He acknowledges that Arya has just manifested an art and is understandably worked up, but he caustically remarks that even a goblin in heat carries itself with more dignity. Beside him, Novem is stunned into silence by the comment. She glares past the shield at Zelfie, demanding that she step aside. Sophia insists that this confrontation is a matter of personal validation for her. Her eyes widen with a wild intensity as she declares that this is a battle in which she has placed her pride on the line. In the background, Arya watches, her own expression a mirror of shock. Arya's shock gives way to a fierce grin as she declares she was thinking the exact same thing. Simultaneously, Lyall remarks to himself that it's about time he and Sophia finally agreed on something, suggesting he also sees this as a necessary test of pride. In the training yard, the clash of steel rings out as Zelfie and Sophia Lori engage in a heated spar. Sophia, with a dismissive smirk, questions if this is some rebellious phase, belittling them as a pair of girls who only just awaken their arts. As their energies flare, Sophia vows to bring Zelfie back to reality. Watching from the side, Lyall panics, realizing the fight is escalating beyond a simple spar. The ancestral spirits within his gem grow agitated. Basil and Fines urge him to use his own art to intervene before someone gets seriously hurt. Heeding their urgency, Lyall focuses as the spirit of Slay Walt, the third head, gives him a direct command. Extend his hand and prepare to use the second head's art, ability sharing. He extends his hand toward the combatants. Slay's voice explains that this is the consequence of forcing an art onto someone else. His grandfather, Brod, adds a wry suggestion, musing about sharing the first head's full over art instead. Below, the two women are caught in the burgeoning power. From a safe distance, Novem Fuchs and Arya Lockwood observe the unfolding chaos. Novem's expression is intent as she instructs Arya to watch carefully. Lyall unleashes the art. A wave of energy surges from him, enveloping both Zelfie and Sophia. Their faces contort in shock as the foreign power of ability sharing floods their systems. The sudden, overwhelming enhancement has an immediate, disastrous effect. Their coordination shatters. Both women lose their footing and slip, crashing violently onto the hard pavement below. Lyall stares in absolute horror. Fine's spirit explains that the sudden power-up overwhelmed their senses, causing them to fall. Brod adds that this is precisely why one must train alongside partners before sharing abilities. Panic erupts among the onlookers as they realize the women are motionless, with one witness claiming to have heard a sickening crack from their heads. A cry goes out for a doctor. He looks physically ill, sweat beading on his pale face. Novem approaches, her own expression unreadable, and confronts him directly. Lyall, you did that, didn't you? Barely able to meet her gaze, he weakly confirms, yeah, I did. Silence falls over the courtyard, the grand building standing as a mute witness to the disastrous outcome of Lyall's intervention. He stood with Novem, looking over the two beds where Zelfie and Sophia lay unconscious. Novem reported that while they were knocked out, they had thankfully sustained no serious injuries. Lyall expressed his relief, thinking to himself that as long as Arya was fine, that was all that mattered. Novem continued, advising that they should be watched closely. She explained that the incident could have triggered a growth, though she was willing to cut them some slack for now, attributing their actions to simple overexcitement. Lyall reacted with shock, questioning the severity of her proposed measures. With a grim expression, Novem elaborated on the dangers of growth, explaining that it can fry the brain and erase self-control, fundamentally changing a person. In the worst-case scenario, she warned, they would have to be locked up. She then turned the question on him, remarking that it's standard practice and that he must have some interesting stories of his own. Lyall laughed nervously, looking away and stammering, clearly uncomfortable with the topic. The conversation left him with a determined look. The next day, as he walked through the town, his thoughts were interrupted. He spotted Arya standing awkwardly on the street, using her large axe as a support. He called out her name in surprise. She asked if it was all right for her to be outside, and playfully questioned if he was worried she had undergone a growth, before reassuring him that she hadn't. Seeing her struggle, Lyall remarked that she was hobbling just like he does after using his limit burst art. He offered to lend her a hand back to the inn. Arya explained that she had tried to grasp the feeling from the previous day and use her own art, but the effort left every muscle in her body screaming in pain, making it nearly impossible to walk. She gratefully accepted his help, calling him a lifesaver. With her permission, he carefully put his arm around her shoulders to support her weight, steadying her as they began to move. The sudden closeness made Arya blush deeply, her heart pounding in her chest. She clutched his sleeve tightly and managed a quiet, flustered thank you. He smiled down at her reassuringly, telling her not to worry and that it was no trouble at all. He gently asked if his support was causing her any pain. As he continued to support her, a deep blush spread across Arya's face. She looked up, her expression soft, and stammered that she was all right. From a distance, two men watched them walk away. Zappa gestured towards the pair, his voice dripping with disdain. He remarked to Dale Pagan how Lyall was showing off, being all over Arya in public during broad daylight. Dale simply agreed. His disgust escalating, Zappa declared the scene so trashy it might make him puke. He then bellowed directly at Lyall, calling him a scumbag and genuine human garbage. As Lyall turned to face his accuser, Arya's head drooped, the insults clearly landing on her as well. But her shame instantly curdled into fury. Her eyes flew wide open, twitching uncontrollably as a silent, rage-filled question formed on her lips. The gentle moment was utterly shattered. As Dale Pagan and Zappa strolled through the town streets, a distant voice suddenly roared for them to shut up. Both men stopped, turning with confused expressions, Dale audibly questioning what was happening. The source of the shout was Arya, her face a mask of pure fury. She was being supported by the adventurer Ralph as she screamed, calling them a bunch of absolute buffoons. Her sudden rage left Zappa completely stunned. Dale, sweating, managed a nervous laugh and asked Zappa if he had somehow misheard her. He had not misheard. From across the street, Arya bellowed that they didn't mishear anything, ordering them to scrape the crud out of their ears and listen. Her voice was filled with raw frustration as she continued her tirade. She complained that it was the first thing in the morning and they were already nagging her, all while her body ached so much she could barely walk. She clenched her fist, her anger escalating. She questioned what was wrong with them to be discussing marriage, calling them thick-headed bastards who couldn't read the room. She scoffed at their notion of saving her, furiously telling them to look in a mirror and help themselves instead, demanding to know how they decided she was the one who needed saving. Her tirade reached a crescendo as she screamed at them not to screw with her. She accused them of struggling with the bare minimum work of a lord while wasting all their time chasing skirts. The explosive outburst left her completely drained. She leaned heavily on a staff, panting for breath as sweat dripped down her face. She remained hunched over, gasping for air, while Ralph stood beside her, utterly stunned. Across the way, Dale and Zappa watched, taken aback by the sheer intensity of her fury. Ralph's shock gave way to recognition as he stared at the exhausted girl, murmuring her name. Dale, too, could only watch with a surprised expression, processing the verbal assault he had just endured. Arya stands frozen, sweat beading on her face. A single, sharp thought cuts through her mind as she realizes the extent of her outburst. She quickly tries to compose herself, her wide eyes betraying her internal panic. Her composure cracks further. She stammers, trying to find the words to walk back her tirade, her face flushing as she realizes what she's done. "Ah, well, you see, I was just..." She begins, unable to form a coherent sentence. In a desperate attempt to defuse the situation, she mentally dismisses her entire furious speech as a mere joke. Her attempt, however, is lost on Ralph. He throws his head back and wails in despair, convinced that little Arya's gone feral and has turned into a delinquent. Zelfie, observing the scene with a calm detachment, offers a different perspective. She muses that it seemed less like Arya was going feral and more like she simply forgot who was watching. Unconvinced, Ralph continues his dramatic lament, pounding on a table. He declares that it's all this stupid lord's fault, insisting that his words and actions are the sole reason the pure and proper, elegant Arya acted so out of character. As Ralph continues to shout for someone to bring the sweet little Arya back, Dale tells him he's overreacting. Meanwhile, Zelfie approaches the large man at the reception desk, Mr. Hawkins, confirming that 2 large buckets of warm water will be sufficient. He acknowledges her request. With a grunt of effort, Mr. Hawkins hefts the 2 heavy wooden buckets filled with steaming water. As he carries the water away from the desk, Walt appears, his expression serious. He stops Zelfie, asking what all the water is for. She explains that it's for Arya and the others to use. While processes this information, his gaze steady. He announces his intention to gather information and prepare new equipment, figuring that since those 2 have awakened their arts, they will be a real help in battle and will need appropriate gear. His thoughts then turn to the root of the problem. He concludes that after preparing the equipment, he ought to have a word with Lord Dale about the recurring issues that seem to never end. He watches as Zelfie, clutching her head in exhaustion, gives up trying to explain the situation. She concedes that this inability to understand is simply part of what makes him Lyall and decides to postpone the conversation. In response, Lyall cheerfully remarks on how busy she must be, prompting her to internally fume that this is supposed to be his job. As Zelfie walks away, muttering that she just wants to drink and pass out, Lyall politely thanks her for her hard work. Watching the exchange, Arya notes to herself that Zelfie seems to be starting to understand how Lyall's mind works. Her comment leaves Lyall looking genuinely confused, and he asks what she means. The question prompts a silent, philosophical exchange among his companions. Arya wonders aloud in her thoughts from whom he could have possibly inherited such denseness, while Novem muses that it is said no one is ever truly able to understand themselves. Pondering their words, Lyall comes to a conclusion, his expression serious. He sees, this must be a philosophical discussion. From the sidelines of his thoughts, Dale Pagan simply remarks that this is typical of Lyall, and Arya exclaims that it's just one of those Lyall things. In a modest room, Arya and Sophia rest in separate beds after the day's events. The door is shut, and the 2 appear to be recovering. Arya, however, is not at peace. She writhes under her covers, drenched in sweat and clutching the sheets in agony. She groans, realizing that going outside had been a terrible mistake. Her pained muttering escalates into a delirious ramble. She thanks Sophia profusely, admitting she had no idea how right she was. From the adjacent bed, an annoyed Sophia retorts that she was the one who had given the advice. As she suffers, a cold, analytical voice echoes in her mind. It explains that an art awakening triggers an agonizing body modification, optimizing the user's anatomy for maximum efficiency. The voice concludes that there is nothing to be gained from her current state of mindless frolicking. The internal lecture ceases, leaving Arya exhausted and irritable. She turns to Sophia, sarcastically thanking her for the lecture and questioning why she must always use such harsh language. She continues, asking if it would kill Sophia to soften up a bit, noting that she is too hard on everyone, including herself. The pointed observation makes Sophia pause, looking up to ask, "Who me?" Sophia's expression becomes distant. She quietly asks if Arya truly wants her to be softer. Her thoughts drift to her family home, a grand mansion where her grandfather's word was absolute law and he held immense power. She recalls her grandfather as an old-fashioned, strict, and excessively severe man. As the sole daughter, Sophia explains, she was given a merciless education to ensure that the legacy of House Laurie would not falter. The memories grow darker. Sophia recounts how her grandfather would strike her if she failed to meet his standards in etiquette or schoolwork. Even success was met with furious shouting, treated as the bare minimum. Her own father, she admits, was too afraid to speak out against him, and she came to accept this brutal treatment as the truth of a proper upbringing. Back in the present, Arya lies in bed, a look of dawning comprehension on her face. She finally understands. Sophia's harshness towards Lyall is a reflection of the cruel treatment she herself endured. She listened as Sophia, her expression weary, confessed that this was simply who she was. She didn't know any other way to live. In response, Arya offered a blunt assessment, stating that at least now she understood why Sophia was such an uptight pain in the ass, though she added that no sympathy would be forthcoming. The insult earned a sharp retort. Sophia, annoyed, denied being uptight and insisted she was simply well-mannered. Arya's quiet, a huck conveyed her disbelief as Sophia questioned being called a pain. Arya, a small smirk on her face, asked what Sophia had just said, feigning ignorance and accusing her of implying she lacked etiquette. Sophia countered with formal disagreement, stating that she personally found Arya's conduct to be sloppy and disrespectful. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she confirmed that was exactly how it sounded to her. A tense silence fell between them, the two young women lying in their separate beds as the argument hung in the air. The quiet was suddenly shattered by a booming peal of laughter erupting from the room. It was them. The tension broke completely as both Arya and Sophia burst into uncontrollable laughter. Arya clutched her chest, the force of her giggles causing her pain, while Sophia laughed freely, her earlier severity gone. As their laughter subsided, Sophia's expression turned serious. She looked at a stunned Arya and admitted that, this whole time, she had actually been jealous of her. She explained her reasoning, revealing how she saw Arya's life. In her eyes, when bandits had abducted Arya, a hero came charging to her rescue, just like a princess in a fairy tale, a life she found dreamy. Arya buries her face in her pillow, her body shaking with suppressed laughter. A moment later, she looks up, her eyes wide and teary, still unable to contain her mirth. The laughter overtakes her completely. Sitting up in bed, she clutches her stomach, sweating and hiccuping as she pleads, "Cut out, don't make me laugh anymore. Ugh, the pain in my gut is killing me." Wiping a tear from her eye, Arya apologizes for her outburst. She explains that while Lyall did come to her rescue, their relationship isn't the grand romance Sophia is imagining. A flustered Sophia wonders what was so funny about her assumption. But Arya simply states that it's only natural for a lord to immediately fall for and propose to someone as beautiful as Sophia. A quiet moment hangs in the air as they look at each other. Arya whispers that it turns out they were the same all along, both blindly envying the other's life. Settled back in their respective beds, Arya continues the conversation. She clarifies that the truth is, Lyall didn't propose out of love at first sight. When Sophia asks what she means, Arya prepares to explain further. She states plainly that she is nothing special, and that if their situations were reversed, Lyall would have proposed to Sophia instead. From her perspective, anyone would have been fine for him, as long as they could use magic and possessed noble blood. In her mind, she harshly judges Lyall as someone who sees women as nothing more than objects. She also recalls that the Lord seemed unable to refuse Zappa, the man who acted like his big brother. Sophia reassures her, saying it's all good and that Arya was half right about her situation anyway. In turn, Arya apologizes, admitting it was silly of her to express envy without truly understanding Sophia's circumstances. She continues, explaining that thanks to Lyall, both she and her father were saved. This event allowed her to become an adventurer, just as she had always dreamed. Her face falls as she confesses her feelings of inadequacy. She wanted to do something meaningful to show her gratitude, but feels that simply supporting him with kindness was the only thing she could come up with, leaving her feeling totally useless. Her confession hung in the air, and Sophia, looking down with a pained expression, admitted she felt no better. She considered her own position contemptible, confessing that instead of honoring her debt to Lyall, she had been leveraging his kindness for her own gain while actively sabotaging him. She explained that she had struggled under the weight of these feelings, trying to figure out what else she could offer him. In the end, being firm about his faults was the only thing she could devise. Hearing this, a small, knowing smile touched Arya's lips. She agreed that Sophia was probably right, chuckling softly as she realized they truly were two of a kind after all. Outside the room, Lyall had overheard their entire exchange. As he tentatively asked if he could enter, the spirit of Basil Walt gushed that Arya was an angel. Nearby, Zappa walked away with 2 buckets, laughing, before turning to scold Lyall. He snorted, telling the young noble he couldn't just walk in now, as it would be obvious he was eavesdropping. He sheepishly admitted to listening the whole time, prompting Basil to chastise him for acting like a Lyall again. The ancestor spirit demanded he stop being so dense and show the women more consideration. Lyall hesitated, a bead of sweat forming on his temple as the voices of his ancestors offered counsel. Slaywalt suggested that simply lying and saying he heard nothing could be a form of kindness. Marcus Wald agreed, firmly advising him not to tell them he was listening, whatever he decided to do. Taking their advice, he tapped gently on the door, announcing his presence. He peeked his head in and quietly asked if they were feeling any better. He found both Arya and Sophia sound asleep in their beds. Observing the peaceful scene, Slay remarked that they looked like two peas in a pod. Basil agreed it was best not to disturb them, and Lyall quietly concurred, wishing them a restful sleep so they could grow